Hey guys, this is God Harry. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see third part, what if Harry became overpowered after learning Snape's dark past. Here is short summary. After uncovering the full truth about Snape's dark past, Harry gains knowledge and power that change his destiny. With newfound abilities and a sharper mind, he prepares to take on Voldemort like never before. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. Snape scowled and shooed a miscreant group of twits out of his classroom after a detention spent scrubbing cauldrons by hand. Honestly, what had they expected after chucking their flobberworms at each other and causing a potion to blow up? Idiots. He was surrounded by idiots. Why was he still here again? Harry met a group of pale-faced third years running past him on their way up from the dungeons as if they were chased by hellhounds nipping at their heels. A smile spread over his face and he continued on down the corridor until he could lead against the door frame to the potions classroom, watching Snape stack the now clean cauldrons against the wall with his wand. Been having fun, Severus? A baleful glance came from the older man. Hardly. As much as I enjoy striking fear into students, that group. He shook his head, irredeemably stupid, and they absolutely don't have the excuse of inexperience. They are just stupid. Throwing flobberworms in a potions class. He sniffed in disdain. Future fudges, no doubt. Ah, poor baby. Harry walked over and wrapped his arms around Snape, leaning his head against his chest for a minute. Ooh, hey, I have something to show you. He backed away from Snape and moved so that he was sitting on top of a desk. Harry closed his eyes and concentrated, then he flickered, and when he opened his eyes again he looked at Snape with his bird eyes. Black brows rose up. He'd known that Harry and three of his now expanded group of friends had been working on becoming animagi, but he'd not really wanted to dwell on it, as Harry hadn't mentioned anything specific about forms and he'd been worried that the youth would, like his father before him, be a stag. He should have known better. His lips tilted up just a bit and he moved to the regal bird perched on the desk, stroking the proud head. Fitting, I'd say. How does it feel to soar on your own wings? Harry flickered back and grinned broadly. It's amazing, Severus, indescribable, the way the wind carries you higher and higher. I can't explain it. The professor smiled and leaned in to brush a brief key against Harry's lips. You don't need to. I can see everything in your eyes. He moved back. I told Draco not to come down tonight as we've got something of greater importance to see to than lesson planning and such. Oh, I don't suppose that important thing would be snogging, would it? Harry asked, even though he knew that Severus would never postpone lesson planning for something like that. It was just that Harry couldn't see Snape now without wanting to put his hands and mouth on him. A sharp snort came from the older man. No, though I suppose that could be worked in. He tugged Harry off the desk and towards his quarters. The egg has been thumping about today. I believe it will hatch tonight. Harry's eyes widened and he followed Snape quickly, sinking down on his knees before the egg. I can't believe it. We're finally going to meet her. Harry patted the egg and started to hiss soothingly in Parseltongue. He didn't want the basilisk snakeling to be afraid to come out. Snape shook his head in amusement at the immediate switch from hormone-driven minx to mother hen, though he still got a prurient thrill from the sibilant language. He settled down to sit beside Harry, knowing that it could take a while for the snake to hatch and he didn't particularly want to be on his knees for that long. He had already set a stack of towels enchanted with a warming charm beside the nesting box for the basilisk to warm and dry itself on her, considering the ewes mothering, for Harry to dry it off with. He reached over and tugged Harry to sit instead of kneeling. Hatching takes a long time. Trust me, you don't want to be kneeling on a stone floor that long. Oh, but I thought you liked the idea of me on my knees. Harry couldn't help but tease as he leaned against Severus, watching the egg with one eye and the man beside him with the other. Severus was too for his own good. Severus leaned to murmur, I do, but I want you to be comfortable on them as well, minx. He nuzzled the spot just under Harry's ear, one arm moving to loop around the youth. Stone floors are not conducive to comfort. That's true. A soft carpet or plush bed is probably best for that. Harry tilted his head, giving Snape room. His neck was really sensitive and he broke out in goosebumps just from that simple nuzzling. A soft chuckle came from the older man and he keyed the offered skin just as a loud thunk came from the egg and it shimmed a bit in the nest coals. Harry's attention was brought back to the egg and another soft hiss escaped him. It was amazing the way the egg shimmered, it was like swirls of color moved underneath its shell. The egg trembled on the coal bed and Harry grabbed Snape's hand, squeezing it tightly as he watched the egg with rapt attention. Severus just smiled in amusement and decided to watch Harry as the youth watched the egg and enjoy the grasp on his hand. Several long minutes passed, the egg thumping and twitching in the coals every so often, until Snape heard a quiet crack. He looked at the shell and saw that a tiny little piece of shell had been chipped out of it, falling into the coals. Tensing, Harry leaned forward, not letting go of Snape's hand. There was another crack and Harry noticed a tiny little snout push at the shell, making the hole in the egg larger. "Hi there, little one," Harry cooed. "Come out here, we've been waiting for you." He alternated between normal speech and Parseltongue, not really paying attention to what he was saying. A little black, forked tongue flicked out, tasting the air outside the shell and the snout ducked back down out of sight for a few moments before more tapping came from the inside of the egg. Suddenly another thunk came from the egg and a large section of shell tumbled away, revealing a grayish-brown snake with little bands of black down its length looking up at them curiously as if weighing their worth. "Hello and welcome." Harry leaned closer and hissed the welcome to, meeting the little snake's vivid green eyes. He couldn't believe that the egg had finally hatched and that there was a tiny basilisk staring at them. Harry barely restrained himself from picking the baby up, he wanted to let the snake make the first move. "So cute," he said to Snape. "Adorable and cute." Severus had to admit, the infant basilisk was rather sweet and innocent looking, for a creature in asp camouflage. His lips curved, as much at Harry's reaction as at the snake. He was a Slytherin after all, and despite all the negative associations to snakes he'd gained by being around the Dark Lord, he still liked the creatures. Quite. The snake flicked its tongue out again and raised up carefully out of the shell, its scales damp and feeling a bit chilly in the air, so that it was nose to snout with Harry. It flicked its tongue against his nose, then seemed to make a decision. "Guardian." "Yes, Guardian." Harry nodded and grabbed one of the warm towels, carefully running it over the snake's shimmering scales. "We're going to take care of you." The basilisk slithered up and around Harry's arm, leaving the egg completely, and moved to inspect Snape. It slithered over the man's shoulders, the tongue flicking and testing his neck and cheek until it reached the arm where the dark mark resided, and the snake jolted and recoiled from the spot, moving quickly back to Snape's other arm. It hissed delicately, "First Guardian's mate is good but bad magic hurts him." "It does, yes, but I'm going to help him. I'm going to make the bad magic go away. And he is good. The best." Harry spoke to the snake but sent a worried glance Snape's way. He didn't want Severus to be hurting, he wanted him free from the poison that was Voldemort, and Harry promised himself that he would make it so. Severus lifted a brow in curiosity. "What is it?" He could guess considering the snake's reaction to where the dark mark lay, but as the basilisk seemed content to continue climbing on him, it obviously wasn't displeased with him. "She's just getting to know you, you're the Guardian's mate after all." Harry smiled briefly but quickly grew serious again. "She says the dark mark is hurting you. I don't like it, Severus." "I don't like it at all." Harry leaned down and pressed a key to the mark through Snape's robes. The professor stared at Harry, then glanced down to the covered mark the youth had keyed as the basilisk moved back to his shoulders and rubbed its head against his cheek. He traced a single finger over the hidden mark, face set in serious lines. "It's a constant dull burn, like background noise you could say, and draws on my magic. It's a reminder of my stupidity and a leash around my neck." He looked back to Harry. "I don't like it either, but no one has been able to discover how to remove it as of yet." "Then we'll find a way. I'm not going to let you stay in pain or have a drain on your magic. You deserve so much more. I will find a way." Harry leaned against Snape again, reaching out a hand to pet the basilisk lightly, running his fingertips over the little head. The snake made a pleased hiss and moved back to curl around Harry's neck as Snape reached out and ran his fingers through Harry's hair. "When you say it, I can almost believe it." He leaned in and brushed a key on the younger man's lips. "So what is the basilisk's name?" "I don't know, I'll ask." Harry continued to caress the smooth scales. What's your name, pretty one? Do you have one? I do not know, guardian. No, mother hissed at naming time. I am Snake is all that is known to me for calling. Harry petted the snake soothingly. I'm sorry for that, little one. We'll find you a name. Harry thought about it and looked around the room, his eyes landing on Snape's many books. An idea came to him. How about Anguis? It means snake in another tongue. He waited to see if the snake accepted its new name. Anguis, it hissed out as if she was testing how it sounded. Yes. I like this name, guardian. Then it's yours, pretty one. Harry smiled and turned to Snape again. Our pretty little snake's name is Anguis. Her mother died before being able to name her in the egg. Harry felt a pang of guilt at being the one to kill the great basilisk. He really regretted that it had to be that way. Severus cupped Harry's cheek. Don't. The only one to blame is the one who drove her mad. Guardian's mate speaks truth. Mother Knowledge was dark with pain. Guardian released that pain. The snake nuzzled Harry's collarbone. Harry leaned into Snape's touch and stroked his finger over Anguis' head again. Thank you, both of you. He still felt bad and he supposed that he always would, but these two, they made the burden to bear easier. The professor keyed Harry again briefly. Come, let's get off the floor and decide how we're going to convince Minerva to let a snake in her tower. We'll sweet talk her if we have to. Anguis is coming with me. Harry keyed back and rose from the floor, the snake still wrapped around his neck like a collar. Come on, Professor. Gonna need you on my side in this fight. Of course. Snape rose smoothly from the floor, years of long practice making it easy. Besides, I wouldn't miss Minerva's expression for the world. A pity I've no camera. Ron sat on the backrest of a chair, half hidden behind Hermione, as far away from the snake on the table as possible. He was really pale and his freckles stood out like bright red dots. His only comfort was that at least it wasn't a spider, but that was a small comfort. So you're saying this snake will live here with you now? Ron's eyes flickered from the snake to Harry and then quickly back again to make sure it hadn't moved towards him. Sleep with you in your bed, which is right next to mine. Only a small slither away. That's what I'm saying, yes. Anguis is my familiar. She won't harm you. Harry had some difficulty keeping a straight face in front of Ron's blatant fear. Hermione rolled her eyes and shoved Ron away. Honestly, Ron, it's a magical serpent and Harry speaks Parseltongue, so I sincerely doubt she'll go slithering for you. You're acting like a twit. She moved cautiously over to Harry and the snake. Despite her words, she didn't want to startle the creature as she had no desire to be bitten. Would she let me touch her? Ask her. She seemed to understand human speech quite well. Harry answered and nodded towards Anguis. He was certain she would let Hermione know if touching was acceptable or not. Ron's eyes widened and he leaned back even further. Hermione was mental, always had been. Hermione looked into the oddly, Harryish green eyes of the snake. Hello, Lady Anguis. May I pet your scales? The basilisk shifted just a bit and seemed to nod, watching as Hermione stretched out a cautious hand and stroked it along the smooth scales several times before smiling and moving her hand back. She looked over her shoulder at the pale redhead. See, Ron, no worries, and really, can you imagine what Pansy would say if she heard you were so scared of this pretty girl? Oh, that was a low blow, but Hermione was right. Pansy was a Slytherin. Snakes sort of came with the territory. Feeling extremely hesitant, he slowly inched forward. Please don't bite me, all right? He said to the snake in a shaky voice. Harry rolled his eyes but didn't say anything. Anguis hissed in an odd bit of reptilian laughter as Ron's fingers shook along her scales. Guardian's friend is funny. Her tongue flicked out at Ron's wrist. That he is. Harry agreed, smiling as Ron carefully got braver with his petting, running his trembling fingertips down smooth, warm scales, a tiny smile starting to play at his lips as he realized that it wasn't all that bad touching a serpent. A shriek had both Ron and the snake jumping half a foot in the air, and Hermione spun to gape at Lavender Brown, who rushed over to grab Ron's wrist and pull him away from the snake. Oh, Ron, are you okay? Did that filthy thing hurt you? Hermione's lip curled in disgust at the gushing twit, and she noticed a snaky glare shot at the girl. Ron shrugged Lavender's hand off him with an impatient movement. I'm fine except for you scaring the wits out of me, and Anguis isn't filthy. She's Harry's familiar, so maybe you want to take up any issue you might have with him. The girl leaped and turned to meet the glaring green eyes of the boy who lived as the snake slithered up his arm to curl around his neck. Well, it's a snake. This is Gryffindor. It's just what? Harry asked in a frosty voice and ran one finger over Angwy's head. Lavender was really getting on his nerves with her screeching and falseness. I'm very aware that this is Gryffindor. I can still have a snake. You have a toad, right? Hermione has something that masks itself as a cat and Seamus has a rat. Are those animals any more fitting? It's just dangerous, isn't it? That is an ask, right? Hermione nailed Lavender to the wall with a look. And Harry is a parselmouth. Are you going to revert to second year and start making baseless accusations, Lavender? A slim brown brow lifted. She'd apparently been taking lessons from Draco in subtle expressions of disdain. I guarantee that Angwy's is perfectly safe as long as people don't run flailing and screaming towards her. Harry gave Lavender a pointed look. She has every right defending herself. Ron nodded. It has been approved by Professor McGonagall too. The redhead couldn't understand why he'd ever snogged her and why he hadn't noticed how terribly annoying she was before this. Lavender took a step back. She'd been hoping to show Ron that she was a great deal more caring than that Slytherin bint could be, and instead had made a fool of herself, and she didn't particularly like that. I see. Sorry then. I'll just go do my homework then. She fled to her dorm. Hermione looked over at Ron and pursed her lips. Thank Merlin Pansy got a hold of you is all I can say, considering that, she waved her hand in the direction Lavender had gone, was the alternative. Angwy's made a grouchy hiss. Nasty loud female. I agree with you completely, little one. Harry hissed back and placed Angwy's around his neck so that he could nuzzle her. She didn't seem that bad before. Ron tried half-heartedly to defend himself and Lavender, but honestly, since he'd fallen for Pansy, he only had eyes for her and couldn't see himself with anyone else. Maybe she had a bad day. Hermione folded her arms and gave him a, who do you think you're fooling, look. Well, she'll have a worse one if she tries to start trouble. Pansy'll chew her up and spit her out. Yeah, Pans is rather incredible, isn't she? I've never met anyone like her. Ron grinned goofily and looked absolutely, totally smitten. The girl of the Golden Trio just smiled and moved to sit down in the plush couch, pulling out her notes on rebound spells. Valentine's Day is coming up in a few weeks. What are you planning for her? The grin faded away only to be replaced by a look of utter dread. Bugger. I had forgotten all about that. I have no idea what to do. What will she like? I clash with Pink. Ron was slowly working his way up to full panic mode. My own, you have to help me. I throw myself at your feet, completely at your mercy. If possible, he paled even more. Oh no, she'll be wanting a gift, right? That means I'll have to sell myself to the devils again. Harry chuckled and mouthed the word evil to Hermione when Ron wasn't looking. Hermione just lifted a shoulder, lips twitching before shaking her head at the panicking third of their trio. Ron calmed down. Luckily for you, Valentine's Day does not require anything more than a grand gesture and a token. Some pretty flowers and Valentine's chocolate are just fine for tokens, and for the gesture. She paused and eyed him speculatively. Can you cook? Ron gave Hermione a pointed look. You have to ask. Of course I can't cook. Mum won't let anyone near the stove at home, and it's not exactly like there's a lot of cooking among the students here. Ron groaned and leaned his head back against the headrest. The girl looked at Harry with a kind smile. Harry, you can cook, right? Harry nodded. I wouldn't say I'm a gourmet cook, but I know my way around a kitchen, yes. She beamed. Perfect then. I'll find out what Pansy's favorite dish is from Draco. Harry and I will teach you how to make it, then you'll do a romantic dinner and give her some flowers. Simple. No need to enslave yourself to your brothers, and guaranteed to impress. Ron stopped mid-wallow and looked up with something akin to hope in his eyes. That could work, yes. Hermione, you are brilliant. Pans will see that I've actually put some effort into it, plus it will be a romantic date with just the two of us. Harry chuckled. It was nice to see Ron so smitten, even though he was a drama queen of the highest degree. I know I'm brilliant. Besides, what are friends for but to help each other out? And honestly, it's nice to help with a romantic tangle instead of the usual save the school and help Harry stay alive problems. It's a relief that we haven't had to look up ways to keep Harry safe from whatever just yet this year. Hush Myone, don't jinx it. Ron sat up straighter. Almost half the school year left, plenty of time for Harry to don the hero cape and put himself in mortal peril. Harry blew him a raspberry and gave him a two-fingered salute. Hermione just shrugged. I'm just saying, it's a nice change. Now, Ron, her smile would have sent the most stalwart men running for cover. Let's go over some flowers you might want to put in that bouquet on Valentine's Day, shall we? The paled face and panicked expression that brought to Ron made even Angwys chuckle in her hissy way. It was the early dawn hours when Lavender Brown slipped down from the girls' dorm to the Gryffindor common room and looked around for the one who'd sent her a message. Dean. Dean Thomas looked up from where he sat by the window. He had decided to contact Lavender since no one else wanted to listen to him. Even Seamus told him he was crazy, but Dean knew that he was right. Something had happened. Those damned Slytherins had done something, he just knew it. Lavender, over here. He waved at the blonde girl and called her over to his corner. I hope I didn't make you get up too early, it's just I think it would be better if we had this conversation in private. She bustled over. No, not really. I didn't really sleep last night anyway. You said this had to do with Ron and that horrid snake. Ever since Ron had started dating Pansy Parkinson, Lavender had been twitchy and sullen. The redhead was a Gryffindor. He should be dating another Gryffindor, like her, and not a blasted snake. Parkinson had to have slipped the redhead something or used the Imperio on him to get him to go out with her. Yes. Dean nodded. Both Hermione and Ron have become really different since those evil gits got their claws into them, haven't they? Dean clenched his fists on the tabletop. He'd had a crush on Hermione Granger since third year, but he thought she would end up with either Harry and Ron. Seeing her hand in hand with Draco Malfoy of all people made something vile rise in his stomach. I mean, could you ever have seen either Ron or Hermione give in to a Slytherin, much less date them? Something has been done to them, I have no doubt. He narrowed his eyes. And what better way to get to the boy who lived then through his friends? Lavender gasped, her hands flying up to her mouth. Oh no, I knew something was off. I mean, Harry's brought a snake familiar into Gryffindor Tower and Ron actually defended it. Hermione even pet it. We have to do something before they get their hooks any further. Exactly. Dean relaxed his shoulders a little, happy that he finally had found someone who believed him and realized what was going on. We need to get our Gryffindors away from the snake's influence before something really bad happens. Both Ron and Hermione will be very grateful when they come to their senses. The thought of Ron being grateful to her almost gave Lavender the shivers, and she nodded enthusiastically. So what are you thinking we should do? One of us distract either Malfoy or Parkinson while the other talks to Ron or Hermione and casts Finite Incantatem to remove any mind control. That was sort of my plan, yes. We help each other make sure that we can get Hermione and Ron one-on-one and make them see the truth. Dean nodded eagerly, already picturing the look on Hermione's face when she realized that he had saved her from a Death Eater. Dean didn't care that Malfoy said that he had switched sides, he didn't believe it for a second. She leaned closer. That's brilliant. We should probably help save Hermione first since she's the smartest and would be happy to help Ron out. Plus, since I'm a lady, Malfoy really can't hex me when I waylay him, not if he wants to keep his mask up anyway. She pulled out her wand and summoned a glittery pink notepad and a pink pen with a puff of feathers on the end. Valentine's Day is coming up too. We should probably try to save them before then. My thoughts exactly. I really like the way you think, Lavender. I really do. Dean exchanged smiles with the blonde, feeling relieved and glad that they had a plan on the way. What a Valentine it would be, the snakes beaten into the ground where they belong and Hermione pliant and grateful in his arms. She just nodded, relieved that there was someone else who saw how utterly wrong it was for Ron and Hermione to be together with two Slytherins. When the plan worked, she just knew Ron would be so happy to be saved he'd key her, and she couldn't think of a more perfect reward. A corpse-pale hand stroked the massive head of a humongous snake and an icy cold voice hissed into the room. Bring them in. Cold red eyes watched as Crabbe and Goyle SRs brought their sons in, shackled and shoved them to their knees in front of him. He eyed them disdainfully as they quaked and bowed their heads before him on the ground. Then he turned his gaze to the elegant blonde man standing in the shadows near his throne. Lucius, remind me again of why these two are here. They are here because they went on a power trip in the hallways of Hogwarts, my lord. Lucius raised a silvery blonde eyebrow in contempt. Nothing wrong with that, but these things were stupid enough to get caught, bested by a Gryffindor no less. He rubbed a gloved hand of the silver snake head on his cane. I don't really think it was a fitting way to pay tribute to you or further our plans, my lord. Ah yes, now I remember. You attacked the Parkinson girl. That pale hand lifted from petting Nagini and tapped a finger on the arm of his throne. Because, if memory serves, she kept you from using the young Slytherins to sat yourselves. The lipless mouth curved in a savage smile. Your actions may well have turned Parkinson from my cause as well as alienated those from which I would gain my future followers. Have you anything to say for yourselves? Both boys remained silent and trembling and, though he normally enjoyed such a sight, he wanted to hear them squeal for mercy. Speak, pigs. Crucio. Screams echoed in the chamber as the teens writhed on the ground like the worthless worms they were. Crabbe Jr. however managed to gasp out a weak please just before the curse ended. He panted painfully. Please my lord. Draco was gone, spending all his time with P. Potter and his mudblood. We didn't have anything else to do. Lucius' hand tightened on the cane, but his face remained impassive except for his standard sneer. So because my son wasn't there to govern your every move, you decided to have some fun, not caring about the Dark Lord or that you might be causing problems for his grand plan. Excuse me, but I am not impressed. Inside, though Lucius wasn't nearly as calm, what was Draco doing cavorting with the enemy? Did it have something to do with that silly cow's disappearance? This was not good. Lucius couldn't afford to get on the Dark Lord's bad side. You had nothing else to do. Voldemort stroked a finger along his wand. Crabbe kept his gaze firmly on the floor. Why yes, my lord, we couldn't go after the Gryffindors while Draco was with them. So instead you went for my Slytherins. You attacked and hunted from the pool of my future army out of boredom. It was obviously not meant to be answered, as the Dark Lord immediately cast Cruciatus after Cruciatus on both the boys until Crabbe bit through his tongue and choked on the meaty flesh as his body tried to inhale. Goyle watched his best mate flail about, desperately trying to breathe until he could only twitch and then fell into utter, deathly stillness. You, look at me. Goyle raised his shaking, terrified gaze to the Dark Lords. Explain Draco's absence and pray. Voldemort reached out to pet Nagini again, that I find your information sufficient to allow you to live. The teen immediately began babbling out about Umbridge, the top positions for potions and Dada, and how soon after receiving the position of potions TA and being tutored in Muggle studies by Granger, Draco began sneaking off and spending time with Potter and Granger. He didn't even pretend to keep bullying others after. He glanced at Lucius, after Lady Malfoy disappeared. Oh, how Lucius wished he could bring his cane down on that squealing little piggy's head and silence him forever. It was enough of a humiliation that Narcissa had disappeared without a trace, taking several of his most prized artifacts with her. He did not need to hear about his son cavorting with the enemy. It wouldn't surprise him though. Draconis had always been a mama's boy, always been weak. Are you sure he's not doing it to get close, to turn on them when they trust him? He asked in a superior voice. And you said that Potter is the defense against the dark arts TA, working with Snape. Lucius turned to the Dark Lord. I wonder why this has not come up in Snape's reports. Lucius felt the heat and thought it best to turn the flames on another. Better Snape be in trouble than him. The Dark Lord slid a quelling glance at Lucius, easily recognizing what the pureblood was getting at but not particularly caring. He looked back on the quivering pile of pathetic coward on his floor. Speak, boy. Answer Lucius, for he is very much your better. Goyle shivered. Why yes. Potter was assigned to be the Dada TA under Professor Snape. Every night he and Draco would go to Snape's office to make lesson plans but Draco always left before Potter did and every few nights Potter had remedial potions with Professor Snape, alone. Voldemort glared at the boy kneeling before him. So you are saying that my potions master has had ample opportunity to deliver Potter to me and yet he has not done so? I suppose my lord. The snake-like man looked over at Lucius. "Return to Malfoy Manor. I will summon Severus in a few days' time, be prepared to welcome him." A cold, cruel smile twisted Lucius' beautiful features and he sunk down on one knee, keying the snake ring on the Dark Lord's right hand. "Everything will be ready when he arrives, my lord. I can't wait to entertain my old, dear friend." Lucius rose again and turned on his heel with billowing, velvet robes. He would deal with Narcissa and Draco in due time, first he would have some fun. The Dark Lord returned his attention to Goyle Jr. "As for you, you've earned yourself a small measure of mercy." The boy looked up in hope, just in time to hear the words of the killing curse and see the green light flash. "Your mercy was not to suffer in death." Voldemort addressed the two men left in the room, who hadn't made a single move to save their sons. "Clean up this mess. Come Nagini, my pet." He strode from the room to brood on how to handle the situation with Severus. Severus had dismissed the last potions class of the day, gratefully, as he was not particularly keen on continuing to teach the group of romance-obsessed teenagers who wanted to know about love potions. Honestly, with Valentine's Day 3 days away, he was being driven barmy by all the attempts to sneak love potion ingredients from his cabinets. He set about straightening his classroom when suddenly he gripped his arm, hissing in pain as the mind-numbing burn of a summons came from his dark mark. When the brief searing ended, he sighed and ran a hand through his hair. He should have known it was too good to be true, going such a long time without being called to the Dark Lord's side. He immediately left the classroom and headed towards Dumbledore's office, his cold expression and bad-tempered strides making students scurry out of his way. He rolled his eyes at the candy code word of the week as a matter of course and strode in calmly. "Headmaster." "Oh, Severus, come in, come in." Dumbledore sat by his desk going over some papers. Hundreds of pink, white and red hearts fluttered around the office like butterflies, a very clear proof that Valentine's Day was right around the corner. "What can I do for you?" Albus looked up over his glasses, seeming more cheerful and like himself than he had during Christmas break. Snape swatted a heart that tried to make a beeline for his cheek aside. "I've been summoned." The unconscious hand on his arm made it clear exactly what he was referring to. "I need you to arrange substitutes for potions in defense against the dark arts should it be a long summons." His expression flickered as he was reminded of what a long summons usually meant. Pain, and a lot of it. Mr. Malfoy and Mr. Potter already have the lesson plans for the classes, so there shouldn't be any disruption in the students' learning. "Very well, I will see it done." Dumbledore laced his fingers together under his chin. "Voldemort has been calm and quiet for some time now, I wonder what he's up to." His blue eyes locked on Snape. "I know I say this every time, but be careful, Severus." Albus knew that Snape had been doing this for 15 years, but he still worried. It would be a horrible blow for the cause to lose their greatest spy, and Dumbledore cared about the potions master. They had known each other for a long time. "Of course, Albus." Snape inclined his head. He wasn't about to share the fact that he intended to be even more cautious this time, as he finally had someone to return to. "I must arrange a message for the tush and the substitutes. If you'll excuse me." Yes, go ahead, I will secure the substitute teachers too." "Good luck, Severus." Dumbledore nodded and made a shooing motion with his hands towards the door. "Go get everything ready and feel free to stop by before you leave if you have the time." One lone heart had managed to attach itself to Snape's hair, and Dumbledore thought it looked strangely endearing. He was not about to tell Snape that a red heart rested there. "I doubt I will." A very delicate pause. "Have the time, that is." "Good day, Albus." He nodded to the headmaster and strode out the door. Used to stairs though he was, the startled gawking in the corridors that he drew had him raising a brow. Once within his quarters, he looked down at himself and ran a hand over his face to see if Albus might have cast some farewell joke of a charm on him, but there was nothing out of the ordinary to be found. He put it from his mind and went to his desk, composing messages warning the substitute professors, whomever they might be, that the course lessons were set down and to be handled by Malfoy and Potter, and that they, the professors, were there only to assign or take away points or handle any misbehaving carrier monkeys. If they attempted to interfere with the lessons planned, they would face his displeasure. He also composed a message to Draco, letting him know simply that he was attending to outside business and wouldn't be here for at least one day, likely longer. He knew his godson would understand the message. Then he sent a short missive to Harry, only asking him to come down to the dungeons. Harry got the message and wrapped Angwys around his neck and waved goodbye to Ron and Hermione, who he had been studying within the common room. He knew he could have left Angwys with them and that she would have been safe, but he liked her company. Harry was used to people staring at him, something that happened even more now that he walked around the corridors with a snake wrapped around his neck, but he did his best to ignore the eyes that followed him. He got down to the dungeon and was led by the portrait without question. Harry made his way inside. "You wanted to see me." Snape turned around and Harry felt a smile spread over his features. A small red heart fluttered in Snape's hair just above his temple and the other looked unbelievably cute. Harry walked forward and carefully untangled the heart and held it on his fingertip. "This for me." A disgusted noise came from the back of the man's throat. Albus's bloody Valentine's decorations. He flicked his wand at the heart and had it poofing into oblivion, lifting a brow at Harry. "Why settle for an imitation when you hold the real thing in your hands? Tiny, black, and shriveled though it may be. It's not shriveled, black or tiny, Severus. Your heart is beautiful and I will always protect it as best I can." Harry cupped Snape's cheek and leaned up to key him lightly. Severus was so much greater than he gave himself credit for. The potion's master closed his eyes and returned the chaste key asterisk, absorbing the touch and using it to shore up his defenses that he knew would be left battered by what lay ahead. One hand rose to stroke through fluffy, untamable black hair while the other rested on Harry's waist. An almost mournful hiss came from the basilisk around Harry's neck. "Guardian's mate is hurting." "What?" Harry's eyes snapped open and his grip on Snape tightened. "Angwys says that you're hurting. What's happened, Severus?" Harry's green eyes were filled with concern and ran over Snape's for as if looking for hidden wounds, though he had pretty clear suspicions of just what it was that was hurting. The older man cupped Harry's cheek. "I've been summoned by the Dark Lord." He swiped his thumb over the ridge of the youth's cheekbone when distress filled the vivid green eyes. "I have until dawn to settle what I need to before leaving for the meeting point. Spend that time with me. Of course, you wouldn't be able to get rid of me even if you tried." Harry's arms came up to wrap around Snape's neck and he stepped closer, burying his head in the crook of the older man's neck. "I hate this. I hate that I have to let you go. Hate the power that creepy bastard has over you." Severus didn't tell him that it was necessary, that it was important, or any of the thousand platitudes that would have come from someone like the headmaster who was concerned with only the greater good, nor did he assure Harry that he would be back. There was no guarantee that he'd survive this summons. He looped his arms around the teen's waist and held him close instead. "The day he's gone, truly gone, I intend to abscond with you to somewhere that we can have a bit of peace for a summer. I will hold you to that, Severus." Harry held on tighter. He knew that what Snape did was important and necessary, but that didn't mean that he had to like it. The thought of having to let Snape go straight into the den of Voldemort made his heart ache and his stomach tie itself into knots. He wouldn't be a burden for Snape though, wouldn't make it harder for the other than it already was. "A place for just you and me." Snape nuzzled the top of Harry's head. "And Angwys, of course." His lips twitched at the pleased hiss that came from the young snake. He might not be able to understand snake language, but he could understand the tone of intelligent hisses. "For now though, why don't you come back and we'll talk about things that have nothing to do with tomorrow?" "Sounds like a great idea to me." Harry nodded and followed Snape further into his quarters while petting Angwys. He had never had any intention of going anywhere without her. She was a part of them in Harry's mind. The older man led Harry to the living area, with its roaring fire and the cushy two-person sofa they'd grown to prefer settling into in the moments they had to themselves. He sat down on said sofa and waited for Harry to join him, slipping an arm around the younger man when he did. "I understand that you laughed at Draco the other day, something to do with the holiday that has Dumbledore decorating his office with fluttering hearts." "I did, I couldn't help myself. Malfoy is as panicky as Ron is when it comes to create the perfect Valentine date for their intended ones. You know Malfoy, modest or low-key is not in his vocabulary, and I couldn't help but laugh at some of the plans he was pondering. Hermione isn't impressed by dazzle or riches, she'll be happy just being with him. Harry leaned into Snape's embrace and breathed in his scent. The fire crackled soothingly and Harry felt himself relaxing. Good to know that at least someone has good sense in regards to the ridiculous holiday. I never have understood the need for sudden grand gestures to declare affection or love. The long elegant fingers traced up and down Harry's arm absently. Nor do I understand the rush to find someone to spend Valentine's Day with. Have you any idea how many love notes have been flung across my potions classroom today, asking if so-and-so will go to Puttifoots? This day makes for strange couples in the rush to make sure one isn't alone. Harry shuddered. I agree with everything you say. If you love someone, you love them every single day. No grand gestures should be necessary. Harry had never really celebrated Valentine's Day, never been close enough to anyone to want to before. He'd had plenty of notes asking him though, and he recoiled at the thought. He only wanted to spend time with Severus, nothing else mattered. It's better to be alone than to be with someone just because. That makes everything fake. The older man nodded. I will say this much for your father, once he set his sights on Lily he did not budge. It actually became amusing watching him concoct a different way of asking your mother to be his Valentine each year. A soft, amused snort came from him. One year he sent her a gigantic heart made up of cathedral window lilies with Easter lilies spelling out, "Will you be my Valentine?" She spent the rest of the day handing a lily to everyone she came in contact with as she couldn't bring herself to incendio the flowers. It was strange being able to speak of James Potter without the old bitterness. A small chuckle rose from Harry's throat at the thought of his mother handing out lilies across Hogwarts. It felt a bit surreal hearing about his parents from Snape of all people. Surreal but not unwelcome. Do you know what finally swayed her? You don't have to answer if it makes you feel uncomfortable. He pulled his head out of his ass. The tone was dry as a desert in that comment, but he continued normally. When he received the title of head boy, he suddenly found himself bombarded with first years who didn't really know nor care about house division looking for guidance. I think, as Slytherins, Ravenclaws, and Hufflepuffs as well as Gryffindors alike came to him asking for help with anything from schoolwork to bullying, he was somewhat slapped in the face with just how much each house has in common. He was given another point of view and it changed him a bit. Lily witnessed that change just as our friendship crumbled completely, and a better James was there to help her where I once did, and she saw his better side. I'm sorry. Harry wasn't sure what he was apologizing for, but there was a shadow in Snape's eyes that he hated seeing. He tilted his head up and pressed a key against Snape's neck. So what's your dream date for Valentine's then? Harry wanted to shift the conversation to something lighter, didn't want to spend this time before Snape had to leave in the past. Any fantasy one can fulfill. Snape brushed a key over Harry's temple. Don't be sorry. If they hadn't gotten together you wouldn't be here, and then where would I be? As for a dream date, he shifted to meet Harry's eyes incredulously. Have I suddenly developed female tendencies? He nuzzled his chin on Harry's shoulder. I'm more than content with quiet evenings in. I don't, as a rule, cleave to much of what is considered traditional nonsense. My moonlit walks are most usually because of potions ingredients. Well, you did look a little bit girly with hearts in your hair. Harry joked with a chuckle and rested his cheek against Snape's. No, seriously though, I haven't done this before. I don't know what's expected. All I know is that I want to be with you and I want to please you, give you what you dream of. If that makes me girly or silly, then so be it. Severus shifted so that they were sitting face to face and cupped his companion's cheeks in his hands. Harry, I don't expect anything from you but what you're willing to give. If it's not coming from you because it's something you want to do, then I don't want it. He pressed a soft key to the youth's lips. Never do something for me because you think it's expected. Do things because you want to pet. I want to give you everything, Severus. If I could, I would hand you the world, gift wrapped on a platter. Harry was aware that he probably sounded ridiculous, but it was the truth. Harry leaned into Key Snape again, a bit harder this time, letting his lips linger against the others. Whenever I'm with you I want. Oh Merlin, how I want. The older man nibbled lightly on Harry's bottom lip. You perceive me to be all ears. You want. What do you want precisely? I want to be close, want to touch, lick, bite, taste and feel everything. I want to surrender and I want to claim. Harry breathed against Snape's mouth. not wanting to be apart from him even to speak. "Everything about you makes me want, drives me crazy." A pleased noise rumbled in the back of Severus' throat and he pulled Harry closer, not noticing as anguies slithered away to give them privacy. He stroked his hands down the younger male's back. "You can get as close as you want, Harry, and do as you please. I want to touch and be touched just as much as you do, pet." Harry's skin tingled as Snape touched him even though it was through the layers of his clothes. Something about the other man put his senses on high alert and made him want more. "Then touch me, Severus, by all the four founders, just touch me." Harry keyed Snape again and his hands moved to the row of tiny buttons, keeping Snape's robes in place. "May I?" "Yes." He nipped at Harry's lips, his chin, along the youth's jaw, to nibble delicately at his earlobe. "Yes, absolutely." His hands slid up under the loose shirt the other wore, slipping up the slim back, long fingers playing over the petal-soft skin, occasionally tracing a scar here and there. Arching into the touch, Harry slowly unbuttoned the buttons until he could slide the black robes down and off Snape's shoulders and arms, and then he got to work on the shirt. It felt so good when Snape touched him, and Harry wanted to do the same to Snape. He wanted to feel the other's skin under his fingertips, lips and tongue. When Harry got the shirt open too, he slowly traced Snape's collarbone with his fingers before moving them down Snape's chest in slow movements, wanting to memorize every inch of it. A soft, pleased noise came from the older man. The warmth of Harry's touch seemed to sink into his skin, reaching past flesh and bone to curl around his heart. His own hands continued to map out Harry's back, intent on learning every last inch of the younger man's skin. A quietly murmured incantation had Harry's shirt disappearing to the floor, giving Severus more skin to touch and stroke. He pressed a key to a scar that rode high on one slim shoulder. It was difficult to concentrate on anything when Snape touched him like that. Harry found himself leaning into every touch, every caress, desperately wanting more. He leaned in and followed the trail of his fingers with his lips, brushing them down Snape's neck and chest only to latch onto a dusky nipple. The little nub felt perfect against his tongue and the taste was pure Snape. Severus groaned, one hand going up to sink into the soft black hair as his other explored Harry's chest and stomach. The slim body, nurtured within Hogwarts walls and by the nutrition potions he'd been coaxing Harry into taking, was finally taking on the proper muscle definition, and the youth's preferred activities of either Quidditch or practicing dueling were creating a beautifully toned body. He reached down to lift Harry's arm to his lips, keying the scar left there by the ritual Pettigrew had performed. He licked along it, worshipping the proof of his lover's bravery with his mouth. He knew Harry still felt guilty for Diggory's death, but he couldn't bring himself to wish for a different outcome, for had Diggory not died, awful as it was that he did, Harry might not have survived that night to be here, in his arms, plying that wicked little mouth on his body and making Severus' head spin. Harry continued his worship of Snape's nipple, laving his tongue over the nub and worrying it between his teeth gently. The sounds that left Severus were delicious and Harry wanted to hear more of them. He switched to the other nub and the hand of his free hand moved lower, caressing Snape's belly, running circles around his navel in teasing movements. Severus' mouth in his arm, tracing the scar he had there, only made Harry hotter. Snape made a little growl and nipped at Harry's wrist. Minx. He licked along one of the youth's fingers and took it into his mouth, beeping on the digit much as Harry was doing to his nipple. Harry looked up so that he could catch Snape's eyes and grinned wickedly. He would show Snape just how much of a minx he could be. He pulled his hand out of Snape's grasp and shifted so that he rested between Snape's legs, his knees resting firmly on the floor. He moved his fingers slowly to the fastenings of Severus' trousers and looked up again just to make sure that this was something the other wanted. The lifted eyebrow clearly said, "Well, get on with it," and the anticipatory heat in Severus' eyes was nearly scorching in intensity. Snape traced his fingers over Harry's cheek, then stroked over the youth's lips. "You best deliver on your silent promise, Harry, or believe me, there will be consequences." The husky note in the man's voice made it clear that retribution for such a tease wouldn't be painful, but it would drive Harry out of his mind. "Saying it like that makes me want to be naughty." Harry grinned and started to move his fingers. "You're just lucky that I can't wait to taste you." The buttons popped one by one and Harry looked almost reverent at the flesh that was exposed to him. "I've dreamed about how you would feel on my tongue, the weight and taste of you." Harry pushed his nose into the verses of the fly and nuzzled Snape's erection. A sound somewhere between a groan and a whine came from the older man. By Merlin, I don't know where you learned to talk like that, but I am most definitely not complaining. Snape shivered at the hot breath ghosting over his stiff flesh. So, my minx, are you going to find out if the reality lives up to the dreams or not? I shouldn't I? Now that I got this treat right in front of me. Harry sounded teasing, but his heart was pounding in his chest. He really wanted this, but he had no experience. What if Snape didn't think he was any good? Taking a breath, he focused on how much he wanted Severus, how much he cared for him. He ran his lips over the silky soft skin of Snape's erection, letting his tongue flick out and lap at the head. Harry moaned at the taste and slipped the beep further into his mouth. Snape's hands flew to the seat cushion and clenched there as he tried to keep from bucking up into Harry's mouth. A loud groan escaped him and he shivered with the sparks of pleasure that shimmied along his senses. Sweet Circe, Harry, your mouth feels so good, pet. That was just what Harry wanted to hear, and he smiled around his mouthful. He wasn't stupid enough to even try to deep-throat the erection. Harry knew that would end in failure, so instead he concentrated on running his tongue over the flesh he did have in his mouth and apply suction. He rubbed and massaged the base of Snape's cock with his hands and bobbed his head. Severus moaned and shuddered under the heady ministrations of his Gryffindor's mouth and hands. Heat lightning seemed to be arcing through his veins, sending his arousal higher, and he had to bite his lip to keep control enough not to arch up into Harry's mouth. Tension coiled low in his belly and he could feel his balls tightening with each movement, lick, and beat that came from the young man between his legs. Harry felt Snape's muscles tense and quiver, and he felt a surge of pride that he was the one making Snape feel like this. He also felt humbled that Severus trusted him enough to let down his guard and allow himself to fall apart under Harry's meager skill. He was so hard just from beeping Snape off. Harry loved the feeling and the taste of the thick erection on his tongue. A low keen came from the older man as the heat built to an almost painful degree and made a bid to escape. Oh gods, Harry, pet, I'm about to see ah. One last clever flick of the tongue had light bursting behind his eyes and tossed him over the edge with a soft cry. The first spurt of semen caught Harry by surprise and he pulled back a little from the force of it, making the rest of them hit his lips and chin. The taste wasn't exactly pumpkin juice, but it wasn't all bad either, just new and strange. It was a piece of Severus after all, and Harry stuck out his tongue and licked his lips clean. I've decided that reality definitely triumphs dream. He spoke softly with his eyes on Snape. The man was gorgeous when he came undone. Severus looked down to meet Harry's eyes and shivered as his libido tried to rise to the occasion. The sight of his cum on Harry's face was almost ridiculously arousing, but he was a little too far past teenage hormones to recover so swiftly. Instead, he reached down and tugged the youth up so he could lick what remained of himself off the Gryffindor's face. Good to know. Sorry about the mess though, pet. Don't you dare apologize, I loved everything about it. Harry said sternly and keyed Snape on the nose and the lips. His own prick was throbbing, but that was okay. This was about Snape. He'd wanted to give Severus pleasure. He wanted to make the other man see how much he was desired. The professor returned the key lazily, his tongue tangling briefly with Harry's as he wrapped his arms around the youth. My minx, you seem to have a natural talent for driving me out of my mind. Good, Harry said smugly and snuggled up against Snape. Then we're equal because you do the same to me. He rested his head on Snape's shoulder and watched the way the flames in the fireplace licked the wood. It was so nice just sitting there close to Severus, and Harry wished that they could stay like that, shutting out the rest of the world and concentrating on each other. He knew it was impossible though, so instead he wanted to make the most of the time they did have. Snape's fingers traced affectionate, nonsense patterns on Harry's skin as contentment seeped into his bones. A passing thought made him chuckle softly. What's so funny? Harry twisted his head so that he could look at the other without lifting it from its comfy position on Snape's naked shoulder. I was just thinking of how I used to think being someone else would make things better for me, but here I am, warts and all, and happier than I ever was when I slipped on the mask of the Half-Blood Prince. He pressed a key to Harry's temple. And all because of a stubborn Gryffindor. Harry blinked. The Half-Blood Prince sounded familiar somehow. Suddenly he remembered the journal-like book filled with spells and potions he'd found in the library, and his eyes widened. "You're the half-blood prince. How? Why?" Harry was feeling a bit confused. "No wonder you agreed to use the spells then, you're even more brilliant than I thought." Another chuckle came from the older man. "Yes, I know. He'd never been the type to use false modesty. My mother was a pure-blooded witch, her family name was Prince. She made the mistake of falling for a muggle man who thought she could use magic to give him the money he was too lazy to work for. Her family disowned her for marrying my father, and all she gave him was her heart and a son. He didn't particularly think either had any worth." Harry wrapped his arms tightly around the other tightly, wanting to let the other know that he had a lot of worth to Harry. "I'm so sorry, Severus." The man was seriously an idiot and completely blind not to see what he had. Harry pressed a key to the side of Snape's neck. He ran his hand down Harry's back in a long stroke. "It hasn't bothered me in a long time, Harry. The only thing that ever truly made me angry was the way he treated my mother. She was so strong, the way she fought to give me as much of a good life as she could. I already know she must have been absolutely wonderful. She was your mother, how could she not have been?" Harry knew plenty about evil and small-minded muggles, but at least the ones he had grown up with weren't his real parents. "She would be so proud of the man you've become. Perhaps who I am now, but if she'd lived to see me join the Dark Lord, she'd have boxed my ears. She never did hold with pureblood elitist views." Severus' fingers traced some unknown pattern on Harry's skin. "When I befriended Lily was, I think, the happiest I'd ever seen her." "Smart woman," Harry said softly and snuggled closer even though he was already pressed tightly against him. Snape closed his eyes and leaned his head against Harry's. "MMHM." He segued to another subject, keeping the tone light as the hours ticked down until it was time for him to dress and go. He pressed a key to Harry's brow. "I have to clean up." Harry fought the urge to wrap himself around Snape like a vine and beg the other not to go. He didn't even make Snape promise to come back to him because with Voldemort one could never be sure. He didn't want Snape to have to break a promise. Why does the time go so fast? Harry wasn't ready to let him go, but then again he didn't think he ever would be. "Be careful, you hear me?" He places keys to every surface of Snape's face. "I always am." He ghosted his lips across the bridge of Harry's nose, then got up to clean himself off and dress in his Death Eater robes. He grabbed his mask, paused in front of Harry, leaning down to steal one final key before leaving. "Try, if you can, to stay out of trouble. You know me, can't make any promises. Will do my best though." Harry smiled cheekily, not wanting to seem clingy or weepy. The sight of the Death Eater robes made Harry recoil and feel slightly sick to his stomach. They made him remember the night at the cemetery in vivid clarity. Harry rose and called for Anguise. He didn't want to stay here when Snape left. He would be worried enough without brooding on his own. The basilisk curled herself around Harry's neck and nuzzled him comfortingly as Severus gave them a final nod, then stepped into the fireplace grate to float to Malfoy Manor, settling his mask on as he did so. He stepped out of the ostentatious fireplace, frowning when he didn't see anyone. "Well, hello Severus, how nice of you to join me." The voice was smooth and low as it purred into Snape's ear before Lucius brought his cane down over Snape's head, watching as the other man crumpled to the floor. It felt classless to beat him over the head to knock him out, but sometimes the simplest things were the best. He cast a levitation spell on the knocked out man and levitated him down several sets of stairs until they ended up in the Malfoy dungeon. Well, it had been a dungeon once, now it was so much more. It was Lucius' personal playroom. He looked at the different hooks, chains and toys lovingly as his chains rose with a flick of his wand and wrapped themselves firmly around Snape, chaining him to cold stone floor. Lucius felt almost giddy trying to decide what he would start with. The Dark Lord needed Snape alive, but he hadn't said anything about Lucius not getting to play. The blonde stroked his fingers over a wicked-looking hook knife with a tender smile. It had been such a long time since he'd been allowed to play, and he would make the most of it. Hermione bit the inside of her cheek as Ron tried, for about the 20th time, to make a white Alfredo sauce. He had cooking the chicken and noodles down, but the sauce was causing problems. Ron's hair stuck up in red tufts all over his head and he had a wild gleam in his eyes as he watched the lumpy sauce with seething hatred. It looked like something that had already been eaten and regurgitated. What in the bloody bollocks of Salazar am I doing wrong? Harry hid his grin. He had a feeling Ron wouldn't take his amusement kindly at the moment. The girl cleared her throat and vanished. The latest disaster. I think that time it was the cheese, it didn't melt all the way. Let's try again. Ron grumbled something about the cheese having it in for him but went back to the stove all the same and started by adding flour and butter in the pot. Now don't be in too much of a hurry and remember to keep stirring to keep the sauce from burning, Harry said as he watched Ron's progress or rather lack thereof from where he was perched on the counter. Hermione nodded. It just takes a little patience is all, and just think of how much Pansy will like that you went to all the trouble. She better, because it will be the bloody death of me. Death by sauce torture. Ron continued stirring and adding ingredients, his eyes not leaving the pot for a moment. Come on Ronnikins, you can do it. Don't let a sauce best you, Harry called out in a teasing manner, chuckling at Ron's answering growl. This time Hermione had to giggle. Harry, be nice. She leaned on the counter next to the brunette and watched as Ron stirred carefully, added the cheese a little at a time and slowly, bit by bit, finally managed to make a successful Alfredo sauce. There's success. Ron watched the sauce in disbelief for a moment before raising his arms in victory. Woohoo! Take that, you evil piece of cheese. I am a sauce-making god. Well done, your godliness. Now you only have to make it again on the actual day. Harry applauded the redhead lazily. Thank you for bursting my bubble, you git. Ron lowered his arms and glared at his friend. And what's with the snark? It's like you're channeling Snape or something. Harry flushed lightly and kept his mouth shut. Hermione suddenly busied herself, cleaning up the mess so as not to give the house elves more work. Harry's always had that little streak of snark, Ron, he just doesn't use it often. Ron didn't look entirely convinced, but he let it go, too elated by the fact that he had finally managed to make the sauce. Now sit down and eat up. I've slaved over this food and you two better bloody well enjoy it. Now who's channeling? I could swear Molly was right in this room. Harry's smirk was back in place. And is that how you plan to invite Pansy to the table too? Harry ducked as Ron pelted him with the dish rag. Hermione laughed at her friends as they all sat down. She thumped Harry's arm when he pretended to poke suspiciously at the food, then struck up a conversation about the latest article in the Daily Prophet. The ministry kept trying to pull their irons out of the fire but only managed to dig themselves deeper. Ever since the interview with Harry, people had been asking questions about strange happenings that the ministry weren't able to sufficiently answer. Plus the whole Umbridge debacle had lowered Fudge to persona non grata. Things were looking up for once in the fight against Voldemort and also in their personal lives. Let's hope it stays that way. Lavender glanced around the corner and nodded at Dean. Malfoy's walking with her. I'll ask him about the potions homework while you handle Hermione. Right. We'll stick to the plan and we'll have them away from those Slytherin's poisonous claws before you know it. Dean nodded and waited for Lavender to get rid of that blonde prince of darkness so that he could get to Hermione. She was so sweet and she desperately needed saving. Dean was happy that he would be her savior from the clutches of evil. Lavender walked up to the blonde taw and twirled a strand of hair around her finger, aiming to look innocently confused. Hey, I have a question about the potions homework. Draco looked at Lavender and narrowed his eyes. This was a first. Brown had never cared about potions before and Draco considered her as intelligent as a chewed piece of gum, but he couldn't ignore her when she asked for help. Okay. He reluctantly removed his arm from around Hermione's waist and focused on Brown. What is it that you're wondering? Hermione brushed a key over his cheek. I have to get to arithmancy. I'll see you later. She nodded at Lavender and bustled down the corridor, feeling somewhat sorry for leaving Draco to deal with Brown. The girl was not really what you'd call bright. Dean waited until Hermione had turned a corner and was well away from the evil git before he pounced. Hermione, could I please have a word with you? Dean herded her into an empty classroom. His palms were sweaty, but he looked forward to breaking the spell that had been placed upon her. The girl blinked in surprise, then frowned. Dean, what on earth? She peered closely at the dark-skinned boy, wondering what was going on. We're worried about you, Hermione. Something needs to be done. Dean watched Hermione with sympathetic eyes and pulled out his wand, pointed it at the brunette and yelled a stern, finite incantatum. He watched Hermione closely to see if something would happen. One brown brow rose incredulously. There had better be a very good reason you just pulled your wand on me, Dean. A very good reason. She had her own wand out. She'd automatically pulled it the minute she'd seen his, and now she watched him as one would a rabid animal crouched to strike. Why wasn't anything happening? The magic the Slytherins had used must be too dark for normal spells. Dean straightened his shoulders, even more determined to save Hermione. Now Hermione, don't panic, but you have been put under some sort of spell. We only need to figure out a way to end it. Haven't you felt different, strange lately? Dean, I don't know why your brain has suddenly ceased functioning, but I am not under any spell. Where in the world would you get the idea that I'm under a spell? There's no other explanation for it. Maybe it's a really strong Imperio. Dean was talking more to himself than to Hermione. Why else would you be with the enemy? Let them touch you. Both you and Weasley have been enchanted by those evil cretins. How many times have they been out to hurt Harry? I know you would never choose one of them out of your own free will. Her jaw dropped. You think I'm under a spell because I'm dating Malfoy? Have you taken leave of all your senses? First, if I was in any way, shape, or form enchanted, Harry and Ron would be the first people to hunt down the culprits and turn them into fertilizer. Second, I know things about Draco that are none of your bloody business that prove he is not the enemy, as you put it. And finally, I certainly don't need you to try and play the hero when I am more than capable of protecting myself, so shove off. Dean gaped and sputtered as he took one step away from the suddenly very scary girl in front of him. We're only trying to look out for you, he pleaded. Ron is under the same spell as you are, and Harry spends almost every free minute down in the dungeons. Something has happened and we want to put it right. Dean needed to get this out there, needed to make her understand. People like that never change. They are tainted by darkness, and it's a stain that will never wash out. Her hair felt like it was bristling. Why you? The only thing that has happened is that we're not blinded by prejudice anymore. I honestly don't know how you got such a stupid notion in your head, Dean Thomas, but let me make this clear. I'm not under a spell. Ron is not under a spell. Harry spends so much time in the dungeons because he has to make lesson plans for Dada. He has to learn the spells he doesn't know before he can teach them to us, you ruddy twit. Now move out of my way. I have a class to get to. Dean reluctantly moved out of the way and watched Hermione storm by. Even he could tell that it was time to back off. Hermione was livid and Dean didn't want to get hexed into something unrecognizable. This whole thing hadn't turned out very well, and now Dean didn't know what to think. If it was a spell, then it was something much too strong for him to handle on his own. The girl stalked down the corridor into arithmancy, mentally cursing stupid boys the entire time and muttering under her breath. Under a spell just because I'm dating Draco, honestly. Draco had finally managed to shake Lavender Brown. He didn't understand why she had even stopped to ask him when it was clear she didn't even have a clue what potion she was supposed to study up on. The whole thing had been a waste of time, and it left Draco annoyed. He really didn't mind teaching, but there just weren't any excuse for stupidity like that. He cast a Tempest Charm and cursed when it became clear that he would be late for class. If Brown's bubble for a brain landed him in detention, he would hex warts all over her face. Dean exited the empty classroom and saw Malfoy rushing down the corridor and moved to block his path. His lips pulled back in a snarl. Malfoy. Yes, Draco was not in the best of moods. What was with all these annoying Gryffindors popping up out of the ground? I don't have time for you right now, Thomas. I'm late for class, if you'll excuse me. He tried to move around the other boy. Dean brandished his wand and continued to block Draco. I don't know what kind of spell you've got Hermione under, but I won't let you keep taking advantage of her. Draco stopped mid-step and locked cold, gray eyes on Thomas. What? Take advantage of her? Spell? Have you been filching the house elves' mushrooms? What are you on about? You're absolutely unhinged. You've obviously put Hermione under a spell. There's no way she'd ever go out with a dirty Slytherin like you otherwise. You're just using her to get close to Harry so you can deliver him to your master. Well, I won't let you keep using her. I'll save her from your clutches. In a flash Draco was behind Dean, pressing the tip of his own wand harshly into the dark-skinned boy's neck. Now you listen carefully. The only reason you're still standing is because despite you obviously having brain rot, you're in Hermione's house and I don't want to upset her. I don't have a master, and if it's Voldemort you're talking about, I don't care about that loon enough to piss on him if he was on fire. Harry is more than capable to take care of himself. I don't need any nefarious plans regarding that. He pressed the wand harder into soft skin. If I was evil I can guarantee I would have you all cowering before me before you could even call for your mother, and you would love me for it and beg me for more. I'm a Slytherin. Now get the hell out of my way and stay away. This is the only warning you will get. She deserves better than a dirty snake like you. Dean shook, fear making his knees weak, though it wasn't enough to shut him up. That's probably the only thing you're right about. She does deserve better than me, but for some reason she has chosen me and I will never willingly give her up. Now get away from me. Oh, and Thomas, I would watch what I eat or drink from now on. Potion genius, remember. That was the tipping point. Dean slumped to the floor in a dead faint. Lavender was twitching a bit all through divination. She hadn't seen Dean since she'd waylaid Malfoy, but she felt that she really couldn't wait to try and help Ron, so she'd just corner him as soon as divination was over. The class ended, and though she normally stayed around to talk to Professor Trelawney, she practically jumped out of her seat and rushed out to catch the redhead. Ron. Ron grimaced slightly but stopped anyway and waved Harry away, watching his best mate run down the stairs to meet up with Hermione and Draco for lunch. Yes, Lavender, what can I do for you? I need to talk to you. It's really, really important. She tugged him off to the side. Listen, I think you're in trouble. You've been bespelled by Parkinson. Ron choked on air and coughed desperately as he looked at Lavender disbelievingly. Come again. What are you on about? I have most certainly not been bespelled. Though she is rather enchanting, isn't she? She's a cow. You've never before so much as looked at a Slytherin twice, except to glare at them, but now you suddenly like one. And the worst one at that. She pulled out her wand and cast Finite Incantatem. There, that should take care of whatever spell she's cast on you. She stepped closer and placed a hand on his chest, eyelashes batting a mile a minute. How do you feel now, 1-1? What the hell? Ron recoiled in horror. The first thing that comes to mind is scared, followed closely by disturbed and somewhat disgusted. And what is wrong with your eyes? He took another step away from her. Just because Pansy is 10 times the woman you will ever be in every single way doesn't give you the right to backtalk her or make wild, unwarranted accusations. Get over yourself and grow up. But Ron, this isn't like you. I'm only thinking about what's best for you. No, you're not. You're thinking about what's best for you and how not having me follow you around like a puppy anymore might be inconvenient. I have found someone I really care about, someone fierce and strong and independent. You should do the same, Lavender. I'm just not that person. It's not because of a spell or charm. It's because I just don't like you that way. 1-1. His name is Ronald. Get it right, Brown. The cool tones of Pansy Parkinson's voice interrupted whatever else Lavender might have said to the redhead. Both Ron and Lavender turned to look at the Slytherin girl, Ron with adoration and gratitude and Lavender with fear. The blonde actually eeped at the sight of the pissed brunette. Pans, am I glad to see you? Ron called out happily. She sauntered over and leaned up to key his cheek. I can see that. Ronald, why don't you head on down to the Great Hall for lunch? Lavender and I, she pinned the other girl with a look, need to have a little girl talk. Okay, don't be too long, I'll save you a seat. Ron looked between the girls and thought it best to run, as fast and as far as he could while he still had the chance. Lavender cowered against the wall as Ron left, taking the stairs with long steps. He was definitely under a spell. He had just left her there with an evil Slytherin bitch. Her 1-1 wouldn't do that. Pansy smiled at the cowering girl. Normally I'd ignore this stupidity, but if you, with your pea brain, have the guts to go after my boyfriend, others might as well. So, she pulled out her wand. I'm going to make an example of you with a handy little spell I learned from Granger. Though to really make my point, I do believe I'm going to put a little more behind it. What are you going to do? Lavender eyed the pansy's wand fearfully. Hex, me and Ron will never forgive you. He'll see what kind of trash you really are. Brown, the only reason Ronald didn't hex you himself is because you're a girl and he's a gentleman. He knows who I am. He knows that I am Slytherin to my core, and that means that I do not like others trying to steal what's mine. She stepped closer, wand still out. Ronald is mine and I have no intention of letting a brainless little bint like you take him away from me. She flicked her wand, casting the spell Hermione had taught her. The word slut wrote itself out in large pimples across Lavender's forehead, and the extra oomph she put into it made sure that every available inch of skin on Lavender developed a horrendous case of acne. Stay away from my boyfriend, Brown, or next time I'll do much, much worse. Lavender slowly brought her hands up to touch her face gingerly, a look of pure dread on her features as she traced the enormous pimples on her forehead. She caught sight of the acne on her hands and arms too, and let out a toe-curling scream before bursting into a storm of tears. How could Pansy threaten to do worse? What could ever be worse than this? Her looks were ruined. Who would ever want her now? She gave Pansy one last fearful glance and covered her face in her acne-covered hands and hurried down the stairs. Lavender needed to hide. She couldn't let anyone see her like this. Pansy's smile was self-satisfied as she tucked her wand away. Brown would find that she was stuck with those pimples for at least a month thanks to the sticking charm she'd used along with the hex. Now to head down and eat lunch with her boyfriend. Ronald, where are you taking me? Pansy fidgeted somewhat uncomfortably as her boyfriend led her through the school. He'd blindfolded her, with her permission of course, and said he had a surprise for her. She'd been expecting him to do something. Honestly, as the closer it came to Valentine's Day, the more nervous he'd gotten, and she was incredibly curious as to what he'd come up with. Patience, Pansy, it's just a little bit further. Ron guided Pansy carefully up the last set of stairs and down the corridor that led to the room of requirement. It had been a battle, but Ron had managed to secure the coveted room before anyone else got to it. He opened the door and took of the Slytherin scarf that had served as a blindfold. Ron had set the room up with care, and he really hoped that Pansy would like it. There were white linen tablecloth, the gleaming china and crystal glasses. Candles were lit everywhere, long slender ones that reached for the ceiling along with short round ones burning merrily in glass jars. One end of the room had transformed itself to a small kitchen, and Ron's food was there, spreading its aroma throughout the room. A vase of baby's breath and white lilacs stood on the middle of the table. I have cooked. Ron rubbed the back of his neck nervously when Pansy remained silent. Will you have dinner with me? Pansy easily recognized the smell of her favorite dish even as her lips parted in surprise at the beautiful setting. This is beautiful, Ronald. She turned and pressed a brief key to his lips. Thank you, and of course I'll have dinner with you. A relieved smile lifted the corners of Ron's mouth, and he led her over to the table and held the chair out for her before he went to get the food. He brought it and served them both, and then took the seat opposite her at the small table. Pansy looked absolutely beautiful in the candlelight, and Ron felt like the luckiest bloke in the world that she was there with him. Please tuck in, I hope you will like it. She lifted the crystal goblet in salute to him before taking a delicate bite of the fettuccine alfredo, and her eyes fluttered closed. She chewed and swallowed, then met his eyes. It's delicious. While she would never be glad that Crabbe and Goyle had attacked her, she was glad it had led to this. To her, seeing the truth of Ronald Weasley, her very own lion-hearted knight. I'm glad. Ron positively beamed and picked up his own fork while he started to tell her about the battles he'd had before he won over the evil cheese. There wasn't a sound sweeter in the world than Pansy's laughter, and Ron knew he would happily spend the rest of his days making sure that she had a reason to laugh and be happy. Hermione looked up from her notes on the rebound spells she'd been researching as she heard a familiar throat clear. Her lips curved up at Draco standing in between the stacks. Good evening. Come to join me. Actually, I've come to ask you to join me. Draco held out a warm, fur-lined velvet cloak along with a furry hat and soft leather gloves. Here, put this on. We don't want you to be cold. She got up and sent her materials back to her dorm with a flick of her wand, then let him help her get the cloak on. She tugged the gloves onto her hands and felt him settle the hat over her hair and looked up at him curiously. Lead the way then. Draco grinned and pulled on his own cloak and gloves, taking Hermione's hand, and led her through a narrow passageway that the twins had shown him until they ended up outside. He knew he was taking a bit of a chance with this since he knew that Hermione wasn't exactly fond of flying. Draco just wanted to show her why he loved it so much. Draco acioed his sleek, top-of-the-line broom, straddled it and held out his hand. "Are you coming?" He was quite proud of himself that his hand wasn't shaking. She eyed the broom with skepticism. Flying truly was not her thing, and really the ride on Buckbeak hadn't helped, but her gaze rose to his and she took his hand, letting him guide her into sitting sideways on the broomstick in front of him. He slid his arms around her, making sure she was secure, and grabbed the broom handle in front of her and slowly kicked off the ground. Draco kept them close to the ground to begin with, flying them in lazy circles over frozen fields and trees glittering with frost. The sun was setting and Draco brought them higher just as the first stars lit in the sky. "I will never let you fall, Hermione. I just want you to see the world the way I love to see it." She had made a little eep as they'd gone higher and hidden her face against his chest, hands clutching the edges of his cloak. She knew he was excellent on a broom, almost as good as Harry, and that he'd hex himself to oblivion before he let her come to harm, but a lifetime of nerves regarding heights was a little hard to overcome. Still, he was trying to do something special for her, and he did have his arms securely around her, so she peeked cautiously from her visual safe haven and caught her breath at the sight of the world all covered in white, with the stars and the moon twinkling merrily away and the trees and shrubs looking a bit like toy models for a train landscape. "It's the best feeling in the world. When I fly I can leave everything that troubles me behind and just be one with the sky. It's vast and never-ending, and it always welcomes you." Draco spoke softly in her ear as he guided them higher yet, showing her Hogwarts from the sky. He circled the astronomy tower until they reached the top and then landed there. There was a blanket already laid out and a large basket was waiting for them. Draco had cast a warming charm on top of the tower so the air there was pleasantly toasty. "Are you ready for a picnic under the stars?" She smiled and let him help her sit down. "I like the sound of that." She pursed her lips in consideration. "Do you know, I think that is the first time I've been up in the air without there having been any crisis being the reason I'm in the air." "It was about time then," Draco replied and pulled off his gloves with his teeth so that he could set up the food from the basket. It was nothing extraordinary, just sandwiches and butterbeer, and eclairs of course. Draco loved desserts. "Me and Blaze used to sneak up here and get drunk on fire whiskey. I must say I like the present company better though." Draco smiled and handed Hermione a sandwich. Rather than scold him, she shook her head and chuckled. "You, breaking rules. Say it isn't so." She bit into the sandwich, eyes twinkling in amusement. "I know, it's almost unthinkable, but alas, it's true." Draco put on his most angelic and innocent expression, making him look very much like a wolf in sheep's clothing. "I blame Blaze. He steered me down the wrong path and took advantage of my innocence." She nearly choked as she swallowed at that before bursting into laughter. "Well, I can't say I've never broken rules either. I do believe I've shattered one or two even. I even stole from Professor Snape's restricted potions cabinet in second year to make Polyjuice potion in Moaning Myrtle's bathroom. I'm shocked beyond belief. I don't know what to do with this information." Draco put his hand over his heart with a stricken expression that quickly turned into a grin. "Out of curiosity, who were you?" "I know the dynamic duo were Crabbe and Goyle. It didn't take much to figure that out once I found the two trolls sleeping in that broom closet, but where were you?" She groaned and covered her face in with a hand, her cheeks turning red in embarrassment. "In the hospital ward. I tried to get a bit of Millicent Bulstrode's hair, but, well, she's a lot sharper than I thought then. I never could get so much as a strand from her head. I thought I lucked out when I got a hair from off her robe." She peeked at him from between her fingers. It turned out to be a cat hair. Draco burst out laughing. He laughed so hard that his ribs ached. "You got hair from Sugarpaws, oh you poor thing." Draco pictured Hermione in cat features and laughed even more, though he filed away the idea of cat ears for later use. She had to laugh too. The way he did so with such abandon, so rare for him, invited it. So a giggle slipped out even though her face still burned red. "I suppose it was a funny sight. I was so embarrassed though, and poor Ron and Harry were horrified, before they started laughing anyway. Luckily Madame Pomfrey set me to rights and even agreed to keep quiet about it." She loved seeing him with his eyes shining in happiness. All too often she'd see Draco looking much like Harry did, as if the weight of the world was on his shoulders, so it was wonderful to see him laughing and carefree. I'm glad Madame Pomfrey helped you. I do believe I prefer the non-furry version. Draco still had a huge smile on his face as he leaned forward and keyed her softly. She leaned into the gentle key asterisk, lashes fluttering down for a few moments before it ended. She moved a bit of hair out of his eyes and traced her fingers down his cheek. He still had the pointy nose and chin and the arrogant air that was positively bred into his bones, but there was absolutely not a more beautiful man to her in the world than her Draco. Thank you for showing me the good in flying. Thank you for trusting me enough to get on the broom. Draco buried his hand in her wild curly hair and pulled her closer for another key. Everything about Hermione was warm, soft and beautiful. When he was with her, Draco could actually believe that maybe he could become a good man one day. As long as she believed in him, he could do anything. Happy Valentine's Day. Anguise hissed at her guardian as he was about to pull down another book from the shelf in the old library with carvings of the old ones on the bookcases. They had been down here since waking and it was far past time for rest. Guardian needs sleep, not more reading. Harry blinked and realized how late it actually was. He had taken refuge down in Salazar's library to get away from the hearts, candy and all the coupley stuff. He wasn't exactly in the mood for Valentine's Day with Snape gone with the Death Eaters. I'm sorry, little one, we'll go back to the tower. He placed the book back on the shelf and turned out the lights. Are you hungry? No, I found some plump juicy mice not long ago. Nest now. The basilisk gave an exaggerated yawn. Good, go to sleep if you want to, I'll go straight to bed myself. Harry picked her up and wrapped her around her neck as he slid into his invisibility cloak and slunk up to the Gryffindor tower. He still didn't want to run into anyone, so he quickly got ready for bed. Anguise made a happy hiss to be up against the warmth of her guardian. Dungeons got cold. After her guardian had slid under the covers, she slithered to curl up on his chest contentedly, falling into a light doze. Harry tossed and turned in restless sleep, his occlumency barriers weakened by his worry, his scar ached and he was covered in cold sweat. His mind was invaded with images, horrible scary images of Severus chained to a cold and dirty floor. Lucius Malfoy standing over him with a smirk on his features and blood dripping from the silver snake head on his cane. Harry tried to cry out, but he had no voice. He couldn't do anything except watch in horror. A silent scream left his throat as black robes billowed and he saw Voldemort himself stand in front of Snape, grabbing his hair and tilting his chin up, showing what a mess Snape was, bruised and bloodied but not broken. Lucius returned with a bottle and Harry caught whispers of Veritaserum as they forced Snape's mouth open and forced the potion down his throat. Harry woke screaming. Harry! Hermione hovered worriedly at his side, Ron and Neville just behind her. Harry's familiar had fetched them and brought them here just as he sat bolt upright screaming. What is it? He's got him. Oh God, Voldemort has him, he knows. Harry's eyes were wild and unseeing and he was breathing harshly, voice hoarse from screaming. She put her hands on his shoulders and made him focus on her. Harry, look at me. She waited until recognition bloomed in his eyes. Who does Voldemort have? Harry slumped against Hermione. Severus. He's got Severus chained to a floor. They've hurt him, beaten him, and the last thing I saw was them forcing him to drink Veritaserum. They are going to know everything. Severus being a spy, Draco changing sides, and Narcissa being with Sirius. They're going to kill him, my own. Harry's eyes were tortured. Ron furrowed his brow. He understood that this was really bad news, but he had never seen Harry this broken up about anything or anyone before. Hermione inhaled sharply. She'd suspected that Harry had fallen for their potions master, of course, but seeing it was a punch in the gut when it was this tormented heartbreak. Then we'll have to get to him before they do. She glanced over her shoulder at Neville. Neville, go get Pansy and Draco. They may have an idea where Professor Snape might be held. Right. He was out of the room like a shot. The girl met her friend's eyes. Harry, we will not let him die. It will take time for Voldemort to question him about everything, and I doubt even that madman will want to lose even the slightest bit of information that could prove useful. Veritaserum only compels answers to questions asked. I can't lose him, Hermione. I can't. Ron's mouth opened in a silent gasp of surprise when he finally got it. Harry and Snape. Snape and Harry. Ron couldn't wrap his head around it. Snape was so old and grumpy and evil, and Snape. Picturing them together was not pleasant. It actually kind of made Ron's skin crawl, but still, as he watched his best friend looking so broken and so sad, Ron knew that he would walk through fire to get the slimy old git back to Harry. Hermione's voice was strong and firm. "You are not going to lose him. We won't let that happen." She straightened and looked over at Ron. "You two get dressed and get your wands. I'll do the same, and then we'll head to the common room." Ron nodded and coaxed a nearly catatonic Harry out of the bed and made him get dressed in worn jeans and a soft sweater. "Come on, Harry, get a hold of yourself. Turn on the hero powers. We're going to save him, but it won't work with you in this state. Pull it together." Ron didn't want to be cruel, but Harry really couldn't afford to fall apart right now. Harry glared but then gave a soft sigh and nodded. He knew that Ron was right. The redhead got dressed too, grabbed his wand, and the two of them made it down to the common room as quickly as they could. Anguise was already down there waiting, and she slithered up to curl around Harry's neck, hissing comfortingly to him. Neville came in, followed by Draco, Pansy, and Luna as well. He took a look at the two boys dressed and nodded. "Be right back." Then he dashed up to the dorm room to toss some clothes on himself and grab his wand. Pansy moved over to Ron, somewhat pale and worried. "Neville said that you know who has Professor Snape. What's going on?" "Well, Snape's been a spy for the Order of the Phoenix. The good guys for the longest time. Now it seems as if he's been found out, and you know who has him captured." Ron whispered quietly to Pansy, trying to fill her in. Draco was pale and tense. Snape was his godfather, and he cared more about the man that he did his father. Snape had been the one he could come to with all his troubles and questions. They were told the short version of Harry's dream, and Draco tensed even more. "Chained to the floor, you say? I think I know where he is. He's at the manor. That room has Daddy Dearest written all over it." Hermione settled the BD dye bag she'd brought down with her more firmly around her waist, her jaw tight and eyes positively infuriated. She'd like to have free rein to hex Lucius Malfoy into oblivion. "What's the best way to get in and out then? I somehow doubt Lucius is the only Death Eater about there, so we'd better be ready for a nasty fight. The manor is unplottable and heavily warded. Besides this place, it's probably the most secure place in Britain." Draco sighed. "As long as Father hasn't changed the wards, I should be able to get us in. The best bet we have is coming by air. Maybe we can make use of our animagus forms too." Ron raised a hand. "And the ones that doesn't have any animagus forms, what about us?" "As I said, by air. I hope you all have your brooms ready." Draco had started to pace around the room. Harry was very quiet and still, but he was listening intently to everything that was being said. His whole being called out for Severus, and he would get to him even if he had to tear the manor apart brick by bloody brick. Pansy frowned. "I don't think the brooms will be fast enough. What else could we fly?" Luna stepped forward. "Why don't we ride the Thestrals? They are fast and they can carry our weight without problems." "Thestrals?" Ron asked questioningly. "Yes, the horse-like creatures that pulls the carriages from the Hogwarts Express to the school." Luna nodded. Hermione nodded. "Right. Hagrid had a lesson on them, remember, Ron? You and I couldn't see them, but Harry could. So we take the Thestrals. We really don't have time to make a long, complicated plan, so let's keep it simple. We are just going in to get Professor Snape and then get out as fast as we possibly can. No doing anything stupid that might get us killed, captured, or hospitalized. And no claiming vengeance." She pinned Harry and Draco with a stern look, in and out. "Got it. Got it." They both echoed and eyed each other warily, causing Ron to chuckle despite the seriousness of the situation. "Then let's go," Harry said. He was antsy and he just wanted to get going. "If anything happens, we'll just have to wing it along the way. We can't afford to lose any more time. Severus doesn't have much time left." Hermione nodded sharply. "You've got the Marauders map. Filch may be busy interrupting the trysts all over the school, but we need to get out of here fast, and I don't want to risk him waylaying us." "I've got it right here." Harry waved the parchment in the air. They looked at it closely so that they would be able to avoid Filch as they made their way out to the forest where the Thestrals were. They all crept carefully through the castle and out through a secret passageway and then ran to where the thestrals were pinned up. Hermione and the others who couldn't see the animals had a bit of confusion on where and how to get up on them, but Luna, Harry, and Neville helped them before mounting a thestral each. The creatures spread their wings and took off into the sky, somehow knowing precisely where their riders wished for them to go. They landed not far from a horse paddock outside a large manor and dismounted, creeping as close as they dared risk without fear of being caught. Hermione looked around at them all and nodded before turning to Draco and whispering, "All right, you're up. Be careful." Draco nodded and slipped forward. He was fairly confident that Lucius hadn't altered the wards. If he had, they wouldn't even have made it into the paddock. Lucius was power-mad and paranoid. He liked to have his back free and know he was untouchable. He made it into the antechamber from a back door and managed to alter the wards so that the alarm wouldn't go off for any of the Hogwarts students. Draco wasn't a Slytherin for nothing. Of course the wards was only one of their problems. The Death Eaters patrolling the manor was a much bigger one. Draco sent a Patronus to Hermione to let the others know that the wards were down. It didn't take long for them to slink into the antechamber and join him. Neville looked around nervously. "Any idea how many Death Eaters are here?" "I don't think it's too many," Luna answered. "Not if you think logically. Lucius is still trying to keep up good appearances in front of the Ministry. My guess is that it's only you-know-who's personal guard." "Oh well, lovely." Neville looked decidedly green. Hermione grimaced. "The best of his rats. Well, we'll just have to try to avoid them and go for a quiet hex when we can't." "Draco, where's the dungeon?" "Why, in the basement, of course. Where all the dungeons worthwhile are placed." Draco was feeling nervous and on edge and reverted back to snarkiness. "The door that leads down there is located in Father's study." "Oh, that's just great. That will make getting down there so much easier." Ron's voice dripped with sarcasm. Pansy's lips twitched despite her nervousness. "Let's quit nattering on and get to it then. Draco, you know the way, start leading." Draco rolled his eyes but started to lead them down the lavish antechamber and into a winding corridor. The mansion was surprisingly light and airy for a place that held so much dark magic. It was huge and empty. It didn't seem as if anyone was actually living there. To Draco it was as if all personality of the house had disappeared along with his mother. They made it to the study quickly and they all snuck in the on-quiet feet. Harry was going crazy. He was in the same building as Severus and he still felt helpless. He knew this was the way to go, but that didn't stop his urges to draw his wand and just blast his way to Severus, consequences be damned. Hermione brushed her hand over Harry's shoulder as Ron locked the door quietly behind them all, offering silent comfort and also a reminder to keep control. She whispered to Ron, "Pansy, Luna and Neville, you four stand guard here in case one of the Death Eaters tries to get in. If that happens, send a Patronus to warn us." She looked at Harry and Draco. "We'll go down. Draco, can you deal with Lucius if he's still there while Harry and I get Professor Snape unchained?" Tensing a bit, Draco nodded. He would have to deal with Lucius sooner or later, so why not just get it over with? "I'll do my best," he replied with a stern nod. The others nodded too, taking up positions where they could guard the door and be prepared if someone was to enter. "Good luck and don't do anything stupid," Ron called to the three of them that was going down to the basement. Hermione looked at him with a brow raised as if to say, "Stupid? With me there." "Same to you, Ron." She nodded to Draco and then the three of them crept down the cold stone stairs, along a corridor, and paused, leaning against the wall just beside a stone archway. Voices echoed from the chamber and Hermione shivered as the cold, not quite sane voice of Voldemort hissed clear as crystal. "So you've been Dumbledore's since I announced which child I would kill. You, my most loyal, faithful servant, turned your back on me. For what, Severus?" The twisted parody of a man reached down and traced his fingers along the cut that had lay Snape's cheek open, coating the corpse-gray fingers in crimson. "For a worthless mudblood." Severus, despite being bloody, bruised, chained to the floor, and in obvious pain from the numerous torture spells used on him, lifted his chin stubbornly. "For a friend I knew you would not spare." The snake-like man sneered. "A friend, Severus? You call Lily Potter a friend? A woman who turned her back on you? Who, using your allegiance to me as an excuse, refused to forgive you for a single insult spoken in a moment of bruised pride and pain. Even after you put aside that pride to literally beg her forgiveness. A woman who chose to become the wife of a man who had tormented you thousands of times without cause. A woman who became a dear friend and confidant of a man who nearly caused your death. Who even years after your argument still refused to forgive you. You call that a friend, Severus? One worth going through this? Voldemort gestured at the battered potions master, to protect her son. You're protecting the son of a cruel mudblood whore, not a friend, my dear Snivellus. Snape inhaled sharply and spat at the Dark Lord, blood-tinged saliva splattering on the freakish cheek. You can and will go to hell, Tom Riddle. Tell me how many of the others know that you're a half-blood who never even knew magic was real before Dumbledore showed up at the orphanage. A venomous hiss came from the Dark Lord. Insolent traitor. He whipped the back of his hand swiftly against Severus' wounded cheek, the crack echoing sharply. Harry tried to rush forward instantly, but Hermione and Draco held him back. He wanted to get to Severus, wanted to get him out of there so that he wouldn't be hurt anymore. Also his mind whirred with the things that was said about his mother. Was it really true? Had she shunned and refused to forgive Severus for just one mistake? Had she been that petty? Harry was losing faith in both his parents, and it hurt. No matter that he had never known them, it hurt to have his illusions crushed. Draco nodded to a small niche just out of sight of the men in the dungeon, and they quickly made their way to it, still with a firm hold on Potter to keep him from rushing forward. Hermione looked at Draco and lifted her wand, angling her head toward Lucius. Then she gripped Harry's shoulder and made sure both boys were looking at her before mouthing, "Wait until I have a clear shot at Voldemort." Once they'd nodded, she turned her attention to the scene before them again. Lucius stood watching Snape bleeding on the floor with a disgusting smirk on his face that made her want to hex him herself, but she'd leave that to Draco. Then she spotted something slither out of the corner of her eye and nearly cursed out loud when she saw a humongous snake looking in their direction. Their time had officially run out. Voldemort shifted just as Nagini began to hiss something at him, and Hermione flicked her wand, Reducto, sending the vile bastard flying into the stone wall. Stupefy! Draco shouted as he pointed his wand at his father and stunned him. Lucius' surprised and angry expression gave way to a blank look as the elder Malfoy hit the floor. Harry was firing spells around him, trying to get all the Death Eaters even as he made his way to Severus and cast an unlocking charm on the chains that bound him. Hermione reached into the BD dye bag she'd strapped on and retrieved 2 phials, one which she threw down at the feet of a pair of Death Eaters who tried to charge them. It exploded all over the 2, and in a puff of yellow smoke they weren't Death Eaters any longer but turtles. The other she handed to Harry to give to Snape. It's a mild healing potion. It'll take care of his wounds enough that he'll be able to walk with support. Then she ducked a beam of green light and cast a Sectum Sempra at a pair of other Death Eaters. As soon as the chains had fallen off, Snape had tried to stand, hissing when his knee gave way from an earlier blow from Lucius Kane. The sudden assault on the Death Eaters had shocked him, but not nearly as much as the sight of worried and near-infuriated bottle-green eyes. His voice was rough from screams and lack of water as he scolded his lover. "You realize I fully intend to plunge Gryffindor's house points into the negative for this stunt, correct? You can do that all you want as soon as we get out of here," Harry replied as he held on to Severus tightly, not willing to let him go even for the chance to take a shot at Voldemort. Snape was more important. He was the most important person in Harry's life. "Here, drink this." Harry handed Snape the healing potion after having uncorked the phial. Draco had cast a rope charm on both Lucius and Voldemort, binding them tightly, but he didn't know how long it would hold them. "We should get out of here as quickly as we can," he called with a worried look to the bound dark wizards. Hermione yelped as a Death Eater grabbed her arm, then she spun and kicked him or her hard in the groin and added insult to injury by casting a Stupefy curse on them. No kidding. Ignis Degluber. The fire whips lashed out at several Death Eaters at once and gave Hermione the opportunity to grab another phial from her bag, throwing it to turn another group of Death Eaters into newts that scattered like frightened sparrows. "Oh, I hope someone drops them in a cauldron." Snape drank the potion. Adequate, but it won't fix everything." He held out his hand and concentrated. Accio wand. His wand flew into his grasp and he cast a powerful stunning spell at the remaining Death Eaters. Let's go, now. Sweet Circe. Hermione's scream came at the sight of the large hybrid snake lunging for Snape and Harry. Anguish suddenly struck from her coiled position around her guardian's neck, leaping forward off the youth and sinking her fangs into the freakish familiar of Voldemort. Being smaller, she was able to dart away from any retaliation just before the other snake began writhing in pain. Evil snake gives us a bad name. Hermione dashed forward and scooped Anguish up. Okay, time to go. Draco, help Harry with the professor, and I swear if one more Death Eater pops out at us, I'm turning them into a rat and letting Anguish eat them. Severus limped after the Gryffindor girl with Harry and Draco's support and chuckled in amusement. I'm loath to admit it, but I'm impressed. Thank you, little one, you did very good. Harry hissed at Anguish even as they made their way as quickly as they could up the stairs away from the dungeon and its many threats. You really didn't think that I wouldn't come for you, right? Harry asked Severus, and Draco turned his face away to give them at least a little privacy. Snape grimaced as his ribs protested the fact that he was moving. I didn't think you would know what had happened. How did you? I might have had a teeny little vision. Harry replied somewhat sheepishly. He couldn't regret that though, not when it showed him that Severus was in trouble. They got up to Lucius' study again and was met with 4 wands pointed at them as they opened the door. Ah, good, you've got him. Now let's get out of here. This place gives me the creeps. Ron lowered his wand. Hermione looked at the open study door and the Death Eaters either unconscious or incapacitated just beyond it. She frowned at 4 of the Cretans who looked to be tied up with. Are those vines? Neville gave her a sheepish smile. It's a small hybrid of Devil's Snare. Hermione shook her head. You, Neville, are one of a kind. She looked back at the 3 wizards just behind her, frowning in concern at the blood dripping down Snape's torso from a wound near his collarbone. Okay, let's go. They all headed out as fast as they could towards the paddock where the Thestrals waited. Neville helped Harry and Draco set Snape up on one of the creatures, then went to mount his own. They had all gotten on when they heard a furious roar come from the manor. Pansy turned white. I think that's our cue. All of them nodded and motioned the Thestrals into the air. Harry was seated behind Severus, unwilling to let him go even in the air. I think Voldemort found his pet. He whispered in the potions master's ear as they soared through the ear towards Hogwarts as quickly as the wind. More than a pet, I think. He's always been disturbingly close to that monstrosity. Severus kept hold of the Thestral with one hand, but his other was stroking along Harry's arm, drawing emotional strength and a feeling of safety from the youth. You were mad to have come, but I am glad you did. I had to come, you understand that, right? There was no way I could have left you there. Harry wrapped his arms tighter around Snape, being careful not to jostle or hurt the man more. Blimey, he really loves the git. Ron spoke softly to himself. He had accepted that Harry had feelings for Snape more or less, but now he saw that his friend truly did love the other. He didn't really understand it himself, but he would support Harry to his last breath. Merlin only knew that the kid deserved to love and be loved. Severus turned his head to brush his lips against Harry's chin, a little fuzzy from blood loss and adrenaline rush, just enough not to care who saw. I know. I would have come for you were our situations reversed, so I know. I know you would have. Harry nodded and nuzzled the man's tangled hair. Now let's get you home and up to Poppy so that you can be all fixed up. Harry nudged the Thestral to go faster, and he was relieved when the ragged silhouette of Hogwarts came into view. Snape had been growing heavier and heavier in his arms, and Harry knew that Snape was fighting unconsciousness even with the pain potion he had taken. Days of torture were bound to take their toll. Hagrid's eyes went wide when he saw the Thestrals and their passengers as he was putting some slop in the trough for the pigs kept for Hogwarts feasts, and he dropped the bucket and ran towards them. Harry, what in the name of Merlin's pants are you? Is that Professor Snape? Severus looked wearily at the half-giant. Hagrid, could I impose on you to assist me to the infirmary? Oh, of course, Professor. He lifted the potions master with a gentleness that would surprise those who didn't know him and began striding towards the castle. You lot take care of the Thestrals as you've taken them out then. He glanced down at his side where Harry was half running to keep up with him but didn't ask what was going on. Not yet, it was more important to get Snape to Madame Pomfrey. Luna watched them go and calmly picked up a raw steak from her bag and divided it to give it to the Thestrals as a treat for carrying them as they slowly walked back into the forest. "Did you know that your girlfriend walks around with raw meat in her purse?" Ron asked Neville, looking just a little bit shocked. Neville just smiled. "She likes to feed the creatures she finds and they're not all herbivores." He went to join Luna in feeding the Thestrals, leaving Ron and the others staring in his wake. Pansy moved to snug into Ron's side. "Match made in heaven, that I suppose. No one else would just shrug that off, I think." "You're right about that," Ron answered and wrapped his arm tightly around Pansy. He still looked a little queasy. "I'm glad they have each other." Ron keyed her temple. "And I'm glad I have you. You were brilliant back there, by the way. That nose-breaking spell was bloody amazing." "And efficient." She smiled. "You weren't too bad yourself. Had you held a sword in your other hand, I'd have thought I was seeing Godric Gryffindor reincarnated." Hermione chuckled at them and headed for the shed connected to the paddock. She assumed there would be blankets for the Thestrals in there, and really, considering all the creatures had done for them this night, they deserved to be warm at the very least. Once inside though, she found herself slumping to sit on a bale of hay, rubbing her shaking hands over her face as the adrenaline finally caught up with her. God. Gray eyes watched her from the doorway of the shed, and Draco hurried over, knelt by her side and wrapped his arms tightly around her. "Hey, it's okay, we did it. You hexed you-know-who into a wall so forcefully that he passed out. That was fantastic." He rocked her slowly. "We made it out and Snape will be okay." Draco fell silent and just kept holding Hermione. He would never be able to go home again. His father was not the forgiving kind, and Draco had raised his wand against him. That equaled a death sentence. It didn't matter though, or at least that was Draco liked to tell himself. They had gotten Snape out and none of them had gotten hurt. That had to be worth something. She turned into him and slipped her arms under his to cling hard. "I know, and I've known that the fight's been coming for a while. That's why I had those files, but..." She pressed her face hard into his shoulder. "We were lucky, Draco, and I am not about to pretend otherwise. All Voldemort's true best, aside from the little worm that is Lucius, are still in Azkaban, and if that snake had noticed us sooner, we wouldn't have gotten through this so lightly. That was a very lucky reducto, but he's going to be worse now." She leaned into him. "I'm afraid, for you and your mum, for Harry and Ron and everyone else I care about. And ooh, if he didn't have a reason to hate Muggleborns before, boy does he have one now." You're right about everything you say. I'm worried too, but on the other side I think we scared him. Now he knows that he can be beaten, and I think it scares the crap out of him." Draco nuzzled her soft brown hair. "We'll make sure your parents are safe and the rest of us. We'll train and watch each other's back until this bastard is nothing but dust in the wind." She closed her eyes and let his presence calm the storm shaking her inside and out. "I wish Barty Crouch Jr. wasn't just a soulless husk so I could hex him without feeling guilty." She sighed softly. "Whatever Voldemort does now is bound to be very, very ugly, but you're right. We'll see each other through it." She pulled back lightly so she could look at his face. "Once we get indoors, we'll have to flow your mum and Sirius and let them know what happened tonight. They'll need the forewarning." Draco grimaced. "Oh Merlin, I do not want to have this conversation with my mother. She can be very, very scary, you know." Draco rose and pulled Hermione up by her hands. It was time to leave the shed and return to the castle. Outside, Ron, Pansy, Neville and Luna were waiting for them so that they all could go to the castle together. Ron was just about to open his mouth and say something entirely inappropriate about how they had spent their time in the shed when Pansy shoved her pointy elbow in his side and made him close his mouth again with a loud snap. Hermione smiled in gratitude at the girl. "Come on, I know we've all got people to write or flow before we get some rest after tonight." Pansy nodded. "Plus I want to check on the professor. He looked awful when Hagrid took him. I've got a question though, Granger." The Gryffindor tilted her head in curiosity. "What is it? When the bloody hell did he and Potter get together?" Hermione saw Neville and Ron both nod in agreement to that question, and her lips twitched before she burst into outright laughter. "Oh, I needed that. I'll tell you what I know on the walk back. I first really noticed it on Yule night." The group made their way to the castle as she told them about the mistletoe key and other signs she'd noticed since that gave a rough point of when the two former antagonists had become so much more. She just hoped that Snape was going to be alright. There was no telling what he'd been through while down in that dungeon. Poppy had outright shrieked at the sight of Snape before snapping into a flurry of motion to take care of him. At first she'd tried to shoo Harry out, but he'd refused to budge, and the fiery gleam in his eye had made it clear that trying to move him would only result in serious failure. Since then she'd been setting broken bones, pouring blood replenishment potions down his throat and closing wounds. She'd set the broken fingers, and a spell was knitting the bone back together quickly, as she knew how important full use of his hands was to Severus, and was now tending the severe lash marks that scored his back, tutting all the while. Harry was sitting right next to Snape's cot, watching every movement worriedly. He wanted to take a hold of one of Snape's hands, but he refrained from it because he didn't want to hurt the other. That was the last thing he wanted. Still, he hoped that Severus could feel his support, that he was at least somewhat comforted by Harry's presence, because there was no way that he was leaving. Suddenly the doors to the infirmary bust open and Dumbledore stomped inside with billowing nightshirt and dress robes. What in the name of all the founders are going on here? Poppy gave the headmaster a dirty glare and snapped, "What does it look like, headmaster? Severus has been hurt and I am healing him. Keep your voice down and don't you dare disturb my other patients or I'll toss you out myself." Severus' lips twitched in amusement at her scolding the man before he met Dumbledore's gaze steadily. "I'm afraid it was a trap, Albus." The younger Crabbe and Goyle apparently were brought before Voldemort to explain why they were expelled, and let it slip that I could have easily brought Potter to him with the amount of time he now spends in my company. His voice was still rough and weary. He resorted to Veritaserum. "I am sorry, Albus." Dumbledore looked troubled for a while, but then sighed and straightened his glasses. "You have nothing to be sorry for, Severus. We both knew that it was only a matter of time. The thing that troubles me most is several students suddenly vanishing from their beds in the middle of the night. The school cannot turn a blind eye to that." Harry raised his chin defiantly. He would not apologize for leaving to save Severus. He would do the same thing all over again if he had to. "Oh, what's done is done, I suppose." Dumbledore sounded resigned. "I will turn more attention to the objects I spoke to you about, Severus. I have a very good lead to where one of them resides." "Albus." The potions master snapped at the man. "The bloody term is Horcrux. Use it and do not give me that look. I already told Harry about the bloody prophecy, so unless there's more to it than you let me know after I came to you, he knows. Stop hiding things, you're just as bad as he is." "Severus." Dumbledore looked absolutely shocked. "I'm nothing like him. It's just that Harry here is still a child. There's so much he doesn't need to be burdened with yet." "I'm not a child, headmaster," Harry argued, sitting up straighter. "With all due respect, I'm the one who has been fighting Voldemort for close to 5 years now, and every secret you keep only makes it harder for me. I'm telling you all you need to know." Dumbledore replied stubbornly. "Very well, Severus, I see that you're in good hands, and I will speak to you more when you are feeling better." Albus wrapped his robes around him and glided out of the room without another look. Snape cursed vilely as the old bastard left. "Senile, half-mad old idiot Gryffindor." Pansy's face poked around the door just then. "Glad to hear you feel better, Professor. You must if you're insulting the headmaster again. Miss Parkinson, were you sent to see if the way was clear?" "Oh no. Ronald, Draco, and Longbottom are getting yelled at from various flows by their mothers, well, grandmother in Longbottom's case, and I escaped before Lady Malfoy could turn her attention to me." She looked over at Harry. "I expect you'll be receiving a howler or two, Potter." "Great," Harry said sarcastically. "Thank you for the warning, Pansy. I should be getting used to them by now, but for some reason they are just as unpleasant every single time." He turned green eyes on Snape. "And what's with the Gryffindor bashing? I'm a Gryffindor, remember." Severus' lips turned up to a soft smile. "True, but you're a Gryffindor with some small measure of sense, some of the time." Pansy laughed and moved over to press a key to her head of House's cheek. "I am very glad Potter had that vision, Professor. Slytherin House would miss you greatly. Besides, we all have a little Gryffindor in us from time to time." She then moved to Harry and keyed his scar and gave him a hug, whispering to him, "Thank you for loving him and saving him." She stepped back and gave them a cheeky grin. "I'm going to tell the Snakes that you're back, Professor." Then she left the hospital wing. Harry was flustered and blushing after Pansy's words. At the same time it felt really good to have it all in the open. Harry was not ashamed of loving Snape, not at all. I'm glad you're okay too, that you're safe for now. I couldn't do without you, Severus. The older man met his eyes. That goes both ways, so next time you indulge in your hero complex, keep that in mind. It was said lightly, a gentle tease meant to elicit a smile. Poppy finished with the wounds on his back and helped him to lay down, hiding her own smile at these two idiots. The bone knitting spell will finish in an hour, until then don't even move your hands. Mr. Potter, I assume you can attend to his basic needs then. Absolutely, I will make sure he doesn't move as much as a muscle before he's allowed to. Harry answered seriously but with a gleam in his eyes as he watched Severus. I'll get him anything he needs and I promise to come get you if you're needed, but for now I wouldn't want to keep you from your bed any longer. Good lad. There's a pair of Hufflepuffs over there, she pointed to a corner that was curtained off, who ran afoul of Bubo Tuberpuss, so don't talk too loudly. She reached out and pat him on the head before bustling off to get some sleep. Harry dragged the chair even closer and leaned his head so that he could rest it on Snape's chest. He looked up at the face of his loved one and felt a tremor of fear at how close he had come to lose him forever. I guess we're not much of a secret anymore. I'm glad. I want to show you off and love you in the open, and know you have no reason not to let me spend the nights. Harry gave him a smile tinged by just a bit of naughtiness. Everything came crashing down now that he knew that Severus was there and that he would be okay. Harry felt both giddy and emotionally drained, and it left him feeling almost high. The older man gave him a smile. Minx, come up here. Smiling back, Harry moved his head so that he could press his lips softly against Severus. This will have to do until you're fully healed. I'm not going to hurt you more. Harry whispered more keys over Snape's face. Severus turned his head to capture Harry's lips a second time, nipping at the youth's bottom lip. There, that should hold me. He nudged the edge of Harry's jaw with his nose. I intend to rest, you do the same, Harry. I will, Severus. You just sleep and get better. Harry got up from the chair he was sitting on and transfigured the rickety thing to a large, plush armchair. He curled up in it and pulled his robes around him like a blanket, making sure that Anguise was warm and comfortable where she lay wrapped around him. Harry took one of Snape's hands in his own and finally allowed his eyes to fall shut. The next morning Hermione poked her head into the hospital ward, smiling at the sight of Harry's head resting on the bed beside Snape and the professor's long fingers carting through her sleeping friend's hair, the normally icy cold black eyes warm and soft on Harry's face. She looked back over her shoulder at Draco and nodded, signaling him that it was okay to come in. They'd not come last night because Lady Malfoy had actually flowed through to chew them both out, though she had also been oddly approving after the maternal backlash had been released. Narcissa's chewing out had been nothing compared to the strip Molly Weasley had torn off Ron, nor the cold fury Neville's Gran had displayed, though, so Hermione counted them lucky. Draco's mother had ordered them both to bed immediately after the biting off of their heads, so this was the first chance they'd had to check on Snape and Harry. However, Draco followed Hermione through the door and forward to the bed where his head of house was resting. They walked softly so that they wouldn't disturb the other people resting in the infirmary and made it to Snape. It's good to see that you're feeling better, Professor. Draco said formally, though he was extremely relieved to see that his godfather would be okay. The dark man eyed Draco with amusement. He did look much better. The worst of his injuries were healing with no difficulty and his fingers had knit perfectly. It would seem as though all he would be left with was a few new scars, including one where the gash rested high on his cheek. Well, you remain in one piece, how surprising. I was certain Narcissa would skin you alive. Mother was not happy, although it could have been much worse. I believe she was proud too. I know she wanted you saved and there is no love lost between her and father. Draco smiled at the potion's master. Harry awoke with a start and stumbled to his feet, ready to fight before he blinked several times and realized that there was no danger. He sat down again a bit sheepishly. Oh, good morning. He spoke to them all, but his eyes were resting on the man in the bed. Snape lifted a brow and reached out to trace his fingers over Harry's cheek. Good morning, Mr. Potter. A gentle teasing light was in the older man's eyes. I'm glad you did get rest. Anguise slithered grumpily out from Harry's shirt and curled around and around the potion master's arm, up to his shoulder, flicking her tongue out and testing his scent. Guardian's mate needs to get out of this sick room soon. Not good for Guardian to be sleeping in the small chair. It's okay little one, I'm okay. The chair was just for one night. Harry answered angrily as he stroked his finger along her back. I'm sorry I was asleep when you woke, do you need anything? Oh Merlin, but Potter was smitten. Draco almost felt embarrassed just watching the love that shone in his eyes as he watched Snape. He was happy for them, but it was slightly disturbing watching his godfather and childhood enemy making moony eyes at one another. Hermione chuckled and looped her arm through Draco's, leaning up to key his cheek and knowing exactly what he was thinking. I'm sure you'll grow accustomed to it eventually. Severus shook his head. No, I'm fine, Harry. The bone knitting spell's finished and no, it is only a matter of time for the Dittany and salves to do their work on the cuts. Do not apologize for getting rest, you were exhausted. And considering the insane little rescue operation that he took part in, so should he be. Narcissa Malfoy clipped in with short steps and stood over Harry, hands on her hips, and looked down at him with narrow blue eyes. Green eyes widened almost comically and Harry shrunk back in the chair. Hello Lady Malfoy, how lovely it is to see you again. Harry gave her a shaky smile. Mother, what are you still doing here? Draco's voice was baffled. He had to admit though that the sight of Potter cowering from his mother was highly amusing. She gave her son a sidelong glance. Professor Dumbledore feels it would be safer for me here than at Grimmauld Place considering recent events. She turned her piercing gaze back to Harry and studied him for several long moments before reaching out and taking him into a gentle embrace. You rush in where angels fear to tread, Harry, but I am glad you were able to save Severus. She released him, then turned her attention to Snape, hands on her hips once more. Well. Snape reached over and picked up the water glass on the bedside tray, taking a sip. What is it you're asking, Narcissa? How you got caught off guard after swearing to be careful, you Burke. She then went into a tirade over him getting captured in the first place. Harry was shell-shocked from the hug. He had expected to be yelled at and maybe even worse, now he wasn't sure how to react. Oh mother, you can't blame Snape for being caught off guard like that. How could anyone have known that Crabbe and Goyle had told? Draco's eyes dimmed. He mourned them in a way. He mourned the people they had been. She humphed. What I would like to know is how they got away from the Aurors. Attempted beep is a serious offense. They were escorted by Aurors to the Ministry jail, yes. Snape nodded. Yes, and that is a very good question. They should have been. He broke off with a sharp hiss as pain suddenly tore through his body, originating from the dark mark on his arm. Are you all right? What's happening? Harry was by his side in an instant, stroking his fingers through Snape's hair and watching him worriedly. Ow. Snape doubled over, clutching his arm. Narcissa moved to his side and exposed the dark mark, inhaling sharply when she saw the sickly green lines that were leading from it up his arm. She looked up at her son and Hermione. Draco, get the headmaster now, tell him to bring his phoenix. Hermione, you go get Flitwick. Harry, you can get into Severus' quarters and lab, yes. Harry nodded, his face stark white as he watched the poison green lines spread further. Tell me what you need. Draco and Hermione were already on their feet, running to get Dumbledore and Flitwick as quickly as they could. From the look of things, every minute counted. Narcissa cast a spell to slow the spread of the killing magic leaching from the dark mark into Snape's system. Size 4 cauldron, gold stirring rod, fully stocked preparation station, basilisk skin, if he has any from an adult that would be best, but a juvenile will work, Hellebris niger, silver rowan leaf buds, blue sea salt, scarab husks, and unicorn horn shavings. Got it. Harry was off his feet and out the door almost before Narcissa had finished speaking. It wasn't long before Draco and Dumbledore came rushing in. Dumbledore looked unusually grim as he approached the bed, Fawkes perched upon his shoulder. Draco watched Dumbledore and Narcissa talk as Snape writhed in pain and he cursed Voldemort and his vindictiveness under his breath. Hermione rushed in with Flitwick, who was by Snape's side faster than anyone thought he could move. Lady Malfoy, what am I needed for? You are the best at charm work. If Dumbledore and I can get the poison magic neutralized, we need to get the dark mark removed or it will kill him one way or another. I've sent Harry for potion supplies from Severus' lab, he should be back soon. My son will help me prepare the potion. The small wizard nodded and moved to examine the mark. Dumbledore was looking at the mark too as he waited for Harry to come. It did not look good at all, there wasn't much time left. Harry burst through the doors, out of breath and carrying the burden in his arms. He dumped everything on the floor by Snape's bed and sorted through the ingredients to make sure he had remembered everything. What can I do now? Narcissa interrupted Dumbledore before he could tell Harry to go. Sit behind him, talk to him, hold him. Keep him fighting. She created a potions table and quickly put everything to make the antidote potion on top of it. Draco, come here and help me. Grind the sea salt into powder while I slice the skin. Hermione gnawed on her bottom lip and wrapped her arms around herself as organized chaos bloomed in the space around Snape's bed. There wasn't anything she was capable of doing here and she felt awful just standing around while her best friend could lose the man he was in love with. Hermione, can you help me here? Keep the bowls steady and help me keep the measurements. I have to make sure it's the exact amount. Draco called out to her and blew his blonde hair out of his eyes as he ground the salt into a fine sparkly powder. Harry was brushing the sweat-soaked hair out of Snape's face and whispered loving words into his ears, begging him to fight and not leave him. Hermione practically leapt to assist while Flitwick frowned at the diagnostic spell he'd pulled up for the mark's composition. Severus could barely register what was happening around him, the agony worse than even the cruciatus, but he could feel the gentle hands of his lover and hear his voice though his mind was too clouded by pain to understand the words. Narcissa sliced, dropped things into the potion, stirred, and carefully created the complicated brew. At the very end, when she'd stirred a final time, she turned to the phoenix and inclined her head. Please, some tears for the potion. The bird leaned its beak over the edge of the cauldron, letting a few tears drip into the potion, turning it a stunning silvery white. Narcissa scooped a dose up into a crystal phial and went to the bed. Harry, tilt his head back and help me get him to drink this. Nodding, Harry gently tilted Snape's head back, caressing his cheeks as he did it. Come on, Severus, drink this now, it will make you better. Harry spoke softly and poured some of the potion into Snape's mouth. Just swallow. Draco wrapped his arm around Hermione's waist and pulled her close as he watched, feeling completely helpless. Fawkes released a note of Phoenix song and Severus found his throat relaxing, the cool potion making its way down. He shivered as more was given him and then fell unconscious in Harry's arms. Narcissa looked to Dumbledore. Can you freeze the spell causing the poison, or is it only the removal of the mark that will stop it? I fear it has gone too far for a freeze spell. The best I can do with that is slow it down minutely. Dumbledore sounded very somber as he ran his fingers through his long beard. We need to find a way to remove the mark, a way that won't kill Severus as we do it. Harry looked up in fear. Kill him. Yes, my boy, the mark is not meant to be removed. Lord Voldemort is not one to give up what he sees as his. Narcissa shook her head once, fiercely. I am not going to let him die. Professor Flitwick, your thoughts? The almost dwarfish man frowned. It is based on a protean charm, but there are other spells laced with it. Loyalty charm, compulsion charm, a power drain charm, and a backlash spell. I can't see the way they intertwine the way a spellcrafter can in Headmaster. No offense intended, but your ability to look at the magical fabric has been impaired. Dumbledore looked as if he wanted to argue for a moment but settled for nodding shortly. Excuse me, professors, maybe I can help. Harry spoke up. He had no idea if he was ready for something like this, but he wasn't going to just sit by as Severus slipped away. He had to try. Professor Snape has been teaching me a little bit about spell weaving and how you see spell fabrics. With your help, Professor Flitwick, maybe we can figure it out together. Everyone looked at Harry in shock. Then Flitwick asked carefully. You can see the weave of a spell. Can you manipulate the fabric threads? You mean move them around, untangle them and weave them with others? Harry thought about his mental web and how he saw the threads. I should be able to, yes. With a bit of luck. Dumbledore's eyes were narrowed. They might have use for it now, but he wasn't too fond of being surprised like this. Flitwick nodded. Good then. That will help. I'm afraid we'll need all the luck we can get for this. Harry, look at the dark mark, at the spellwork of it, and tell me exactly what you see in detail. Harry grasped Snape's arm and looked at the dark mark, concentrating on the spells behind the slithering snake and grinning skull. The web looks fractured, the threads twisted against their purpose. He saw the threads in colors of green and black with flashes of crimson woven in here and there. It sort of looked as a ruptured spider web linked together with spell threads in the broken places. Alright, we need to stop the backlash spell first. It should be a crimson thread. You need to untangle it and slip it free of the web. Harry nodded and gritted his teeth as he slowly, very slowly started to inch the crimson thread out of the weave. He was careful not to jostle the other threads, making sure that they stayed in place as he untangled the red one. Okay, it's loose. What do I do now? Narcissa looked down at Severus' arm, smiling when she saw that the vivid green poison lines were retreating and the potion's master was relaxing even more. Next is the draining spell. That is what keeps the mark anchored to Severus. Without it the mark can be removed and cancelled with finite incantatum. It will be a thread that actually wraps around the magical vein in Severus' arm. It should be a sickly violet color. Straining, Harry tried to find the violet thread and finally found it hiding behind the other threads, twisting itself in and out of the weave almost everywhere. This thread was much more difficult to untangle and Harry felt sweat pour off him as he worked the thread as carefully as he could. There were several times when it felt as if it would snap, but he managed to keep it whole by backing off and starting from the beginning again. After what felt as forever, he had managed to separate the violet thread from the others. It's done, he gasped out. Flitwick inhaled slowly. Are you sure? I'm sure. Harry opened intense green eyes and locked them on the tiny professor. I would never gamble with Severus' safety. I believe that you wouldn't, but I would be remiss not to double-check. The charms professor held his wand over the dark mark and took the plunge with a swish and flick. Finite incantatum. The mark seemed to peel off Severus' arm and dissipate like some sort of foul smoke, leaving only unmarred pale white skin behind. It's done. Harry slumped back in relief and pressed a key against the pale skin where the mark had been. He was so tired that the world was spinning, but all he felt was relief. Will Professor Snape be all right now? Draco asked, feeling a little impressed against his will with Potter's skill. Narcissa moved to coax Harry to lay down beside Snape, shooting Dumbledore a vicious look that warned him not to make so much as a peep against that arrangement. She pressed a key to Harry's forehead. Rest, Harry. You've more than earned it. She then turned to look at her son. It depends on how successful we were in getting the potion into him before any permanent damage was done. We'll know when he wakes, but for now, we should all leave them to rest. Flitwick nodded. Yes, sleep under Poppy's watchful eye is what they need now. Narcissa flicked her wand at the temporary potion setup and had it moving out of anyone's way. When Harry woke, she'd help him bring the materials back to Severus' lab, but for now, let's go, all of us. She proceeded to shoo all the human beings out of the room. Fawkes, much to everyone's surprise, flapped over to perch on the railing of the bed and would not be moved after a brief stare down with anguish that ended in the both of them accepting the other's presence. Is it really proper to leave a student like that? Wouldn't Harry be more comfortable in his own bed? Dumbledore tried to speak up but was soon quieted by Narcissa and a slightly vicious glare from Poppy. With a sigh he left the boy where he was and left the infirmary. Harry heard them go, but he didn't have the energy to say or do anything. He just shifted his head so that he could hear the steady thumping of Severus' heart and felt his eyes drift shut. Fawkes cooed a soft sweet melody to ensure sweet dreams for both the exhausted warriors and settled himself to assist the basilisk in standing guard. Neville gawked at Hermione as she finished telling them about what had happened in the infirmary. Merlin, can't they ever get a break? It doesn't seem like it, but maybe we should have seen it coming. Draco replied, you know who isn't known for forgiveness, and we did sort of make a fool out of him. Ron nodded slowly from where he lay with his head in Pansy's lap. He had wanted to go see Harry the moment he was told, but Hermione had managed to talk him out of it. Is anyone more than me afraid that this is only the beginning? Hermione leaned back into Draco's arms. We all know more is coming. He's going to be even more determined to destroy the ones opposing him now. I mean, he just got his backside handed to him by a small group of teenagers, plus his pet was killed. I think it's safe to say he's out for blood. I'm not saying that we should bury our heads in the sand, but we can't obsess over it either. Draco wrapped his arms around Hermione tighter. I think we should continue to live our lives and be ready for him when he comes. If we start to live in fear he has won. Neville nodded, running his fingers through Luna's hair gently. You're right. Not to mention it would be like spitting in Harry's face if we were all to start cowering. I mean, he's been working his bum off to teach us all how to protect ourselves, and even more, he's spent the last 5 years on the front lines to protect us all. I for one don't want to let him down, and it's not like he has the option of chucking it all in and running. So he has to stand, and I'll stand with him. Well said, Luna said approvingly and almost purred under Neville's touch. I for one will stand there right with you. Yeah, me too. Ron nodded. I've done it so far. It's not like I'm about to turn tail and run the other way now. I believe we're all in this together now, for better or worse. Draco was surprised by his own words. Here he was of all people, preaching unity and fighting will. Pansy smiled, carding her fingers through Ron's hair. Where my lion goes, so shall I. Plus I can't leave my house brother all the glory now, can I? Hermione rested her head on Draco's shoulder. So we're all still in it and in it together. Moony, I've got to say this is positively heartwarming, don't you think? I have to agree, Padfoot. Snakes, lions and ravens working and loving together in harmony, it does warm an old wolf's heart. Ron's head whipped around on Pansy's knee and he gaped at the two new voices. Hermione gaped at the two men who strode into the room, wide grins on their faces, then ran forward to give them welcoming hugs. Sirius, Professor Lupin, what are the two of you doing here? She was half worried that they were here to scold them for the rescue of Snape. Sirius' grin widened. Oh, we came by to help Sissy move her things in and to take care of a little marauder business. Ron scrambled up from his comfortable spot on Pansy's lap and shook the older men's hands. Well, it's great seeing you again, it's been a while. He grinned at them brightly. It's good seeing you too, it's been too long. Remus replied. Now where's Harry? The werewolf looked around. We have to say hello to him. The group quieted and no one was really comfortable meeting the Marauder's eyes. No one wanted to be the one to feel the two of them in on Harry and Snape's relationship. They could only imagine what the reaction would be. Neville coughed a bit. Well, he's sitting with someone in the infirmary right now. Had a bit of a scare for them. If you need him for this Marauder business, then I'm sure he'll come round later. Sirius nodded. Oh yes, Harry absolutely has to be here. It's required. Remus looked somewhat thoughtful at the mentioning of Harry and the infirmary. His gaze slid over Hermione, Ron and Sirius, but he didn't say anything, only pulled at his light brown hair a bit. Ah well, I suppose we have to wait for Harry to have time for us then. For now, why don't you tell us all about your latest adventure? Hermione moved back to her boyfriend's side. Well, it was really kind of stupid to rush in the way we did, but we sort of rated. She sent the questioning term to Ron and got a shrug and a nod, Malfoy manner, while Voldemort and some of his lackeys were about. Draco almost laughed at Sirius' expression. The man looked absolutely gobsmacked and just a little bit envious too. We should probably scold all of you and tell you never to do it again, but we won't. Remus was serious. We would probably have done the same for someone that we care about. You were lucky though, really lucky, because this raid of yours could very easily have gone very wrong. Hermione nodded. We know, especially since it was short notice and we really didn't have time to prepare, but we couldn't leave him there. If Voldemort had killed him, I think it would have killed Harry, would have broken him, and we couldn't let that happen. We were lucky though, surprising them gave us a heavy advantage and Voldemort hit the wall just right, thank goodness. Sirius raised a brow. Hit the wall, you should have seen it. Draco gushed. Hermione threw a reducto spell you know whose way and he smashed right into the wall and passed out. As I said, really lucky. Remus' tone was dry. So is the person Harry is with the same person you saved. I wonder who has grown that important to our little Harry. He, you said. Neville answered the former professor. Yes, he. It's up to Harry to tell you who he is though. Sirius sidled over to where the quiet boy sat with Luna. Ah, come on, not even a little hint. After all we've done for you kids. You'll know when Harry is ready for you to know. Luna answered, amused by the man's eager expression. Is that flutterflies in your hair? She leaned in closer to look. He is a mutt, but I don't really think he has fleas, Luna. Ron said, trying to hold his laughter in check. Pansy smirked at Black's affronted expression. You never can be too sure. I think maybe his head should be shaved, just to be sure. It'd be too hard to check under that wild, messy mop. Hermione had her hand over her mouth, holding in laughter as Sirius jumped away from the dreamy blonde girl with a yelp and put his hands over his hair protectively. You are not touching my hair. It's just fine how it is and I do not have fleas. Hermione giggled. Oh, I don't know, with all the time you spend as Snuffles, that might not be accurate, and really, you could actually use a trim. As much of a dog as he is, Sirius does not have fleas. I can vouch for that. Remus had a bit of trouble hiding his own smile. The hair could use a trim though, Siri. You are sporting somewhat of a caveman look. Draco sniggered and hid his face in Hermione's hair. He had been a bit nervous as Remus Lupin had entered the room. Draco hadn't been very nice to the man when he taught defense. Fortunately, Lupin didn't appear to be one to hold grudges. Sirius pouted and went to plop his butt down next to where Remus stood. Traitors, the lot of you, traitors I say. And Moony, I may be a dog but I'm yours. He leaned his head on the other man's leg. You know you're the only one I'll let put a leash on me, metaphorically I mean. Hermione chuckled. What about Lady Malfoy? Sirius shuddered. Sissy doesn't use a leash, she uses a whip. He looked up at Remus with the most perfectly pitiful puppy eyes. Remus, you're going to be around to protect me from her from now on, right? Almost of their own will, Remus. Fingers went into Sirius' hair. Well, since she's moving in here for the time being, you won't need protection, but yes, I'll be around from now on. I've done what I can in regards to the wild flocks out there. He ran black tresses through his fingers. Despite the light tone it had hurt being away from his mate, and Remus was relieved to be back with him. Being parted from a mate was a real physical ache. Woo-hoo. Quick as a flash, Sirius had managed to tug Remus down to snuggle beside him. Okay, so what else happened? Oh, Malfoy Manor. That means Lucius was there. Oh, please tell me someone hexed his balls off, please. I'd settle for a Levicorpus, but castration would be so much better. Hermione laced her fingers with her boyfriend's. Draco subdued Lucius. He also did really brilliantly against the other Death Eaters in the dungeon. Oh please, none of us hold a candle against you. Draco turned to face the people of the room. You should have seen her. She was absolutely incredible against the Death Eaters. She showed no fear whatsoever as she took them straight on. She turned some of them into sparrows and fluffy little things, and she had these fantastic hexes. I have never seen anything like it. She was truly amazing, and there's no way any of us would have gotten out of there without her. Wow. Ron didn't really know what to say. He knew Hermione was brilliant, but to hear Malfoy talking her up like that was unexpected. Neville just nodded sagely, knowing how formidable Hermione could be when she felt it was needed. He still remembered that total body bind in first year. Pansy just saluted the bushy-haired girl in respect. Hermione had won her respect ages ago with how well she treated Draco. Hermione herself turned a bright red and ducked her head shyly, mumbling, "It wasn't that special. I just had to keep you all safe." Sirius roared with laughter. "Not that special," she says. She knocks Voldemort out, turns some of his prize Death Eaters into fluffy creatures. Well, there were newts and turtles too. Even better, turns them into creatures that can barely defend themselves. Leads a charge into and out of one on the most heavily warded, heavily guarded, dangerous houses in the wizarding world, and all with minimal casualties, and it's nothing special to her. Moony, we need to make this girl a general in the order. She certainly has the courage for it. Remus agreed with a smile. We've always known you're brilliant, Ms. Granger, your wit only outmatched by your courage and the size of your heart. Draco nodded eagerly, agreeing with everything that Lupin said. Hermione felt like her face was about to catch fire. Well, she gave a wan smile, Gryffindor, you know. Pansy barked out a laugh. It's not the House Granger, it's you. Even I've got to admit that you are a special person. I even had to admit it back when we were still enemies, and Crumb took you to the Yule Ball. Potter has some brilliant taste in friends, I have to say, picks the best of the lot. She slid a smile at her own boyfriend. Ron smiled back and leaned back until he was resting in her lap again. You are quite special yourself, Pans, despite being Slytherin, that is. He chuckled and avoided the swat she sent his way playfully. We're all great, we kicked Death Eater ass. To everyone's surprise, that statement came from Luna. Neville smiled and brought her hand to his lips, keying the knuckles softly. If I hadn't known better, I'd have sworn I was looking at a Valkyrie instead of my Moonflower during our own fight. I think they saw a delicate little girl they could easily deal with, and that was very much their mistake as they got hexed out of their minds. That's only because you were right there with me, all fierce, valiant and protective. Luna nuzzled closer to Neville, smiling dreamily at him. Remus smiled to himself, his fingers still running through Sirius' hair. Ought to be that young again. Sirius grinned and murmured quietly. You remember when we were like that, Moony? I do. Remus bent down lower and buried his nose in Sirius' hair. I remember it like it was yesterday, both the good and the bad. I guess we've gotten old, but you know what they say, love ages like fine wine. Ours is the perfect vintage. Oh, we have a few years left in us before we can be called old. And I will always love you, because you're you and you're everything that's right just for me. We're getting sappy, Moony. Sirius moved so that he could plant one on his mate, his everything. Good. It's nice to know we still can. He rolled to his feet. Well, I think Moony and I are going to go grab something to eat, I'm starving. Remus got up too. Yeah, I'm hungry too, and it's quite late. Besides, I should at least try to keep the doggy out of trouble. The werewolf nodded goodbye to the gathered youths and followed his mate out of the room. Sirius snagged the werewolf's hand in the hall. Come on, let's head to the infirmary and see who Harry's boyfriend is. He began tugging and amused Remus down the halls towards the infirmary. I wonder why Harry hasn't said anything to me about having a boyfriend yet. There's no way he'd be worried about me reacting badly to him liking a guy instead of a girl, since he knows about us. He's 16, Siri. Did you tell the grown-ups around you about your crushes back then? Remus chuckled, but following Sirius willingly. He was curious about Harry's boyfriend too. Maybe he's from Slytherin. Both Ron and Hermione has found partners from that house. I'm a much cooler grown-up though. I'm like the uncle who gets to know all the dirt 'cause he's the confidant. Slytherin. Maybe. Why would he keep that a secret though? I mean, I didn't have any problem with Draco being added into the group mix. They reached the infirmary and, after making sure Pomfrey wasn't about, snuck towards the end of the ward where the only curtained-off area was. Apparently the bubo tuber victims had been released. He reached out to pull back the curtain to peek. I don't have a problem if he goes for a snake. I mean, it's not like he'd be dating Snive. The sound Sirius' voice ended on was somewhere between a squeak and a gasp as he saw what lay behind the curtain. Remus stepped forward, wondering what could possibly have made his mate let out such a sound, and his own eyes widened to the size of saucers as he watched the two people lying entwined behind the curtain. Harry's arms and legs were wrapped tightly around Snape, and he still rested his head over the other's heart. Green eyes shot open when he felt he was being watched, and he looked at the two people at the edge of the bed blaringly, seeing only shadows since he wasn't wearing his glasses. Sirius wheezed out in a questioning whine. Hup, you and Snape. Snuffles. Harry felt around for his glasses and placed them on his nose. He looked at Sirius and Remus questioningly, and a smile spread over his features at seeing them. Then he took in their shocked expressions and he remembered where he was and who he was with. Harry's cheeks pinked a little, but he shifted in front of Severus protectively. He wouldn't let even them hurt him. The dog Animagus grabbed the chair near the bed and plopped into it, face still utterly surprised. Harry, you and Snape. Seriously, I need plain-spoken confirmation here. Remus petted Sirius back awkwardly, though he was as shocked as his mate was. He couldn't imagine a more unlikely couple. Yes, Sirius, me and Severus. Harry met his eyes straight on. I love him. Well, hell. Sirius blew out a breath and ran a hand over his face. I guess that means I'm gonna have to learn to put up with him, doesn't it? Don't expect like. Not for a long time. Way too much history for me to like him off the bat, but I can be civil. But just because you love him. If he was just a shag, I'd be scandalized and nasty. Harry got out of the bed slowly and walked over to Sirius. At first he just looked at him, but then he wrapped his arms tightly around his godfather in a warm hug. Thank you, and I really do love him. Good boy. Remus whispered in Sirius' ear, He was extremely proud of his mate for taking the high road. It proved just how important Harry was to him. He better be good to you, Harry, or else he'll have both a wolf and a grim on his tail. If I were Snape, I'd be more worried about Lil's ghost. Sirius gave a half grin as he pat his godson's back. But yeah, he ever hurts you, let's see. A wolf, a grim, a harpy. Here he coughed out Narcissa's name. A fox, a badger, an entire herd of redheads. What's her name dating Ron, and Neville's little Valkyrie. He'd be insane not to be good to you. He is good to me, very good. No reason to worry or go all growly. Harry slowly released Sirius and went back to the bed, crawling into it next to Severus again. Now if he would only wake up. Voldemort activated some sort of poison through his dark mark. Professor Flitwick managed to remove it, but we don't know the damage yet. Harry's voice was small and his fingers trailed lightly over Severus' cheek as he spoke. He'll be fine, pup. I doubt the Grim Reaper himself could take Snape, as he wasn't ready to go. He's the second most stubborn man I've known. I hope you're right, Harry replied, but he was still worried. He had come so close to losing Severus several times now, he was just scared. Siri is right, he'll be okay. He has you to stick around for, Remus said softly. And even if he did kick it, your mum would send his ass back in short order. Sirius let the humor fade from his tone. Really, I don't like him and may never, but if he's entered into a relationship with you, Harry, he'll crawl over broken glass to stay with you. He won't let Voldemort win. Harry simply nodded, feeling comforted by his godfather's words. Come on, Siri, let Harry and his beau have their rest. We can talk more tomorrow when everyone is feeling a little more awake. Remus smiled at Harry and grasped his mate's hand and started to pull him away from the bed. I really could use some of that food you spoke of earlier. See you later, pup. Sirius walked with his mate from the hospital ward and headed for the kitchens. Harry and Snape. Merlin, it's going to take time to wrap my head around that. Remus nodded slowly. It really would take some time to get used to their little Harry pup being in a relationship with Severus Snape of all people. Love is strange, was all that he said as he followed his mate. Harry listened to them go. The meeting had gone better than any expectation he could have had, and he was happy. He had no illusions that Sirius and Severus would suddenly become bosom buddies, but they were both extremely important to Harry, and as long as they didn't tear each other apart on sight was progress in Harry's eyes. He shivered a bit at the chilly air of the infirmary and pulled a woolen blanket up over himself and Severus, and then he placed his head back on Snape's chest, being lulled to rest by the steady and comforting thumps of the man's heartbeat. Wake up soon, please, I already miss you, Harry whispered. Hermione slipped into the infirmary with a loaded school bag and a tray of food from the kitchen, then walked back to where Harry sat reading in a chair beside Snape's bed. She set the tray down on the bedside table and reached over to fuss with Harry's messy hair. It had been 2 days since the Dark Mark had tried to poison the potion's master, and though his body was healing brilliantly from the injuries incurred in the Malfoy dungeon during that time, he hadn't so much as twitched otherwise. Still no change. None. Harry shook his head and gave Hermione a weak smile. He only looked at the food before shoving the tray a bit further away from him on the table. He wasn't hungry at all. Dumbledore had been up several times, asking Harry to leave, to return to his classes and his dorm room, but Harry absolutely refused. There was no way that he would leave Severus' side. He was starting to get scared though. Nothing that anyone did had any reaction. It was as if it was only Severus' body there, not his mind. What if he never wakes up my own? Harry looked at his friend, deep purple shadows resting under his eyes. What if I messed up and took too long working the threads of the spell? I don't know what to do. She wrapped her arms around him, drawing him into a comforting hug. Shish, I don't think you messed up, Harry. The mark was poisoning him, and even with the antidote poison does a number on the body. I don't know if you ever got the chance to sneak about to see any television programs or read about health stuff with the Dursleys being the hideous things they are, but in the Muggle world, even with antidotes and antivenoms, it can sometimes take weeks for someone to wake up from being poisoned or bitten by a venomous creature. Knowing Voldemort, that was a very nasty poison, probably modeled off a snake venom. It's not surprising that he hasn't woken up yet. He will, if only to scold you for not taking care of yourself and starting to fall behind on your classwork. Anguies, who had taken up camp next to Severus' head, made an agreeing hiss. Guardian's friend is correct. The mate is still healing, but he hears and will be very upset if Guardian makes himself ill. I'm not making myself sick. Harry answered both of them at the same time since he knew Anguis understood human speech. I'm still doing my homework. I'm still doing the lesson plans for Severus Dada Class 2 for his substitute to use. He ran his hand through his hair, making it stand at all ends. I'm just worried. Hermione lifted a brow and pulled a mirror out of her bag, holding it up in front of Harry's face, showing him the dark circles under his eyes and the sharp edges his cheekbones made in his pale face, as well as the awful mess, worse than usual, his hair was in. Only 2 days and you've already lost weight, Harry. Not much, but still. You're not eating and barely sleeping. You are going to make yourself sick. But I understand how you feel, so I will make you a deal. I'll come down each day and help you study, and you will eat the breakfast, lunch, and dinner trays brought to you. If you don't, I will stupefy you so Madame Pomfrey can keep you under until Professor Snape wakes. Understood. Understood. Harry nodded and pulled the food tray back towards him, where he lifted the bread and took a bite out of it. He had to admit that he did look like crap, there was no denying that. He didn't want Hermione to hex him either, and he believed that she would if she felt forced to. Good. I may enlist Draco for potions lessons help for you since he's the one teaching it. The substitute is, well, he's pathetic, a complete dishrag. Even the Gryffindors have almost voted that Draco be allowed to deduct house points, as this wet cloth absolutely won't. He just tuts and hovers and then spends a solid lesson drinking who knows what from a black bottle on the desk. Dada is much better, as the headmaster is having Professor Lupin do the substituting there, but I miss you and Snape in the lessons. Remus is wonderful but a bit too gentle on us all, I think. Remus doesn't have it in him to be mean in human form. Besides, I think he knows that the smallest growl out of him in front of a student would lead to more protest letters about a werewolf being allowed to teach their precious young. Harry was proud that he had managed to keep the bitterness almost completely out of his voice. I miss teaching too, I really do, but I can't leave Severus alone. I need to be here for him, even if he doesn't know I'm here. She pat him on the shoulder. I'm sure he does know though. That you're here, I mean. She moved to sit on the floor Indian style and pulled out the Transfiguration text and summoned a footstool. Now first lesson. Today it was turning a footstool into a rabbit. She settled into lecture and explain mode as he ate, figuring more would get down his throat if his attention was focused elsewhere as he ate on autopilot. Harry gulped the food down as he listened, not really tasting it, but that didn't matter. He pulled out his books from the bag resting at his feet and his wand from his back pocket. Is there any situation where you're really pressed to know how to turn a footstool into a rabbit? Oh, and tell me, Ron wasn't able to turn it back at the end of class, was he? I know how he feels about small fuzzy things even though he'd never admit it. She giggled. No, he wasn't. He actually snuck it out of the class, though I've no idea what he did with it from there. As for purpose, the idea I think is to start introducing us to size differential for inanimate versus animate. The footstool is a lot larger than a little bunny. Eventually we'll be making small inanimate things into large animate things, so this is an introduction to that. Building blocks, you could say. Okay. Harry still didn't get the purpose completely, but he knew that Hermione did and he trusted her. Let's do this then. Hermione smiled at him, and the empty tray, and began walking him through the steps until they had a pretty white rabbit bouncing around the ward. They went through all the classes he'd missed during the few days Snape had been in the hospital ward one by one until Hermione was satisfied that he'd grasped each lesson perfectly. Just before dinner another pair of footsteps made their way towards them and the curtain was drawn aside to show Draco Malfoy, looking severely put out and carrying 3 dinner trays. One tray was handed to Harry, one to Hermione, and he sat beside his girlfriend on the floor with the third. The girl tilted her head. Bad last class. Bad doesn't even begin to cover it. Draco stabbed the potatoes viciously with his fork. The idiot just smiled and nodded when Padma Patil added the newt tails early and caused the potion to become a wart draft. Who does that? The poor bint of a girl drank the stuff and I had to spend 2 hours after class brewing a counter potion for her. Another stab with the fork. I got a little upset and believe it or not but the bloody git of a so-called teacher ran out in tears. Harry hid his smile behind his goblet of pumpkin juice. He had been of the receiving end of Malfoy's scathing tongue on several occasions during the years and he could believe that it could cause a weaker person to cry. Malfoy had learned from the best after all. Harry tossed the still sleeping Snape a fond look. Oh dear. Permanently ran out. Hermione's voice was half hopeful. I bloody well hope so because there is no way I'm letting the loon back into that classroom. This time Draco stabbed the poor potato so hard that it bounced right off the plate. Hermione watched the vegetable skitter over the floor. Professor Snape would agree with that sentiment, especially after he tried to rearrange the potion ingredient cabinet. I'm surprised Snape didn't feel the disturbance in the force before you stopped Pugglepoint. Harry snorted into his juice at Hermione's comment. Draco on the other hand was completely clueless regarding the small joke and just nodded in agreement, which only caused Harry to laugh more. Well, hopefully we have seen the last of Pugglepoint now, Draco added and dug into his steak now that his potato had escaped. Hermione hummed. True, but the headmaster won't let a student, no matter how good you are, have free reign over a classroom, so let's hope Snape recovers by next class. If not, then you'd better have a substitute suggestion at the ready until he does finally throw the last bit of the poison's effects off. Well, I hope Snape will wake up, of course, but it really doesn't matter. No one can be worse than Pugglepoint. Draco had finished attacking the food, feeling a little bit calmer now that he was in his girlfriend's presence. Oh good lord, never say that. Don't you know what happens when you say that something or someone couldn't be worse? Hermione's eyes were wide. It becomes worse. A rough, wheezy voice came from the hospital bed. Harry's tray went crashing to the floor and he was next to Snape in an instant. Severus. He stroked his finger down Snape's cheek and looked worriedly at him. Draco looked up with wide eyes too, almost afraid to believe that his godfather had finally woken up. Hermione rose to her knees to watch as the professor struggled to open his eyes, and then the dark orbs were on Harry's face. You've not been eating right. Hermione had to press her face into the back of Draco's shoulder and muffle her laughter into it at that. It just figured. The first, well, second thing out of Snape's mouth was a scold to Harry. Oh shush you, you're not one to talk. Harry replied softly and leaned down to press his lips against Snape's for just a second. I've been eating just fine. Welcome back. Weak. The dark eyes searched Harry's face. Where's Poppy? I'll go get her. Draco jumped up from his seat on the floor and hurried out of the infirmary. She's just down in the hall having dinner. Malfoy will have her here shortly. Harry stroked Snape's hair soothingly. Severus closed his eyes and took comfort in the hand gently petting his hair. The mark. It's gone, Severus, completely gone. Harry answered softly as he continued to stroke and caress Snape's hair. It wasn't long at all before Draco burst through the doors again, followed closely by Poppy. The Mediwitch bustled over and efficiently began scanning and examining Snape. She asked him if he felt this or could move that, making the normal hums and HMMs that doctors tended to do before nodding once, decisively. No long-term effects that I can determine. You're very, very lucky, Severus. You'll be bedridden for another 2 weeks and then are to take it easy for another 2 afterwards to let your body and magic recover. You'll need to suggest another potion substitute as Mr. Pugglepoint has decided to leave us. Pugglepoint. Weak and raspy though it was, you could still hear the disbelief in Severus' voice. That incompetent fool. What was Dumbledore thinking? Well, do you have a better suggestion for the duration of your convalescence? Poppy propped her hands on her hips and stared down at him. Narcissa. She can keep the brats in line. Though it took more energy than he liked to admit, Snape fixed a smirk on his face. Mother. Draco gaped, feeling rather ridiculous that he hadn't thought about that himself. Narcissa Malfoy was the one who had taught him from a very early age after all. I think Lady Malfoy would love having something to do. She doesn't strike me as someone who likes being idle. Harry said. It's a great suggestion, Severus. She will look after your potions class just as Remus will look out for the Dada one. Lupin. Where he goes, so does the Fleabag. Hermione coughed to cover her amusement, especially considering the conversation a few days previous. He does have Snuffles with him, used him as a rather brilliant demonstration of a grim. Her eyes twinkled merrily as she hooked her arm into Draco's. Speaking of Professor Lupin and all, Harry, he wants to see you soon. Poppy rumphed from where she was marking a medical chart. He'd better see him soon. She swished the quill at Harry. No more haunting my infirmary now that he's conscious, do you hear me, Mr. Potter? You will go to classes and eat your meals in the Great Hall, and sleep in your dormitory from now on. You are free to visit as your schedule permits, but no more staying throughout the night. I trust I make myself clear. Harry wanted to protest. He was not ready to leave Severus for such long periods of time, but one look at Pomfrey's expression showed him that this was a battle he couldn't win. Perfectly clear, madam, he answered. Harry wasn't too worried. He had his map and his cloak. There was no way he would spend the nights anywhere but by Severus' side. I'll go see Remus and Snuffles later, I promise. Harry turned his head and answered Hermione. Hermione smiled and tugged on Draco's arm. Come on. Let's give them some time to themselves before Harry comes up for the night. She knew, of course, that nothing short of the apocalypse would keep Harry away from Snape tonight, and probably not even then either, but still she felt they need their privacy now. Madame Pomfrey sighed and nodded. Eat something, Potter, and make sure Severus drinks the potions. She pointed at the 2 bottles on the table, and if you can, do something about that bird. She pointed at the phoenix, which had been napping up to this point, that lifted its head, trilled a note and fluffed its feathers happily when it saw that Snape was awake. Harry nodded pleasantly at everything Pomfrey said and took a breath of relief when she finally moved away to her little office, giving them some alone time. Hi. Harry pulled his chair as close to the bed as he could get it. I've missed you. He brought the 2 potion bottles closer and uncapped the one closest to him. Here, drink this. He put his arm under Snape's head and raised it a bit so it would be easier to drink. Fawkes hasn't left your side. I think I have a rival for your affections in that one. Snape swallowed the nutritional potion with a little difficulty. Once it was down, he wrinkled his nose. Other way round. Fawkes worries over you. Me. Harry's eyes went to the fiery bird. Why on earth would he worry about me? He placed the empty potion bottle back on the table and reached for the other one. Here you go, just one more. And just so you know, your position first in my heart. Completely unthreatened, the older man drank the other potion, a purification potion to clear all traces of poison from his body. Silly Gree, F. Findor. Know that. He closed his eyes. You don't take good enough care of yourself. Especially when you are worried for someone else. Have to fix that after I get better. You do that. Harry smiled and put away the other bottle too. For now though, just rest and concentrate on getting better, no worrying about anything else. Harry keyed him again, just as softly as before. I love you. Love you too. Severus closed his eyes. Tired. See you tomorrow. Yes, see you tomorrow. Sleep now. Harry ran his fingers through Snape's hair one more time and pulled away from the resting man. He pointed his wand at the tray of food that had crashed to the floor earlier and vanished it to the kitchen. He might as well go and visit Remus and Sirius and make an appearance in the common room before sneaking back for the night later on. Will you watch over him while I'm away, Anguis? He asked the young basilisk who still rested on Snape's pillow. Of course, guardian. The fire bird and I will guard your mate well. The snake shifted to slide the smooth scales of her head affectionately along the uninjured skin of Snape's cheek. Thank you, little one. Harry walked over to Fawkes and ran a hand over almost glowing feathers. And thank you, Fire Singer. He slung his bag over his shoulder. I'll be back later. Harry cast one last look at the sleeping man in the bed and turned away before the urge to stay would be too strong. Sirius looked up from where he and Remus were sitting in the room of requirements, talking with the teens that had joined the rescue for Snape, when Harry walked in. Pup. He lunged to his feet and went to grab Harry into a hug. Good to see you out of that dismal ward. So the bat's woken up, huh? Good to see you too, Snuffles. Harry hugged his godfather back. He's woken up and fallen back asleep, but a normal sleep this time. He's still very weak though. Harry looked over Sirius' shoulder and waved to the rest of the people gathered in the room. Neville lifted a hand. Harry, good to see things are going to be okay. Pansy nodded from where she was snuggled with Ron, having used his shoulder as a hanky when she'd let out a few relieved tears and not about to move out of his lap. Normal sleep will heal him just fine. Sirius nodded and clapped his hands together. Yup, the old dungeon bat will be back to flapping about and scaring students anytime and now. Thank you, Harry said to Remus as the older man had hit Sirius across the head with a rolled-up newspaper. He only smiled at Sirius' put-out expression and walked over to where the others were sitting and sunk down on a soft pillow. So what have you all been up to lately then? The dog Animagus grinned and exchanged a look with Remus, then suddenly moved to push Harry back up as Remus directed Neville and Hermione to stand before the big false fireplace. Well, we came to the conclusion that it was time to pass the torch. Oi Malfoy, get up here. Sirius waved Draco along in front of himself and Harry as he pushed and prodded his godson to stand next to Hermione. Then Sirius went to stand next to Remus across from the 14s. Yes, as Siri says, it's time for a new era now. Are you ready for it? Remus' smile almost cracked his face in two. Ready for what exactly? Draco looked very confused where he stood alongside 3 Gryffindors. Sirius grinned proudly. You'd have thought he was holding his firstborn for the first time or something. Ready to become official Marauders, of course. Not that the others here aren't Marauder material. He gave a salute to the other 3 teens still seated. But the Animagus form, or lycanthropy, is somewhat a requirement to becoming one. It was something we set down as a rare rule we wouldn't break, as the roots of the Marauders were born in being there for Moonier animals. The 4 new Animagus standing in front of the fire straightened up a little in pride, but Ron was practically rolling on the floor with mirth. Oh, please tell me that they are going to get catchy nicknames like the ones you have too. I can picture it already. Malfoy as Whiskers, or Major Meowser, or what about Fluffpoor? Ron, really? Remus scolded the redhead lightly, but Ron only kept chuckling regardless of Draco's icy glares sent his way. Pansy pinched her boyfriend in the side. Behave. Though I am curious, do they get nicknames as well? Sirius grinned. Well, of course. Can't be a Marauder if you don't protect your identity now, can you? Draco looked highly suspicious and excited at the same time at the thought of being named by someone else. Well, to someone else's, old Gryffindors to boot. At the sight of Draco's expression, Ron burst out in new chuckles. So are you all ready? Remus chose to ignore the cackling redhead and let his girlfriend deal with him. Neville nodded, somewhat nervously. Hermione just gave the 2 old reprobates a smile. It's not like it'll be any harder than storming Malfoy Manor. Sirius gave a bark of a laugh. Are you sure, little fox? After getting confirming nods from Harry and Draco, Sirius summoned the Marauders map and activated it. All right, hands out all. The 4 about to be initiated reached out their hands and placed it on the old parchment that made up the map. Harry felt excited. He'd been carrying the map for several years now, and it felt a bit special that he along with his friends would be a part of it. Even Ron sobered up, wanting to what would happen. Sirius pulled out a thin dagger and pricked his finger, then pricked Remus, vanished the werewolf's blood from the dagger, and the both of them let a drop of blood fall onto the map in the same spot. The remaining Marauders, Messrs. Padfoot and Mooney, bring 4 more into our number. We welcome Mr. Quills, the son of Prongs, to the Marauders. He quickly pricked Harry's finger and let the drop of blood fall onto the parchment. The blood drop bloomed out on the parchment before it sunk into the map and disappeared. Remus and Sirius moved over and pricked Neville's finger. We welcome Mr. Digger, a brave soul and as true and loyal as they come. Neville couldn't help but grin as they moved on over to Hermione. Sirius pricked her finger, and as the drop fell he said, we welcome Miss Swiftpaw, a lady sharp of mind and big of heart and courage. She blushed as they moved to stand before Draco. Sirius smiled. This is a red-letter moment, the first Marauder not of Gryffindor House, and I can honestly say I wouldn't want it to be anyone else. Diaresis. Draco flashed him a grin, quite caught up in the moment. They pricked Draco's finger. We welcome Mr. Sphinx, cunning, regal, ambitious, but with a bigger heart than maybe he himself knows. Draco's grin widened and he tossed the ginger a look, Sphinx was definitely a nickname he could live with. Sirius took out his wand, and motioned for the new additions to do the same as he and Remus touched the map with their wands. Remember to remain loyal to each other, his gaze darkened a bit there, and help out each other's causes. Stand proud together as marauders and always have a sneaky little idea in your back pocket. All four youths took out their wands and pointed it at the map too, feeling a slight tingle run through them as their wands connected with the paper. It was almost as if a part of the map became part of them and they a part of the map. It was a weird feeling. Sirius grinned. All together now. I solemnly. Hermione smiled as they all chorused along with the words to activate the map. Swear that I am up to no good. Ink swirled to life on the map and Harry watched the familiar words of how the Marauders map welcomed Messrs. So and so. It was a bit surreal to see a miss welcome to and then to see his own name flare across the map. It was great. Harry couldn't help the huge grin that spread over his face. He felt closer to his godfather than ever and he loved that he got to share it with his friends. Hermione had to smile wider. Never thought I'd be proud to be included in a list of legendary troublemakers, but I am. Me too. Harry nodded. And I couldn't be happier about the company I'm in. He looked at his mates and at Sirius and Remus, hoping that they realized just how much this meant to him. Remus turned to the trio left sitting. We do consider you marauders too, you know. You are a very important part of the group. Luna beamed at him. None of them felt left out and they were happy that they had gotten to witness the initiation. Pansy chuckled. Well, of course we are. We provide the getaway distractions. Bloody right you are. Ron cheered and placed a loud key on his girlfriend's cheek. Neville laughed. Fred and George will be heartbroken they missed this. Ron nodded. They will be, but I'm glad. Who knows what kind of weird things they would have done to that poor, innocent map. I don't know how innocent it is judging by the grin Snuffles is sporting. Harry said after looking at his godfather. Sirius just shrugged and chuckled. All that's been done is added your knowledge of the school to what we already had on the map. For example, we never learned about the Room of Requirements, so it was never on the map, but now it is. It's an amazing map. No wonder I never managed to catch Potter sneaking around when I knew he was out after hours. Draco grumbled but smiled at the same time. It was still difficult to believe that it was only a short while ago that he spent most of his time trying to bring the Golden Boy and his cronies down. Sirius smiled and tapped the map with a mischief managed again, then ran his fingers over the parchment. Yeah, some of our better work, let me tell you. And really all thanks to Moony. He swung his arm around his mate's shoulders. He did hours of exhaustive research, spellwork, and other stuff to help us create it. Moony was sort of our Granger, only much manlier. Our enabler. He laid his head on Remus' shoulder. But so much more to me. Enabler. You do realize how that sounds, don't you? Remus' voice was stern but his eyes were very soft when they locked on his mate. Ah, but you do enable me to be a better man, Moony. Sirius' tone was teasing but his eyes were utterly serious. He did mean it. Remus was the reason he did over half of the good things he did instead of the easy ones that would create a shitstorm. Without Remus there to keep a leash on him, Sirius would easily go off the rails. Remus didn't say anything but his eyes spoke volumes. He knew how Sirius felt and it was the same for him. Sirius was his whole world, the thing that kept him grounded and the thing that gave him wings. His mate was his other half. In every possible way, the years Sirius had been in Azkaban had been pure hell, each second agony. Sirius reached out to bring Remus' lips to his, connecting them in a gentle chaste key. Hermione looked away and herded the boys off to the side with the three other teens in the room to give the two men some measure of privacy. So Harry, are you prepared for tomorrow's classes? Yes, my own. I solemnly swear that I have prepared and studied. Harry grinned with a slight roll of his eyes. He loved Hermione and he loved that she cared enough to nag him about schoolwork and taking care of himself. She was part of his family. Good. I know I went over you about everything just a little bit ago, but I just wanted to make sure. Pansy chuckled. That and you're trying to give the snogging men some privacy to be mushy. Yeah, you weren't very stealthy there, but I'm sure they appreciate the effort. Ron added with a grin. We did, and it would have worked without you cheeky youngsters. Remus said, his hand clasped firmly in Sirius. Hermione grabbed a pillow and whacked Ron over the head with it. You're still a complete dog. Ouch, watch it with those fists of steel. Ron grumbled and put his hand up to rub at the sore spot on his head. I may be a dog but I am a loyal one. He fluttered his eyelashes wildly at Pansy. Really Pans? It had to be him. Draco's voice was slow and drawling as he pointed at Ron. Shut it, Whiskers. Pansy knows quality when she sees it. Ron replied easily and went back to flirting with his girl. Pansy giggled just a bit as Ron keyed her knuckles and looked at her blonde housemate. It absolutely had to be him. I don't go for anything second-rate and I've got the best lion there is. Draco looked somewhat queasy but bit his tongue. He didn't need to get on Pansy's bad side, and as bad as Weasley was, he did look at Pansy as if she was his whole world. Harry watched all the couple-wide things in silence. It made him want to return to the infirmary so much more, and he started to wonder when he would be able to sneak back. Sirius clapped his hands together. All right, it's coming up late and I'd to get you in trouble before curfew. Any decent marauder knows you have to get in trouble after or it doesn't count. So off to bed with you crazy kids. Luna got up from her seat and moved over to Neville. Ron groaned but got up too. He knew it was time to leave. Thank you for this. Harry stepped up to his godfather. It means a lot that you thought us worthy of joining you as marauders. The dog Animagus reached out and pulled Harry into a hug, ruffling his hair. Don't thank us, pup. No others could possibly do the marauder name better. He whispered into Harry's ear. Not even the Weasley twins, but let's keep that to ourselves, it would break their hearts. Chuckling, Harry hugged Sirius back tightly. No worries, my lips are sealed. He released his godfather and went to gather the map. He would need that during his sneakouts to stay with Severus. Good night, Snuffles. See you soon, yeah. Of course. Remus is around as long as Snape is laid up, and where Remus goes so too shall I be. I'm not letting my mate out of my sight for a good long while. Sirius paused, tapped his foot, then seemed to come to a decision. Give your bat my best when you see him tonight. I will. Harry smiled and gave in to his urge and hugged Sirius again. Thank you for being good about this, it means more than I can say. I love you both. Harry grabbed his back and went to Hermione and Ron, who were waiting for him by the door. I'm proud of you, Remus whispered in Sirius' ear. Sirius tilted his head back with a grin. He hadn't done it for praise, but it was nice to hear, plus he wasn't above capitalizing on it. Does that mean I get a treat? Throw a dog a bone. Bad dog. Remus chuckled low in his throat. Let's just get back to our room and I will show you a bone. The other man just whooped and transformed, giving a playful bark before galumphing out of the room, confident that Remus would be close on his heels. The problem, Snape decided, with being in the hospital wing was not so much the fussing or the visits or the occasional idiots who were brought in after doing something they should not. No, it was the mind-numbing boredom. 2 weeks since he'd woken and, aside from Harry's sneaking out and staying with him whenever possible, he was stuck staring at the wall or listening to pubescent twits come in for cure to their idiocy-induced ailments. It half made him want to dive out the window, screaming for freedom. You all right there? You have a bit of a scary look on your face. Harry poked his head around the curtain set up around Snape's bed. For once he was visiting during Poppy's designated visiting hours. He walked closer, leaned down to key Snape and sunk down in his usual chair next to the bed. I am losing my mind from boredom. I swear every second I am here I can feel my intelligence quotient drop. He looked at his significant other, taking in the much healthier appearance as well as the ruffled wild mop of hair and the affection those bottle green eyes held only for him. And how are things with the barbarian horde? Even if your intelligence quotient would drop, and it's not, you would still be the smartest person here. Harry grinned and caught Severus' hand in his. And the horde is fine, no trouble there. Good, I would hate to think all our good work has been undone by the wolf Softshoe. Speaking of the pair that induce fleas to hop about in mad delight at the prospect of lunch, how is your dogfather and his wolf? The first 3 times Harry had come with messages giving him the 2 old marauders' best, he'd racked his brain for a trick, a trapdoor, something. Now it had become an odd part of the routine not only to hear that his old enemies wished him well but to inquire after their health. Strange things abound after one has a near-death experience. Sirius and Remus are both doing well, thank you for asking. Even having to be stuck in dog form most of the time, Sirius still have more freedom here. He doesn't have to be locked up in Grimmauld Place all the time. Harry smiled gently. They sent their regards as usual. Severus hummed and tapped his finger on the arm of his chair, thinking over something. Harry, you know that when you come into your inheritance you will assume the Potter lordship, yes? I haven't really thought much about it, but I suppose so, yes. Harry furrowed his brow. Does it mean anything? It means you would have the political power to force the Wizengamot to hold an honest trial for Black. Testimony under Veritaserum alone would clear him, to say nothing of pensive memories. There was no trial before. I'll be able to do that. The thought of being able to give his godfather his freedom was exhilarating. It also made Harry more bitter towards the ministry. Everything they did was a farce. Their only interest was their own gain, and Harry despised it. Thank you for telling me. I do not hold much concern for the mud, but his happiness will make you happy. A faint mottling of Snape's cheeks could be seen, and he looked away to hide his reaction to the fluffy sentiment before attempting to subvert any possible accusation of being more than a selfish Slytherin. Besides, if Black cannot be allowed to live his life free, what hope would I have? Harry saw straight through Snape's pretenses, and if it was possible he loved the other even more. You make me happy, and I will see to it that you are free to do whatever you want to. Just know that where you'll go I will go with you. Harry bent over the bed and pressed another key to Snape's lips. Severus grabbed the front of Harry's robes, holding him in place for a long and proper key. He slipped his tongue into the younger man's mouth and explored thoroughly, hungrily claiming the youth as his before pulling back. Know that is better than any medication Pomfrey could force down my gullet. Then I suppose it's a good thing I am releasing you today, isn't it, Severus? Harry turned his head towards Madame Pomfrey's voice, and a blush crawled up his cheekbones. Only a tiny bit of it was due to embarrassment, the rest was due to the want and longing he felt whenever Snape keyed him like that. He gets to go home? Harry asked just to make sure, hope shining through in his tone. The Mediwitch merely bustled in, checked the potion master's vitals, and nodded. Yes, Mr. Potter. As soon as I verify his reactions and vitals are all within normal parameters, he is free to go and cease telling me how to do my job. I still say that tincture of pennyroyal would have been a better choice for her. A little bit of discomfort might prove to be a firmer reminder not to be so careless a second, or third time as the case might be. Poppy sniffed. Then it is a good thing you are not the Mediwitch, for all that you are a registered healer, isn't it? Harry grinned. He was aware that he probably looked like a loon, but he didn't care. Don't worry, Madame Pomfrey. When he is released I will do my best to keep him out of your hair for a very long time. Harry's grin grew a little predatory as his eyes roamed over Severus. The woman actually chuckled. Oh, I do not doubt that. Just remember, he is not to be doing anything strenuous for another 2 weeks. Oh, and Severus. The man known for striking terror into lesser people eyed her warily. Yes, Poppy. I will remind you of something you are so fond of saying when a student in trouble shows up. She checked the dilation of his pupils, using the opportunity to lock eyes with him. Termination is not a replacement for prevention. His cheeks mottled brightly with red. Poppy. Harry looked between the two of them, having a feeling that he had missed something important, and then the coin dropped, leaving him as red as Snape. What? His voice was a squawk. Harry had never even considered something like that possible. Poppy tilted her head and pursed her lips. Didn't you know that wizards are capable of getting pregnant? She moved away from Snape and began marking things down on his chart. So long as the wizard is sufficiently powerful and old enough, natural pregnancy is very possible, Mr. Potter. I get several Muggle-raised wizards in here a year who didn't know it was possible and suddenly find themselves best friends with the chamber pot. Considering your and Severus levels of power, I would suggest you learn contraceptive charms, or there are always the Muggle methods of prevention, which oftentimes work even better. Harry was gaping, giving his best impression of a fish as the words Poppy said sunk in. Once again he cursed the fact that there were no wizard studies for Muggle-borns, leaving people like him to stumble around blindly. At the same time Harry was excited too. He wanted children someday, a family to love, and the knowledge that he could have that with Severus made him happy. Snape's face felt as if it was flaming, a very rare occurrence, as he coughed into one hand. I had intended to inform him myself. Later. Before things got quite that far. I'm fairly certain you did, dear, but one thing you failed to take into consideration. Poppy looked up. You're a man, so is Potter. The goddess only gave you dear creatures blood enough to operate one head at a time, and the lower one trumps the upper more often than not. Even Snape had to admit at that moment that he would have been quite happy if a hole had opened up in the ground and swallowed him. Harry was looking anywhere but at Pomfrey or Snape. He really didn't know what to say, and he felt horrifyingly embarrassed. Am I disturbing anything? I just wanted to come and see Severus off. Dumbledore came in with his usual smile on his face, carrying a small basket of drops in his hands that he handed to Snape. The potions master took the basket gingerly with a small expression of mild disgust. Thank you for your interest in my well-being, Albus. Poppy returned to her no-nonsense persona. No, headmaster, you're not disturbing anything. I was just about to release our potions master into Mr. Potter's capable custody. I am certain he can keep Severus from doing anything too exercising for another 2 weeks. Yes, Mr. Potter. Yes, madam, I will keep him out of trouble and make sure he takes it easy. Harry answered, the blush finally starting to go down. Well, I'm glad to hear it. Dumbledore twinkled. It will be good to have you back in service, Severus. Ah yes, I am certain the carrier monkeys are positively clamoring for my return. The dry, sarcastic tone should have made the snark Hall of Fame. I will restrain myself only to observation during the next 2 weeks, however, as I am certain actively teaching is something Poppy considers too exercising. Among other things, she signed off on his chart and gave a nod. You are free to go. Mr. Potter, take good care of him. Then she bustled off to another curtained area to deal with a student who'd been brewing an unsanctioned potion that had caused him to sprout donkey ears and a tail. I will leave you in Mr. Potter's hands then. Dumbledore nodded merrily and turned on his heel to walk back out of the infirmary, leaving Harry to shake his head. Come on then, let's get you home and settled all right. Harry smiled. Please, yes. Severus stood from the bed, taking a moment to examine his balance and stability, then changed into his robes that were draped over a nearby chair. I do believe we have more than a few things to discuss beyond the ears of others as well. I think we do, yes. Harry agreed, carrying the small pack of Snape's belongings as they made their way down the many stairs to the dungeon, taking it slow so that Snape wouldn't get tired. The portrait nearly whooped with joy at the sight of Severus and swung to the side with a loud welcome back. That leads me to wonder how many have tried to slip into my quarters while I was gone. Which also leads me to wonder how many detentions I will be giving out once I return to my post. He moved quite gratefully into the sitting room and settled on the short sofa. Harry hurriedly grabbed a soft blanket and wrapped it around the other before sitting down next to him. Ah, maybe the portrait just missed you. As for detentions, I'm sure you can figure out reasons to give them to your heart's content. He grinned wickedly. Of course I will. He pulled Harry into sitting more comfortably against him. Someone has to clean the cauldrons after all. He nosed Harry's soft shaggy black hair. Oh Merlin, cleaning your cauldrons is a disgusting job. I've certainly done it enough. I don't envy the poor bastard that annoys you enough to get stuck with that chore. Harry let out a content sigh and leaned more firmly against Snape. I'm so glad you're well enough to go home. You scared me there for a while. I was rather scared myself. He lifted his hands, holding them in front of both of them, and studied them over Harry's shoulder. He flexed his fingers. They were the first part of me Lucius attacked. He knew exactly how important my hands are to my work and just how important my work is to me. I am very lucky Poppy is as skilled as she is. He curled his arms around Harry again and keyed the younger brunette's temple. And I am grateful you are recklessly brave and learn as quickly as you do, else my hands would have been the least of my worries. I wanted to kill him. Harry's voice was just a whisper. When I saw what he had done to you, how he had hurt you, I wanted to turn around and end his miserable life, and I would have done it with a song in my heart. The only thing that stopped me was that you needed me more and that I didn't want to kill Lucius in front of Malfoy. I wanted to though. Gods, I wanted to. Severus closed his eyes and held Harry close. There is nothing wrong with wanting to rid the world of a monster, pet. Voldemort may look the part, but Lucius is just as much a monster as his master, if not more. He stroked a soothing line up and down Harry's side. But it makes me feel like a monster too, to realize how easy it would be to end a life, how little it would take to actually do it. Harry burrowed even closer, seeking warmth and comfort from his loved one. He felt safe enough to tell these things to Severus. He was the only one he could completely be himself with. Others saw him as the golden boy, the light to counter Voldemort's darkness, but he was only human. He had his flaws and plenty of them. The older man stroked the youth's hair. But you're not a monster. You have never wanted to take a life solely for the purpose of taking one, nor have you sought to end an innocent life. True, it is all too easy to take a life, but it is the reason behind the action that dictates a monster. You would only take a life to protect those you care for, Harry. It's not in your nature to be a murderer. I would imagine that you would even offer Voldemort mercy if he were to ask for it and show remorse. Harry clung to him and let himself be reassured. He had been more worried about this than he had realized, and it felt really good to get it off his chest. I love you, thank you for listening. Snape stilled. Had Harry said that before? He couldn't recall, not clearly, and he wasn't certain he could pry the words off his own tongue. Not that he didn't feel them, he did. Deeper than he thought he could. But there remained a part of him, the terrified child, the rejected friend, that feared returning them, feared that they would one day be thrown back in his face. So he would not yet speak them in English while he was coherent. He honestly didn't think he could yet, but he could speak them in another language. It is not a hardship to listen to you, my Merlin. Te amo. Harry had been holding his breath since he said the L word, and Snape stilled. He had been afraid that he had misread things despite exchanging words of love when Severus was ill, but now he exhaled softly, rubbing his nose along Snape's neck. I'm still thankful. It's not easy, talking about how you feel at times, the things that worry you. You make it easier. Harry startled when Fawkes came swooping in only to perch on a small lamp next to the couch. I think he has adopted you, Harry said as he nodded towards the phoenix. Snape turned to look at the bird, aware of the way it and Anguise, who'd slithered over to rest on the warm stones of the hearth, eyed each other for a few moments before they settled. I can't imagine why, unless Dumbledore has been ignoring him in favor of his favorite game, playing chess with people's lives. Fawkes gave a sad trill and flapped his wings before settling comfortably on the lamp. Maybe he just sees that you need looking after. Everyone does, no matter how strong or independent they are. Harry said softly and eyed both Fawkes and Anguise. We are lucky to have those willing to look out for us. The older man sighed and nestled his chin on Harry's shoulder. I suppose I will have to invest in a perch for him then. I guess so, Harry replied with a small smile before going back to his favorite pastime, nuzzling and keying Severus. Snape ran his fingers through the soft, fine black hair on his love's head. Harry, when we first came back from Malfoy Manor, do you remember Dumbledore trying to talk around objects, and I told him to call them as they were? Harry pulled away from mouthing at the small hollow behind Severus' ear and looked at him. Now that you mention it, I do, yes. My brain was somewhat focused on you at that time, but I do remember it. Horcruxes, you said, right? Harry frowned as he tasted the word. What are Horcruxes? Darker magic than anything that should be fooled with. A Horcrux is an object that a wizard or witch has sealed half of his or her soul into. It is considered some of the darkest magic in existence because to split their soul a wizard must first perform the most heinous act of murdering an innocent. Also, when a soul is split, the mind is affected. Most wizards who create even one Horcrux go mad. Voldemort has created 7. The professor met Harry's gaze, trailing his fingers along the youth's jawline. Said jawline just clenched as Harry looked at him with a mortified expression. 7. So no matter if I would actually manage to bring the bloody bastard down, he can come back 7 times. Have I gotten that right? Harry felt a chill run down his spine. It was no wonder that Voldemort seemed reckless and cocky. He knew that Harry had no chance to win. Severus ran his hand down Harry's back. 5 actually. You destroyed one of the Horcruxes in your second year. I did. Harry thought back, trying to figure it out, but his mind was blank. All he could think about was the horror of splitting your soul that many times willingly. The diary. It was his second Horcrux and held a full quarter of his soul. He was highly displeased with Lucius for its loss. Good. Harry had not forgiven Malfoy the Elder, and he didn't think he ever would. Of course, the Diary of Tom Riddle, that made a hell of a lot sense when he thought about it. Snape brushed a key over the bridge of Harry's nose. Of the 6 others, 3 once belonged to a founder. He got some perverse satisfaction in tainting the relics of great magic users, Hufflepuff's cup, Ravenclaw's diadem, and Slytherin's locket. One is part of a trio of objects known as the Deathly Hallows. It is called the Resurrection Stone. One is always kept beside him, Nagini his familiar. Anguise took care of her. Did you hear that, little one? You destroyed a Horcrux, well done. Harry sent the baby basilisk a loving look even as she preened. No wonder Voldemort was so pissed at the manor. Harry felt a grim satisfaction about that. He counted the Horcruxes Snape had mentioned and the numbers didn't add up to him. Even with the ones you have mentioned, there is still 1 Horcrux left. Severus grimaced. He did not want to be the one to impart this bit of news. The last is one he himself doesn't know of. The night he killed your parents, he unwittingly split his soul, and when he tried to kill you and failed that fragment of his soul that was split off, he lifted a hand and brushed Harry's hair back from his forehead. It embedded itself into your scar. Harry stilled completely, and he felt a new wave of loathing towards his scar that almost left him sick. So I'm carrying a piece of the bastard inside me, he's part of me. To kill him forever, all Horcruxes have to be destroyed. I have to be destroyed. He gave a humorless chuckle. Well, isn't that just bloody brilliant? No. Snape's arms closed firmly around Harry. A Horcrux made from an object, such as the diary or the locket, must be destroyed. For an object there is no other option. But for a living being there are options. They're ancient and often need special knowledge, but there are options. Severus, it may be cowardly and unheroic, but I really don't want to die. Harry had always known that dying would be a possibility, but not like this, and not now, not when he had finally found something to really live for. You won't. Severus' voice was firm and unyielding. I am not about to let you go, no matter how selfish it might be. There are 2 purification spells I know of. They both need special ingredients and use a combination of potion, ritual rune circle, and verbal spellwork, but they would work. The spell ingredients are rare, however. We'll just have to find them then. Harry said with confidence he didn't really feel. But maybe we should concentrate on the other Horcruxes first, to see if there's even a point of a purification spell. That will certainly provide plenty of time to retrieve all the ingredients. No one knows for certain where the others are hidden. We have to find them before we can destroy them. One can only guess where a madman like Voldemort has hidden away the pieces of his twisted soul. I will find them though, and I will destroy them all. Harry slowly relaxed and leaned back against Snape again. He had never had much luck, and this was just one more obstacle. At least he wasn't alone anymore. He had Severus, his friends, Sirius and Remus. Maybe he was lucky after all. Severus frowned and looked at the fire. If we can, we might try and see if Black's house elf knows anything. Regulus died under some rather dodgy circumstances. Voldemort claimed he'd betrayed him, but even then traitors to his cause were dealt with publicly amongst the Death Eaters, yet we never saw Regulus in the punishment circle. Punishment circle? Oh, Voldemort just keep climbing the charm ladder, doesn't he? Harry made a face. Creature isn't really the easiest to talk to, but maybe Sirius can order him to speak. Since Sirius is Lord of the House of Black, Creature can't refuse him even if he doesn't like Sirius. Perhaps, but Narcissa might be a better choice. Creature might like her, as she has always been rather kind to him. He was almost obsessively loyal to Regulus, who also treated him well. Your Miss Granger is correct in her thoughts that house elves should be better treated, if only because good treatment is more likely to inspire willing loyalty than cruelty. Harry nodded. I agree with you fully, and I think you may be right that Lady Malfoy could be a wiser choice. I love Sirius, but he's not exactly tactful or patient. I feel bad for Creature. I don't think he has experienced much in the way of kindness. Not since the death of your dogfather's brother, at least. He closed his eyes, feeling a bit tired. It may be a dead end, but it could lead us to something important as well. I'll have to meet with Albus soon, as well as he said he had a lead on one of the Horcruxes. We can sort everything out later. Harry noticed the tired lines on Severus' face and felt a bit guilty. Severus was supposed to take it easy and not get upset. For now you should just rest and concentrate on getting yourself stronger. Everything will work out sooner or later. Harry took a hold of Snape's hand and rubbed his knuckles with his thumb. I'll be fine. You worry too much. He moved to rest his face in the crook of Harry's neck, keying the skin softly. But yes, everything will work itself out eventually. Harry moved his hand to Snape's hair and stroked it gently, content to lean his head against the backrest of the couch, feeling the comforting weight of Snape's head against his shoulder and watching the fire burn. Fawkes gave a soft trill that somehow eased Snape into a deep, dreamless sleep. Sirius gawked at Harry and Snape after they finished explaining why they needed to talk to Creature, or rather why they needed Narcissa, who was also in the room and looking rather irritated by the reaction of her cousin. So you think that crazy thing will know about one of these Horcruxes? We don't know, but it can't hurt. We need to follow any lead no matter how small. Harry looked at his gawking godfather. Please, Lady Malfoy, can you speak to him? Narcissa nodded. Of course. Creature is a bit unstable, I will give you that, but I believe it's mostly because he's been alone for so long. She gave Sirius a narrow-eyed glare. And some people's treatment of him doesn't help. The dog Animagus grimaced. Narcissa had nearly brained him with a fireplace shovel a few times when she saw him being so harsh to Creature. She was right, and he knew it. He'd been unfairly taking his displeasure over being stuck in Grimmauld Place out on the dotty old elf. Remus had actually growled at him once when he'd snapped at Creature, so he knew he was showing his in regards to the house elf. He ran a hand through his hair and nodded. All right, I don't think you'll get much out of him, but we'll try. Creature. It took a while for the ancient house elf to come shuffling into the room, glaring at them while mumbling under his breath about blood traitors and half-bloods. Master wanted to see Creature even though Creature was busy dusting Mistress' portrait, since Master is neglecting to keep his magnificent mother clean. Beady eyes glared at Sirius as Creature wiped spindly fingers on the ragged dish towel tied like a toga around his shrunken body. Sirius had to bite his tongue to keep from insulting his own mother or saying something that would have Sissy hexing him into next week. He nodded. Yes, Narcissa would like to ask you some things. Creature turned towards Narcissa and his expression softened somewhat, although it was hard to tell. What would the little Miss Black want to ask of Creature? In Creature's mind the name Black trumped Malfoy any day, even though both families were purebloods. Nothing could compare to the noble house of Black. The blonde woman smiled at him and crouched down to his level. It is about Regulus, Creature. I know you cared a great deal for him, that he was a great master to you. I need to know the truth about how he died. Master Regulus was a great master, a great Black, but Creature can't tell you how young Master died. Creature made a promise and Creature keeps his secrets. Narcissa frowned, biting into her lip. Can you tell someone else? Someone like Severus or Harry? Creature could, if Creature wanted to. The house elf answered, making it clear that he wasn't very interested in spilling his secrets to two half-bloods. Will you, please? It would mean a lot to me. Never let it be said a Slytherin could not pull off puppy eyes, because the ones Narcissa used just then were downright lethal. Creature twisted his fingers into the dish towel, clearly at odds with himself. Little Miss Black is a good mistress. Creature will do it for her. He turned towards Snape and Harry. Young Master Regulus received his dark mark when he was very young, before he realized what it meant to follow the Dark Lord. Great Mistress Black was very proud, but it didn't take long before young Master to see that he had made a mistake. He learned about the Dark Lord's Horcruxes. The Dark Lord was even here once, preparing one. Almost killed Creature, but young Master saved Creature. The house elf dabbed his eyes with a corner of the towel. Young Master was very brave. He defected and started to plot the Dark Lord's downfall. He stole one Horcrux from the Dark Lord and hid it. He died before he could destroy it though. Creature misses the young Master. Narcissa had to turn her head aside and dab at her eyes, especially at the stricken look on Sirius' face. The old marauder had always thought that his brother's death had only been painted as a defector from Voldemort's ranks to paint him in a brilliant light and to give their mother yet another reason to call Sirius the scum of the earth. Knowing otherwise, hurt more than he could have suspected. Snape closed his eyes. He'd suspected as much. Creature, do you know where any of the Horcruxes are? We are trying to find them so we can destroy them. Creature eyed Snape suspiciously. Does Master Prince promise to finish young Master Regulus' task and bring the Dark Lord down? Sirius, eyes shot wide open, and he damn near gawked at Snape. The greasy-haired bat really was of the Prince line. Severus nodded. I swear to you, creature, the Dark Lord will fall. Already 2 of his Horcruxes that we've known the location of have been destroyed. The rest of his soul pieces will be as well. Creature gave a nod and shuffled out of the room without another word, leaving the ones still there to look at each other questioningly. After a few minutes he came shuffling back and placed an object in Snape's hand, a large oval locket made of pure gold. A snake in the shape of an S decorated the front in glittering green stones. Severus looked at it, eyes wide. Salazar Slytherin's locket. He bowed his head. Thank you, creature. Narcissa moved to envelope the old elf in a brief hug. Yes, thank you. Creature looked positively terrified before moving skinny arms to wrap around Narcissa's shoulder minutely before pulling away. Masters and mistress are welcome. Just finish young master's work. Snape inclined his head and put the locket in a bag. We'll need Anguise to destroy this one when we get back to Hogwarts. Her venom is one of 2 readily available methods. Sirius fixed his gaze on an empty spot on the wall. Creature. Yes, Master Black, what can Creature do for the Master? Creature walked over to him even as Harry nodded to Snape and told him they would bring the locket to Snape's quarters where Anguise was waiting while they were away. Would you see to it my brother's portrait is cleaned and hung above the mantel in the main entry hall? Creature bowed so low that his pointy nose almost touched the ground. Right away, Master Black, thank you, Master. Creature was out the door quicker than anyone could have believed the old house elf to move. Narcissa moved over to her cousin, placing a delicate hand on his arm. Sirius. He moved jerkily towards the fireplace. Not now, sissy. I need Moony. That said, he grabbed the flow powder and was through the grate before she could blink. Harry moved closer to Snape, tangling his fingers with the other. Poor Snuffles, this must be really hard for him. Remus will know what to do though. Harry's heart went out to his godfather. Severus looped his arm around Harry's waist, nodding. As irritating as I find him, even I find myself sympathetic for him in this instance. We should give him a few moments to find his mate before we follow through the grate. Back at Hogwarts, a quick transformation, a few sniffs on the air, and a furry black blur later found Sirius hunting his mate down just outside of the Forbidden Forest. He caught sight of the scarred werewolf and rushed towards him. Remus, eyes widened as he was practically tackled by his mate. The werewolf could smell Sirius' distress and was instantly worried and protective. What is it, Siri? What has happened? He checked his mate over for signs of injuries or struggle. It was nowhere near the full moon, but Remus still felt the urge to shift and protect his mate from any harm. Sirius whined pitifully and nosed at Remus, knowing he couldn't transform here where someone could see him, but he needed his mate to hold him. He needed to tell him what had happened too, but again, transforming out here was a big no-no. He almost gave in to a brief irritated desire to bite at Remus for being somewhere other than their quarters. Kneeling down so that he could wrap his arms around the large dog, Remus gave him a short hug before rising up and moving deeper into the forest. No creature in the Forbidden Forest would lift an eyebrow at seeing Sirius Black, and no one would bother a werewolf and his mate if they wanted to live to see another day. As soon as they were deep enough to make Sirius feel secure that they'd remain undiscovered, he shifted back to human and wrapped his arms tight around his mate. Moony, my brother Merlin, I was so wrong about him. Remus held him tight, trying to make sense of what Sirius was telling him. Shush baby, slow down, tell me from the beginning. What about Regulus? Sirius moved closer, his face finding the hollow of Remus' shoulder, and let what Creature had revealed and his own old opinion of his brother pour out. For years I've been so bitter and hateful because our mother favored him over me. I didn't even go to his funeral, Remus. I didn't think he deserved all the wailing and gnashing of teeth everyone displayed. I was so wrong, so wrong. The last time I saw him I even told him I hated him and that Death Eaters should die. The shame of that one venomous exchange hit him hard and he made a soft whine in the back of his throat. It's okay, Siri, there's no way you could have known. Your brother was certainly a very loud speaker for all that was right and good with Voldemort's rule. Remus kept holding him, wanting Sirius to know that he would never willingly let him go. We all made mistakes back then, it was such a chaotic time. Regulus would have forgiven you if there had been time, you know that. Sirius let the scent and hold of his mate ground him. I don't even know why it's hitting me so hard. I never get all emotional like this. I punch things, Mooney. I don't sob out my sorrows into your shoulder, wide and comfy though it is. He was your baby brother. Despite everything you both said and did, you loved him and you never got a chance to grieve, not with everything that happened with James and Lily just after. It's no wonder it's affecting you. Remus placed a key on top of Sirius' head. His mate's scent had shifted somewhat and it worried Remus that this had made Sirius upset enough for that to happen. I still feel stupid. He nuzzled the skin of his mate's neck. If I wasn't such a selfish bastard and way too happy here with you, I'd be forced to agree with Mother. She always said it should have been me instead of Reg, was probably her deathbed statement. Don't you dare say that again. Remus growled and pulled Sirius' face up so that he could look him in the eyes. You think it better if I was left alone? That Harry would have lost his godfather too and have absolutely no one. The Order would have no safe house and I would be completely lost. Don't you bloody dare saying something as idiotic and untrue as that ever again. The amber gold of the wolf was in his mate's eyes and Sirius felt like kicking himself. No, he cupped Remus' face. No, I don't think that, not really, I just heard it so much before. I'm sorry Remus, I shouldn't have said it. He bumped his nose against his mate's chin in affectionate apology. Remus closed his eyes and tried to rein his wolf back in. I thought that I had lost you once. Please Siri, please don't ever make me go through that again. He tangled his fingers in Sirius' wild hair and slanted his mouth over the others. The dog Animagus opened his mouth, letting his mate's tongue into play with his and offering silent assurance that he didn't intend to go anywhere. He was here with his wolf to stay, no matter what. He pulled back to scatter keys over the scars on Remus' face. I won't. Remus, my Mooney, my mate. I'm sorry. I'm sorry too. I love you, need you. Always. Remus clung to his mate, just feeling the need to hold him close and feel that he was really there with him. Remus would fight to his last breath to keep him there. Forever Mooney. Sirius closed his eyes and leaned his weight on Remus, knowing the other man was more than capable of supporting it and would, in fact, need to feel Sirius solidly with him. I'm not going anywhere. You're stuck with me. Bloody right I am, and I want it no other way. The werewolf supported Sirius easily. The wolf in him was still very close to the surface, leaving Remus with the need to take and to claim. Come on Siri, let's go back to our room. The forest is no place for what I want to do with you. The other man gave a happy, playful growl, nipped at Remus' chin, then moved back to transform, bounding a few paces away, then looking back at his mate with an impatient bark. Remus grinned and followed his dog back towards the castle with long, swift steps. Severus stepped into his quarters with Harry, shaking his head when he saw that Fawkes was, once again, inside on the perch he'd picked up from an old acquaintance. He moved to his potion lab and set the locket on the table there, pleased to get it out of his hands. He could feel the negative drain on his emotions just from carrying the blasted thing in his pocket. You all right? Harry asked worriedly and hovered next to Severus. He looked at the locket on the table. Will Anguise have to bite through it, or will her milked venom be enough? I refuse to put her at any risk. Harry's hand was stroking over Snape's back absent-mindedly. That thing is extremely foul. He leaned back into the gentle stroking. I think her fangs will have to pierce the open locket, as much as I would rather her not have to get that close. Will she be okay? I can't imagine Voldemort just infuse it with a part of his soul and then leave the locket unprotected. It was almost as if Harry could feel the murderous intent coming from the locket just by them talking about destroying it. He knew that it was his own imagination, but it still made his blood run cold. Snape tapped his finger on the table, peering at the locket. No, he wouldn't leave it unprotected. A second option would be one of the adult basilisk fangs, as they've still got some venom within them. Or there is also Gryffindor's sword. Either way, one of us will face whatever is in that locket to destroy it. The only question is what measures he used for its protection. Its very negativity may be one of those measures. There's no question about it, If one of us have to face it, then it's going to be me. I won't put you in harm's way again when you have just started to recover." Harry's tone was low and calm. He didn't want any argument. "I've used Gryffindor's sword before and I'm sure I can do it again. I can't open the locket in any case. Salazar's locket can only be opened using Parseltongue. See, no question, just as I said." Harry flashed Snape a grin that was only a little tense around the edges. This he could do, this was what he had been doing for years already. Severus pulled him close, keying his temple lovingly. "That secluded cottage is looking better daily." "It really does," Harry agreed with a sigh. He allowed himself to stay close to Snape for a while, just basking in the closeness before he pulled away and looked at Locket again. "I can't help to wonder what the founders would have thought about having their property, something that defined them, used for something like this." He pulled on the hair in bangs nervously. "Do you think I should open the locket now, or should I wait until we have decided on a method to get rid of it?" Snape raised a brow. "I think your brain just cramped, pet." "The latter, of course." Harry flushed and looked at Snape sheepishly. "I'm sorry, I know you're right. It's the Gryffindor in me, wants to rush headlong into it and get it over with. I don't like the idea of the locket lying there oozing its negativity. It's the last thing you need here." "Well, you're certainly right about that, but..." A sudden pounding on the door interrupted them and Hermione's voice called through the thick oak panel. "Harry, Professor Snape, Hermione." Harry called back and rushed over to open the door. "Has something happened?" The bushy-haired girl was distressed and flushed, as if she'd run the length of the castle to get here. "It's awful." She held up the Daily Prophet, where the headline clearly displayed, WHO returns to free his servants from Azkaban. Ministry attacked. No answers forthcoming from Minister Fudge. There was a rather hideously clear picture of Voldemort on the front page tossing a curse at an Auror. Bloody wart-filled bollocks. Harry grabbed the newspaper from Hermione and read the article. Several of Voldemort's most feared and devoted Death Eaters had been broken out and was now on the loose along with their lord. Ing fantastic, this was just what we needed. Harry crumpled the newspaper in the corners, holding on to it so tightly. Why couldn't they ever catch a break? Severus carefully slipped the paper from Harry's grasp and scanned the article and, despite the dureness of the situation, he felt a grimly satisfied smile tug at his mouth when he read, "This reporter wonders what Mr. Harry Potter feels about this turn of events, as he did warn us last year that he who must not be named had returned only for the ministry to refute his statement. This reporter also wonders what that says about the integrity of our ministry." He grimaced, however, when he came to one particular name on the list. Of course Voldemort would have freed her. No other Death Eater was as fanatically loyal nor as insanely vicious. "Miss Granger, does Narcissa know about this?" Hermione nodded. Draco saw the article first and ran for her. "They're both badly shaken." "Know about what? What has them shaken?" Harry looked between Snape and Hermione. In a short time Lady Malfoy had become important, and he even cared about Malfoy too, as much as he was loath to admit it. The potions professor turned the paper to a picture of Bellatrix. Bellatrix Lestrange is Narcissa's sister. She's also Voldemort's most insane and loyal supporter, as well as his master torture mistress, and now she's free and her sister and nephew have betrayed the Dark Lord's cause. The good news just keep coming, don't they? Harry eyed the picture of the dark-haired witch laughing manically in the photo. She didn't look anything at all like Lady Malfoy. If anything, she resembled Sirius more. I, for one, would also not want to be the one to tell your dogfather about this, especially not if Lupin is in the vicinity. Snape sighed. On a more optimistic note, now those who doubted you know you've been speaking the truth. I wish I could feel more excited about that, Harry answered, thinking about the Aurors and prison wizards that had been caught in the assault. They must have had families and loved ones. The older man slipped his arm around Harry's shoulder and drew him close, pressing a key to the top of his head. Come on, let's go see if there's anything Narcissa or Draco need us to do, and then we'll check on the mutt. Harry nodded, leaned his head on Snape's shoulder for a second, and then followed his love and Hermione out of Snape's quarters and down the corridors to where Narcissa was situated. After the knock on the door, a paler than usual Draco opened the door and let them in. Draco took a hold of Hermione's hand and pulled the girl close to him, as if seeking comfort. Hermione slipped her arms around her boyfriend and pulled him with her to sit on the sofa, where his mother was already perched, sipping tea for all the world as if she had no cares. Severus knew that to be a fairly large warning sign. Narcissa, you're looking calm. Yes, well, I am not Lucius. I've reason to be calm, at the moment. At the moment is right. Draco said, as upset as Auntie Dear is with Father. She will not be happy with us and the choices we've made lately either. I rather put off this particular reunion as long as I'm able. As would I, but I see no reason to bury my head in the sand. We will come in contact with her eventually, and it would be best to use this calm to prepare for that encounter. You have only seen her in Azkaban, subdued by the Dementors. She will be much, much worse now. I almost pity your father. Narcissa took another sip of tea, her jaw flexing. She had loved Lucius once, and no matter that her love for him had died years ago or that she'd have cheerfully poisoned him herself, she would not wish Bella's tender mercies on anyone, not even Lucius. Draco knew his mother was right. On the few forced visits to Azkaban to see his aunt, she had been both restrained and subdued. I wish I could pity father, but I find it hard to, he said softly. Lucius snarled and pulled on the chains that left him chained to the cold stone wall. His arms were stretched wide to the sides and the chains were fastened so high that Lucius had to stand on his tippy toes. His entire body was aching, but that was nothing compared to the burning humiliation he felt. What is the meaning of this? I have always served our Lord without question. Little Lucy, but you've been serving him rather badly these last few years. The whispery, sing-song voice preceded the few soft footsteps that brought his sister-in-law into view. Bellatrix Lestrange née Black stood, her hair wild, the single grey streak in it a mark of her time in Azkaban, with her head tilted, her eyes bright, and her beady eye cocked just a bit. First you lose the object he put in your possession, for protection, to the blood trader's daughter, which resulted in its destruction. She tsked. Sloppy, and rather stupid Lucy. Then last year you ran from our Lord's mark in the sky. She walked forward and cupped his cheek, her hand cold as it stroked his skin. You ran like a frightened little mudblood rather than stand proudly. And now, your most recent transgressions. Shall we start with the complete mess your house became, right under your nose? Your son, your heir, not only sides with Potter but is seen on a date with the little mudblood. And then there is my sister, my dear, dear sister, who until now was a most faithful follower to our cause. Whatever caused her to leave it behind? She stroked her finger down his cheek, then dug the nail in to leave a thin, bloody line behind and leaned in to whisper, I know what you did to Sissy and the little dragon. You drove them away from us and you will pay for that. She inspected her bloody nail and licked it clean. And of course the crowning glory of your incompetence, Severus escaped before our Lord had even finished the questioning. Really, Lucius, you are slipping. Bellatrix's eyes shone with a strange sort of fire, and Lucius would never admit it out loud, but she scared him. She had always been intense, but it was as if she's released all bonds with sanity now. Maybe if the Dark Lord had pressed upon the importance of that particular object I would have taken more care with it. Lucius worked very hard to keep his sneer and his calm collected voice. As for running, better to run and be able to serve our Lord again instead of letting oneself get caught and be herded away to be locked up and useless. He looked her over with disdain even as he felt his own warm blood run down his cheek. The Lord requested my manner to question the traitor. He was here himself along with his personal guard, and I didn't see them stop the intruders either. I did my part, always. You dare try to pawn your failings off on our Lord? A sharp crack echoed through the dungeon as she slapped him, splitting his lip. She grabbed his hair and yanked his face forward. I am going to relish making you scream, Lucius. Your cries will shake the very stones of this house until your throat is so raw you can't even whisper for mercy. And, she snapped her fingers and had a masked Death Eater shuffling forward with a cart of metal implements. I will not even allow you the honor of pain inflicted through magic. You will scream, Lucius, and it will be because of Muggle methods. Now, which of the four main groups of torture should we start with? Blunt, sharp, hot, or cold? Her hand lingered over a fine scalpel, noting his shudder. Ah yes, excellent choice. Blunt works so much better after slicing and burning. Slate gray eyes were wide as they followed the hand holding the scalpel. Cold sweat ran down Lucius' neck and back, and he bit the inside of his cheek so hard that blood soon filled his mouth, but he didn't want to give the crazy crone the satisfaction of letting out a sound. She tapped his cheek playfully with the scalpel. Now, don't be shy, Lucy, do tell us all how you're feeling. She gestured at the group watching from along the walls, smiling proudly back at the glowing red eyes of her master. She always did love working in front of him, wringing the most delicious screams out of those at her mercy. She slid the flat of the blade down his cheek, over his throat, and to his chest before slipping the cutting edge into his skin, smiling at the blood that welled from the shallow cuts she slipped through bundles of nerves. Lucius couldn't stop his body from jerking with every sharp cut and every burst of searing pain, but he still hadn't let out a sound. He knew that they were all there, all the Death Eaters, just waiting for his downfall, and he wouldn't make it easy for them. He was a Malfoy, he had his pride, and he was better than all of them. Lucius would not let himself forget that. It's sad really, Bella, you didn't get anything, did you? Looks, intelligence, and charm all went to your sister. It's no wonder you had to settle for Lestrange. Tell me, when you married, had that nasty wart problem cleared itself up, or did you get more than one wedding present? Her gaze slid up to his and her lips curved in quiet insanity. Oh dear brother-in-law, surely you remember, Rudy dear suffered a bit of an accident before our wedding night. She slipped the blade over his lower belly in a teasing, bloody pattern. I am afraid he was unable to perform his husbandly duties. Such a pity really, but the Lestranges do continue through his brother, so no worries about no Lestrange heir. That is, unfortunately, not something you will be able to say much longer, Lucy dear. What do you mean by that? Lucius found it more and more difficult to keep the tremble out of his voice. The cuts were still shallow, but the blood flowed freely and he was starting to get lightheaded. She set the scalpel aside and picked up a nifty little muggle gadget known as a wood-burning tool. Well, you see, dear Lucy, we can't exactly allow Draco to get away with betraying us now, can we? I am afraid my sweet little nephew will have to die, and as for you, dear brother-in-law, well, after today you won't be creating any more Malfoys. It's for the best really, you do seem to have lost quality if you and Draco are the examples to go by. Now, do tell me if this burns. She pressed the tapered, heated tip of the woodburner to the cuts she'd made with the scalpel. She didn't want him passing out from blood loss after all. My son may be weaker than I would have wished. He will still see you in the ground though. Despite his obvious faults, Draco is Malfoy and you're just an old, worn delusional bitch. Lucius' voice was hoarse and he spit the blood collecting in his mouth at his tormentor. She simply swiped the splatter of saliva and blood from her cheek. Oh now Lucy, you forget something. I am our Lord's favored torturer. She held the woodburner over his genitals. Nothing you say is anything I've not heard before, darling. Now, scream for mommy. She pressed the tip of the hot metal into his testicles. Lucius screamed. Sirius chuckled from under his mate and nipped at Remus' shoulder. Hey, I'm hungry and you've only sated the one appetite. Remus rolled off Sirius with a playful grunt. I suppose I will have to let you go for now then, though we are nowhere near done. He ran his fingers through disheveled hair. Do you think there's any chance for meat? Rare. The animagus stretched where he lay, then moved off the bed, sliding into a pair of trousers and a robe. I'm pretty sure the elves can arrange some nice thick bloody steak. He leaned down to brush a key over his mate's lips before an irritable hoot caught his attention. He chuckled at the owl sitting on the curtain rod, glaring balefully at them with the newspaper in its talons. Well, give it over then. The bird flapped its wings, took off and dropped the paper into Sirius' hands before flapping out the open window. Sirius just shook his head and unrolled the paper before paling at what he saw. He read the article and managed to get to Bellatrix's picture before his eyes rolled back in his head and he dropped to the ground in a faint. Panicking wildly, Remus shuffled over to put his mate on the mattress, trying to get him to wake up, but to no avail. Remus' heart was in his throat as he jumped into the closest pair of pants and sunk down in front of the fireplace, flowing the only one he could think of that could help him. He only hoped that Snape would be there to take the call. If not, he would take Sirius to Poppy. Consequences be damned, he was not losing his mate. There was no answer at the flow. A pathetic wolf-like whine rose from Remus' throat and he hurried over to the bed again, wrapped Sirius in the soft sheet and picked him up. He ran the stairs 2 steps at the time and cursed Dumbledore for not allowing flow travel or apparition within Hogwarts grounds. He slammed open the door to the infirmary. "Madame Pomfrey, please, please help me." Poppy gaped at the frantic werewolf in front of her with a sheet-wrapped human-sized lump in his arms. "Remus, what on earth? Help him." Remus's eyes shifted from amber to brown and back again without his control and he clutched Sirius close to him. Everything was fine, he was hungry. Then he read the paper and just collapsed. "I can't get him to wake up." Poppy herself almost collapsed when she saw who it was Remus was carrying, but then her healer training took over and she ordered Remus to place him on one of the back beds. She drew the curtain around it and pointed at the chair beside the bed. "Sit, and stay there, not so much as a peep unless I ask a question. Which there will be plenty of later." She then set about examining the escaped convict, jumping when he began stirring on his own. Sirius' eyes went wide when he saw the familiar face of the Mediwitch looking down at him. "Oh shite. Indeed, Mr. Black. No, do not even think of sitting up until I know why you fainted in the first place." She took out her wand and cast a diagnostic spell, brows lifting halfway up her forehead when she read the results. "Huh, well. What is it? What's wrong with him?" Remus was still struggling to keep control, but he was extremely relieved that his mate was lucid again. "You scared me, Siri, scared me so bad." "Sorry." Sirius reached out for his mate's hand, taking it and trying to calm his wolf even though he was fairly upset and disturbed himself. Poppy folded her arms across her chest. "Am I to assume you two are mates?" Amber eyes flashed towards her and Remus edged closer to Sirius protectively, holding his hand tightly. "We are, yes." She looked up at the ceiling as if seeking strength from a higher power. "1 year, one sweet fine year I will finally be able to spend an entire school year without facing something outside the norm." Then she looked back down at her patient and his mate. "There is nothing wrong with Mr. Black. He is in perfect health." "Then why did he faint like that?" Remus looked at his mate. "Believe me, Poppy, when I say that my mate is not the swooning kind, not matter how upset he is." Remus didn't know if he could trust the Mediwitch's words that nothing was wrong, not when his mate fainted on him like that. "There is absolutely nothing wrong with your mate, Daddy." She paused and waited for the last word to sink into the werewolf's mind. It obviously sank into Black's immediately if the silver dollar-sized eyes were anything to go by. Remus frowned, wondering what the heck Poppy was on about when it finally hit him and his jaw hit the floor. Pregnant. A baby. Part of Remus was scared to death and the other was more excited than he had ever been. A child with his mate, after Azkaban and everything that had happened, neither of them had thought it a possibility. A family, Siri. Our own family. Remus grabbed his mate in a fierce key before his howl of joy echoed throughout the castle. Moo mmmmmmph. Sirius melted into the key and very nearly purred into his mate's mouth, though he'd never admit to ever making any noise that could be considered feline. He gripped his mate's shoulders and let Remus' touch wash away the wave of utter terror that tried to rise. A loud throat cleared and had Sirius pushing Remus back with a whispered, "Later." Then they turned their gazes on Poppy Pomfrey, who tapped her foot and pointed at Remus. "All right, you. I know you well enough to know that, mate or not, you would not aid someone who helped kill Lily and James, so someone had better tell me why I have a pregnant escaped convict in my infirmary." Now, Remus explained all that had happened, Wormtail's betrayal and Sirius' imprisonment and escape with some help from Sirius himself. He told her that Dumbledore knew of Sirius' innocence and allowed him to stay with Remus in the castle as long as he kept in his animagus form in public. "We're doing the best to prove his innocence, but the Ministry isn't exactly interested in admitting to another mistake at this time." Heavy bitterness shone through in Remus' voice. She shook her head. "You two are a mess." She summoned a few pamphlets and handed them to the two parents-to-be. "That is information of do's and don'ts. If Severus knows of your presence and innocence, go to him directly for prenatal nutrition potions, if not I will arrange for them. You," she pointed at Sirius, "I want to see you in here once a month." You can continue to transform into that great beast of a dog and back again without any harm to the baby until the 7th month, as it's a magical transformation unlike the lycanthropic transformation. After the 7th month, or more accurately the 27th week, however, remain human, unless you want to have a puppy instead of a baby for a year. No, I think I'll stay human after the 27-week mark. Sirius grimaced. I agree with Siri there. As fond as I am with Padfoot, I really would like a babe and not a pup. Remus was still teetering on the line between fear and absolute joy. Siri, imagine Snape's face when he finds out. The animagus snorted. He'll choke on his own tongue. Be nice. Remus replied with a chuckle and ran his fingers down Sirius' stubbly cheek. Thank you very much, Madame Pomfrey, for treating him with an open mind even when you didn't know the truth. Not many people give us a chance. Muggles are not the only ones who are bound by a Hippocratic oath, Remus. I always did wonder about his guilt in any case. Now take your maid back to your quarters or for a walk or something and out of my infirmary, go shoo. She flapped her apron at them, smiling when they scurried out. Sirius transformed and stuck close to Remus, sighed, nipping at the werewolf's heels and angling his head towards the dungeons. He wanted to get the nutrition potions taken care of as soon as possible so he could then spend some quiet time with his mate. Remus followed the large dog and nodded his head as they made it down the many stairs towards the dungeons until they reached the potions master's door. Remus knocked briskly and hoped that Snape had returned since he hadn't answered the flow call earlier. The door was pulled back and the dungeon bat was indeed in residence once more. Lupin, he glanced down at the dog, Mutt. Come in. Harry was concerned when we went to your quarters and you didn't answer. Well, there was an event. I tried to flow you earlier but got no reply. Remus walked in close to Padfoot. Snuffles, Moony, good to see you. Harry smiled and waved from the couch where he was sitting, stroking his fingers over Angui's gleaming scales. I was worried something had happened. He looked at the dog closely, Snuffles seeming even more bouncy than usual. The dog immediately shifted to human form and went over to ruffle Harry's hair. Pup, something did happen in a way. Nothing bad, so don't get that panicky look on your face. What has happened then? Harry leaned into his godfather's touch with a smile. You were very upset when we left Grimmauld Place and then the newspaper. I know you can't be happy about that. Well, I sort of fainted and Moony panicked and took me to Pomfrey. And now we've been sent down here to get some prenatal nutrition potions for me. He grinned and waited for the reactions. Rather than swallow his tongue as predicted, Snape stared for a few seconds, then raised his hand to cover his face. Dear Merlin, they've spawned. Remus glared at Snape and stepped closer to Sirius just as Harry got it. You're pregnant. His green eyes were saucer-wide as he looked at his scruffy and very manly godfather. He knew now that it was possible for wizards to get pregnant, but it was still a bit much to take in. I'm going to be an uncle. That's brilliant. Harry got up from the couch and threw himself at both Sirius and Remus to hug them tightly. This will be the most spoiled child ever. I'm so happy for you. Sirius laughed and hugged Harry tight. I'm counting on you to babysit when we need it, Quills. Even Snape, as masterful as he was at concealing his emotions and expressions, couldn't help but crack a very, very tiny smile at the happy little tableau. He moved over into his lab and went to the completed potions cabinet. He calculated roughly how long it would take him to brew a prenatal nutrition potion specifically for the mutt. Black still suffered somewhat, from what he could see, from his time in Azkaban and on the run, so he'd need a heavier duty potion than most if he was to carry to term. He gathered up 4 of the basic prenatal nutrition potions, put them in a small container, and carried them back out into the sitting room. He handed the container to Lupin. Come back in 4 days for more, then monthly. Diaresis. Thank you, Severus. Remus was truly grateful. It was still surreal and he wasn't sure he had been able to take the news in completely yet, but he knew that the coming months would become difficult, an adjustment for the both of them. Remus already knew that his protective and possessive instincts regarding his mate would almost explode in strength, and he also knew that Sirius wasn't some weak creature that would allow himself to be handled. Having a brilliant potions master close by would be a huge relief and take away at least one problem. Snape watched Harry talk animatedly with his godfather, with occasional grimaces thrown in. You might like to know, I've adjusted the Wolfsbane formula. I haven't completely tested it yet, but it should prove much more effective. Remus wasn't able to completely hide his surprise. Then it seems that I have even more to thank you for. Harry bounded up to them, still grinning. I'm just making a run to the kitchens, we need cake to celebrate. Please don't kill each other while I'm gone. He disappeared out the door and promised to be back shortly. So many bad things were happening, and Harry felt that when something happy and good did happen, it should be celebrated properly. Severus watched the young brunette trot into the kitchen, a small smile tugging on his lips. When he glanced at Black again, he saw an odd look on his face. What? Well, being as I find myself in the condition that I'm in, I feel it necessary to assure myself. You are using contraceptive charms, aren't you? Snape's eyes widened and his cheeks mottled. By Merlin, Black, is tact a foreign language to you? The dog Animagus grinned. Why yes, you great bat, it is. So. Siri. Remus meant to sound chastising, he really did, but it came out more amused than anything. Don't embarrass Severus like that. Besides, I don't smell their scents mingled in that way, so I don't think you have to worry just yet. Ah, but Moony. Sirius tilted his head playfully. It's my solemn duty to make sure that Batty doesn't get Quills in trouble, and to sick you on him if he does before I have our cub. Then who am I to stop you? Just don't run behind me for cover when Harry finds out about you badgering Bat. Severus and decides to shave your fur. Remus couldn't help himself. Seeing the normally composed Snape being flustered was highly amusing. Back, what did I miss? Harry backed into the room carrying a tray with several kinds of cake on. The house elves had been more than accommodating. Sirius just shrugged. Nothing special. Just talking to your favorite dungeon dweller. Being nice, I hope. Harry's eyes were sharp and green as he looked at the three older men in the room. He placed the tray on the table. Come on and choose your cake. What flavor does Mommy want? Sirius chuckled and pretended to peruse the cakes before choosing a humongous chunk of chocolate ganache cake. Mommy is going to get big as a house, but so long as Moony doesn't mind, I'm happy to gorge. He grabbed a fork and dug into the cake. Why would I mind? You're here with me, you can get as huge as you want and I will worship and love every inch of you. Remus smiled and chose a more moderate-sized piece of strawberry shortcake. They were so cute together, Harry felt his heart warm. Usually Sirius and Remus weren't very big on public displays of affection, and Harry loved seeing them like this. What kind of cake do you want, Sev? Harry moved closer to his own loved one. The professor chose a small sliver of carrot cake. You realize this technically ruins your dinner. Teasing amusement glimmered in the dark gaze, hidden from all but Harry. Oh no, however will I cope without proper nutrients for one night? Harry's eyes were wide and mock innocent as he beeped on his fork full of chocolate fudge cake. It is a good thing there are all kinds of nutrient potions. A bit of white frosting somehow managed to get onto the professor's finger and, in retaliation for the sensual little play Harry had just done with the fork, he carefully and quite deliberately licked his finger clean, eyes fixed on Harry's. Sirius raised his brows, looked over at his mate and murmured so just the werewolf could hear him. If their scents aren't mingled yet, it's not far off. Remus nodded. I think it's a good idea to eat and run. I do not want to be witness to any scent mingling. He noticed how Harry's eyes had grown dark and dilated as he watched Snape. Oh yes, I'm so lucky to have a potions master to keep me healthy when I misbehave. Harry's voice had grown husky. See what I mean? Remus whispered. Sirius shuddered. Ew Moony, why would you be so mean as to put that image in my head? He pouted at his mate and forked up his last bite of cake. Almost puts me off my chocolate. Sorry baby. He pressed a key to Sirius' temple, hiding his grin against his mate's wild hair. I think it's time for us to take our leave though. To celebrate in private. The former Azkaban inmate turned and nipped the edge of Remus' jaw. I love the way you think. He got to his feet, drawing the attention of the other two in the room. Moony and I are heading back to our quarters, it's been a busy day. Harry tore his eyes away from Snape with difficulty and moved over to give his godfather and Remus another hug. Okay, thank you for coming and thank you for telling us. Congratulations again. Remus waited until Sirius had transformed and then he opened the door and waved goodbye to Harry and Snape. Severus, who'd already begun making his way back to his lab, called out, "Black." The dog paused and looked over his shoulder at the potion's master. "Congratulations." Brief canine surprise was followed by a happy bark before Padfoot and Mooney left. Harry smiled at him gently and put down his cake plate to walk over and wrap his arms around the older man. "Thank you. Have I told you today that you're wonderful?" The hook-nosed man smiled and slipped his own arms around Harry. "You may have mentioned it. Don't thank me for congratulating the mutt. Any child is a precious gift, no matter who the parents are." He pressed a key to the top of Harry's head. "Now would like to help me brew your dogfather's potion?" "Yes, I would, just make sure I don't stuff it up. Leave me to chopping or something like that." He had become better, but Harry was still well aware that potions was not a strong point of his and probably never would be. "That was my plan." Severus chuckled and led Harry into the potions lab, pausing to move the locket from hell into a special box designed to block energies. "Most certainly do not need that thing left out and about. Any thoughts on how to deal with it?" He put the box up on an empty shelf. "I was thinking that I could go to Professor Dumbledore's office and ask if I could borrow Gryffindor's sword. I don't think he would mind since it's to destroy a Horcrux. Then my plans were to open it and stab it, I suppose." Harry rubbed the back of his neck. "I know we could do all kinds of spell checks and counter curses on it, but sometimes it's better to just go for it." Severus reached out and trailed his hand over Harry's back. "We'll go next weekend." He's bound to be insanely busy over the next week considering what's happened. It's not as though it won't keep for that long. "You're right." Harry eyed the box. "It's kept for all those years at Grimmauld Place, one more week shouldn't matter." He let out a sigh and turned towards Snape. "Now, direct me to my chopping, peeling and stirring." Snape chuckled and started bringing together the ingredients for Black's customized potion and told Harry what to do. Deep in the bowels of Malfoy Manor, Voldemort smirked as he watched Bellatrix continue her torment of Lucius. She had kept to her promise to make him scream so loud and long he could barely manage whimpers from his raw throat now. He always did love seeing her work. No matter what methods she used, Bella turned torture into a high art form. He slid his glance briefly over at Rodolphus Lestrange. Even before she'd so gloriously spoken of her loyalty to his cause, she'd been a favorite and he'd seen her engaged to another favorite, at the time. He had been most displeased to discover that Rodolphus had been so undiscerning in his previous bed partners that he'd contracted a venereal disease that would have been passed on to Bellatrix had she not been so clever at avoiding it. It was a mistake he did rather regret as, looking at her now, he'd have been much better off wedding her himself. Bellatrix had returned to cutting into Lucius' body, going beyond the surface cuts and instead actually vivisecting him after she'd dislocated several joints, her favorites having been his knees. Wrenching the knees out of joint always prompted such wonderful screams. She'd broken a few bones as well, mostly ribs, with the sand-filled leather sap. Now flaps of skin were pulled back, exposing the muscle of her brother-in-law for all to see. My Lucius, I must say you do have rather good muscle tone, but then you always were a rather delicious specimen. Such a pity." Lucius could barely lift his lids enough to look at his insane sister-in-law. His voice was long gone from screaming and thankfully he had started to grow numb. She could still make it hurt, but the exploding bursts of pain had ebbed away. If it had been anyone other than himself hanging from these chains, Lucius might even have admired her flair. Now he only hoped that she would grow bored soon and finish him off. "Rather hang here that have why you touch me in any other way, you crazy bitch." His words were accompanied by a wet gurgling sound. One of his broken ribs had most likely punctured a lung. "Well, I can't say as I'd have put up with you as well as Sissy did, so that's certainly for the best." Her blade slicked down a layer of muscle. "No, I can do far, far better than you, Lucius, should I ever wish to continue my own line. Besides, why would I want the child of an idiot? The knife nicked an artery. Oopsies. Oh, I'd better fix that before you bleed out." She reached for the woodburner to cauterize the blood vessel, but the raspy voice of her master stopped her. "Leave it." She turned, eyes wide, and watched as her lord rose from his seat and walked over to her, cupping her blood-spattered face. "He's of no more use to us, and really, he's not providing good value for you any longer now, is he, my dear?" She turned into the cold hand as a kitten would turn into a stroke. Well, he has grown rather boring, my lord. I'm sure I could get him to weep though, if it pleases you. No, dear Bella, as enjoyable as I find watching you work, this worm is no longer worth your skills. Lucius felt nothing but relief as the world started to dim in the corners. He half expected to see his life rush by and to be filled with regret, but he wasn't. If he had had the chance, he would have lived his life the same way all over again. Despite the snag at the end of it, Lucius liked his life. The only thing he wished was different was the fact that he had been stupid enough to allow himself to fail without having a scapegoat. He honestly didn't care which side won now that he wouldn't have any personal profit in the outcome of the war, but he wished with all his heart that he would be able to greet Bella in hell soon. The world dimmed even more, the noises disappeared and everything turned black. Voldemort sneered at the corpse hanging from the wall even as he looped Bellatrix's arm through his, then spoke to her husband. Rodolphus, dump this mess in front of the ministry. The rest of you, comb the manor for dark magic objects or tomes, take only the dark magic objects and books. If any of you pillage for your own purposes or gain, I will learn of it and you will pay. Dear Bella deserves to have live creatures to keep her skills honed on after all. She beamed up at her master. My lord is too good to me. He pat her hand. Impossible. After we finish here we must leave. Malfoy Manor will belong to Narcissa and her son after Lucius is found. It is no longer a safe haven for us. He led Bellatrix from the room having given his orders. Draco was sitting with Hermione in the library when Filch came to tell him that he was wanted in Professor Dumbledore's office. Draco tried to ask what for, but the grumpy man had already shuffled away, mumbling about the good old days when corporal punishment was the norm at Hogwarts. Shrugging, Draco swallowed around the sudden lump in his throat and squeezed Hermione's hand before he packed up his books and got ready to leave. I don't know what this is about, but would you come with me? It took a lot to allow himself to be vulnerable even in front of Hermione, but it felt worse going to this unknown meeting without her. She smiled and put her things away, taking his hand when she stood. Of course. She squeezed his hand in encouragement. Worry was in the back of her mind though. Whatever this meeting was about, considering all that had happened lately, she doubted it was really good news. Keeping his fingers laced with hers, Draco and Hermione walked towards Dumbledore's office. The gargoyle statue was shifted to the side and the passage up to the headmaster's tower was open. The knot of worry in Draco's stomach grew as they climbed the spiral staircase and entered the office. The headmaster was there along with a middle-aged wizard wearing formal-looking robes. Ah, Mr. Malfoy and young Miss Granger, I see. Dumbledore greeted them. Please take a seat, both of you. This errand should not be discussed while standing. The unknown wizard frowned. Headmaster, this is a Malfoy family matter. It is most unusual to have another person present. Only Lady Malfoy should also be here, but as you said, she went into hiding from her husband. We are unable to locate her. Hermione felt Draco's hand tighten on hers and she moved to hold it within both of hers. This was sounding far too much like a visit from a police officer informing a family of bad news. You don't need to address me. I assure you that Mr. Malfoy is more than capable to speak for himself. I can assure you that whatever is said here, Ms. Granger will find out as soon as the meeting is done. I'm only saving time. Dumbledore laced his fingers together and watched the wizard from behind his spectacles. What is this meeting about really? Draco asked carefully. The formal-robed wizard spluttered at Dumbledore for a moment before turning to Draco. It is my unfortunate duty to inform you that your father was found deceased early this morning. Draco's face became an unreadable mask and his back straightened. His grip on Hermione's hand tightened almost to the point of pain. I see. Any information on how my father met his demise? I am afraid that he was murdered by Death Eaters. From the circumstances he was found in, it appears he had somehow betrayed them. Hermione barely resisted scoffing even as she ran her thumb soothingly over Draco's knuckles. She didn't know how Lucius had died in specific, but she did know he didn't possess the backbone to turn on Voldemort. I see. Draco said again. I will of course see to it that the funeral is handled. Is there anything more I should know? Draco was quite proud that he managed to keep his voice completely detached and cold. He really did not care what this wizard thought of him or his apparent lack of emotions. Upon reaching your 17th birthday you will become Lord Malfoy, with all the privileges and responsibilities thereof. Until that time the lordship is to be held in trust by your mother. The reading of the will, to accommodate your schooling, will take place a week hence here in the headmaster's office. If you choose to have your father buried rather than a pyre funerary service, would also not advise an open casket. The wizard coughed into his hand and looked away from the young blonde, his face a little green. Hermione's eyes widened at that comment and she tried not to imagine what state Lucius' body might have been in when found. I understand. Draco nodded. All necessary preparations will be made and I will be ready for the meeting next week. Now if that is all. He couldn't do this. He couldn't sit here and speak to someone who really didn't care. Of course, if you could, perhaps find a way to get a message to Lady Malfoy, however, it would be most appreciated. Her presence is needed at the reading of the will. The wizard bowed shortly to Draco and then to Dumbledore. I will take my leave of you. He disappeared out the door rather quickly, having imparted everything he needed to and having other things he had to get done that day. I am sorry for your loss, Mr. Malfoy. Dumbledore spoke softly. Is there anything that you need? Thank you, Headmaster, and no, I don't require anything at this moment. Draco squeezed Hermione's hand and got up from his seat. Now if you excuse me, I need to go find my mother. He had no idea what he was supposed to feel, how he should be reacting. All Draco felt was numb. Hermione wasn't quite sure what to say or do as they left the office. Draco's hand still held hers in a tight grip and she knew that same grip was being applied to his emotions. Once they were far enough away from the headmaster's office, she stopped and tugged him around to face her. Her eyes searched his for a few moments before she stepped close and just wrapped her arms around him, holding him close. Draco remained stiff and ramrod straight for a moment before he let out a breath and held her back tightly, leaning his head on her shoulder. What the F*** am I supposed to do now? My father was a bastard of the highest degree and he deserves to rot in hell, but he was my father. I have no idea what to do, how to behave, how I should feel. She stroked her hand down his hair. I can't tell you how to feel, Draco. I'm a bossy know-it-all, but even I have my limits. She leaned her cheek against his head. You've lost something you've had since birth. Whether you liked him or not, it's still a sudden hole in your life. There are no set rules on how you should behave, not really. You see to his funeral and you accept the condolences of idiots who know little or nothing about you. Considering the idiots associated with your father, I'd probably check for curses and such before opening any written condolences or packages, and you seek comfort in those who know and care for you. That's all you can do. Oh, the joy, even after death he continues to bring spice to my life. Draco smoothed brown curls away from Hermione's face and keyed her forehead. Thank you for being there, it means more than I can say. He sighed deeply. Now I have to go and tell Mother that the man she married, the man she once loved, has been slaughtered. Good times. He placed another key on her cheek. It's better if I do this alone, thank you again. One more key asterisk, to the corner of her mouth. She placed a key of her own on his cheek. I'll be in the room of requirement. Give your mother a hug from me. She lifted his hand and placed a key in the center. Just a little something to hold on to until I see you later. Draco nodded and closed his hand as if holding something precious. Yes, I'll see you later. Gritting his teeth, Draco continued down the stairs to find his mother. Hermione watched him go, biting her lip hard at the stiff set of his shoulders. She wanted so badly to stay with him and help him through everything that happened next, but she understood that some things he had to do alone. So while he was doing his duty by his mother, she'd head to the room of requirement and set about finding other throwable potions that would provide an edge in the battles to come. Narcissa shook her head at Severus, who was making pithy remarks about the essay one of the Hufflepuffs had turned in almost obscenely late. Late and apparently highly incompetent. In 2 days her old friend would once more be reigning supreme over the potions classes, and he seemed to be gearing up for the childhood idiocies, as he liked to put it. Only Severus. Draco knocked on the office door and opened it as he got the all clear. He saw his mother smiling and he hated the fact that he was going to be the one to make that smile disappear. Professor Snape, Mother. He bowed his head to both of them and clenched his fists. I need to speak to you, Mother. There has been an incident. Snape took in the clenched fists and hard control Draco was exerting and nodded towards the back of the classroom where the door to his office was. Feel free to use my office. You should be undisturbed. He looked down at the essay. I'm going to procure more red ink. Narcissa looked at her son and felt her mouth go dry even as Severus swept from the room. She walked with Draco in measured steps to the office, and once the door was closed and locked she immediately demanded, "Tell me." Apparently father's faux pas at the manor wasn't forgiven. The ministry found what was left of him yesterday. Draco didn't sugarcoat it. His mother was the strongest person he had ever met, and Draco knew she wouldn't want to be coddled. They didn't release any details, but from the way they discouraged the use of an open casket I guessed that Auntie Dearest had a finger in the whole thing. She closed her eyes and nodded. Very likely so. He was gone. Never would he again threaten her or Draco. All opportunity for him to change, as tiny and improbable as that had been, was gone as well. She felt a bit a fool, but somewhere, deeply buried, she'd always hoped that the Lucius she'd fallen in love with would return one day. That would never be now. A single tear slipped from beneath her lashes and trailed down her cheek. Draco's arms were around her in an instant. "I'm sorry, Mother. I'm so sorry." He had never experienced a loving moment from his father, but he knew that something had to have been there once. Narcissa would never have looked at him twice if there hadn't. She let herself hold tight to her son for just a few moments. Her precious child, who was all the best of herself and the man Lucius had once been, and also so much more because he had lifted himself out of the expectations he'd been raised to. She pulled back and brushed his hair out of his eyes. "Oh, my baby, you have nothing to be sorry for. I mourn for who he once was, a man who left us long ago, but not for what he became." "No, it's difficult mourning the man he became," Draco agreed. "I'm going to see to it that the funeral is arranged. The man from the ministry said that the reading of the will is next week in Professor Dumbledore's office. Your presence is wished for." Draco breathed deeply. He knew precisely what was going to happen. The Daily Prophet would have a field day. The Malfoy name was not very well liked, but the family was as old and as powerful as they came. Everyone would relish in Lucius' downfall. Everything about them would be splattered all over the news and on everyone's lips. Draco hated the thought of being the scandal of the week. He would spare his mother from as much as he could, though. "Mother, I don't think you should go to the funeral. Aunt Bella is still out there, and now that she's finished with father I doubt she's very pleased with you turning away from Great Master Snakeface." A delicate blonde brow lifted. "Oh, so you're simply arranging the funeral, you won't be attending?" "No, I will be there. I just don't think you should be." Damn his mother for being so perceptive. He should have known that she would see straight through his reasons. "Draco, I will be there. I was weathering scandal before you were even thought of." She bussed her son's cheek. "And I would not leave my son to defend against the vultures or the wolves alone. I only wanted to spare you. You know the schadenfreude will be limitless." Draco brushed a butterfly key over his mother's cheekbone. "My sweet baby, they do not bother me, they never have." She leaned away to straighten his hair and tug his robes into better alignment. "My only worry is how they will treat you and Hermione. Does she know of this?" Draco nodded and let his mother fuss as she wanted. "She does. I was studying with her in the library when I was told to go to Professor Dumbledore's office. I asked her to come with me and I'm glad I did. It's hard though, opening up to someone." He looked down at his shiny leather shoes. "I have been wretched to her for years, a true git. It's like I keep waiting for her to realize that she is much too good for me. Oh sweetheart, it is not what you did in the past that matters to her but who you are now. And of course she's too good for you." She smiled at his shocked look. "That's how it should be, the lady being too good for the man, and he knows it. So long as you remember that and treat her like the treasure she is, she will never leave you. She's made her choice, my little dragon, and I don't think Hermione is the kind who changes course midstream. Believe me, I will never forget how wonderful she is or how lucky I am." Draco flushed a soft pink. It was a bit embarrassing speaking of such things with your mother, but at the same time it felt really good getting his worries out there. "Then you will never have to worry about her walking away." She met his eyes, a softer, more silvery gray than his father's. "You are not your father, Draco. You have a well of compassion that he never possessed even at the start of my relationship with him. He was possessive and made me feel wanted more than anything but never compassionate. Thank you, Mother. Draco hugged her again and then took a few steps away. I suppose we have a lot of things to decide now, starting with the funeral and then the manor. What should we do with that? And all the house elves and other servants. Draco wasn't turning 17 for another 4 months, but he could still feel the burden that being Lord Malfoy was weighing him down. The manor needs to be cleared of dark enchantments. I would suggest letting the Aurors clear it. All dark objects and books that I didn't take with me would have been taken by the Dark Lord, but there is no telling what sort of spells are there. Even I do not know. As for the house elves, her eyes twinkled in amusement. Well, what would you imagine Hermione would say about them? Free them, hire them and give them proper pay. Draco grinned as he recited SPEW's motto. As for the manor, there are plenty of Aurors in the Order. One of them should have some idea what we should do and how it can be purged. I want to go back there someday, but not while things are the way they are. She nodded. Of course, we need to bring light and laughter to those halls. As to the other servants, offer them the chance to stay or move on and we'll give glowing references to those who choose to leave. We should do much the same for the house in France, the villa in Italy, and the summer home in Spain. Draco nodded. I'll start looking into it and begin to compose letters so that it's ready after the reading of the will. Good. Now, go find your girl and get this out of your mind for a while. Will you be all right, Mother? As much as Draco longed for Hermione right now, he wouldn't leave his mother if she was in any way upset. After a nod, Draco gave in, and with one last hug Draco practically ran up the stairs until he reached the room of requirement. Draco stopped to catch his breath outside the door before he turned the knob and entered. Hermione looked up from a recipe she'd been perusing, one that made agonizing boils pop out to cover every inch of the victim's skin, and offered him a smile. She closed the book and held out a hand. Hey. Hi. Draco took the offered hand and brought it up to his face to press it against his cheek. I missed you. He closed his eyes at the calm he felt just by being close to her. In a really strange way, it felt like coming home. She stroked his cheek and moved away from the table to step closer, the study room she'd conjured suddenly melting away into a Quidditch pitch complete with brooms and beautiful summer weather. How did it go? As well as expected. Mother is strong, much stronger than me. He hugged her close and looked up at the brilliant, clear blue sky. It's finally starting to sink in, that Lucius is really gone. She looped her arms around his waist and laid her head on his shoulder. And what's going through your mind about that then? Relief is the first thing that comes to mind, as bad as that sounds. He ran a hand over Hermione's curls in a motion that probably soothed him more than her. Followed by resentment that I'm going to have to be the one to clean up the mess that he's made. She gave him a squeeze. You won't be doing it alone, you know. You've got me, your mom, Professor Snape, Harry, Ron, and with him come the small army of his family. Pansy, Luna and Neville will all be here to help if you need or want it. Draco's eyes widened at an army of red-headed weasels helping him. Times were most definitely changing. I know, and I'm very grateful for it. It still seems a little daunting though. I've known that I would one day become Lord Malfoy with all that entails one day, but right now it seems like all other options have just vanished. She pursed her lips. Well, you could always donate the estate to some higher cause if you really wanted to make your own way in the world. Then there's a proxy. Choose an estate manager and be free to do as you bloody well please between quarterly meetings. He ducked his head in shame. You were completely right. Don't mind me, I just got hit with poor little rich boy syndrome. I'm too much of a Malfoy to even consider donating the estate, and I have too much pride to let anyone else manage it when I know I could do a better job of it myself. She chuckled and pressed a key to his cheek. It's a lot all at once. You're entitled to a brief attack of, poor me. I'm lucky to have you to ground me when I go off on a high and mighty stint. Thank you. Draco turned his head so that he could key her properly. He claimed her soft lips and cupped the back of her neck gently. Her hands came up to rest on his shoulders, gripping them lightly as her eyes fluttered shut and a soft hum sounded in the back of her throat. His lips moved against hers gently, and she marveled at the way it made her feel, as if she were flying with both feet on the ground. If his keys were that good, she could only imagine what it would feel like when they went further. Hermione was pliant and warm in his arms, and Draco felt like he could continue doing this forever. Every key was amazing and he felt it throughout his whole body. Draco wanted her so bad, but right now it was enough to have her in his arms and be allowed to key her like there was no tomorrow. One hand moved up into his hair, threading through the pale blonde silken strands as she pressed closer, going up on tiptoe. She took his bottom lip between hers and nibbled lightly before sweeping her tongue over it, blushing like mad at her boldness. Draco groaned and his arm tightened around her waist as he accepted what was offered and slipped his own tongue out to play. He lapped at her mouth and chased her tongue into it, relishing in the taste of her. A soft came from her as she welcomed his tongue into her mouth, flicking her own against it shyly before growing bolder and letting her tongue dance fully with his. He keyed her like he was drowning for a while before he reluctantly pulled away. There was a prominent problem in his trousers right now and Draco really didn't want to push her. This was not the time or the place for taking things further. Her cheeks were flushed, her lips slightly damp and a bright pink as she looked up at him, one hand still holding tight to his robes. Wow. Yeah, Draco was flushed too, but he smiled at Hermione. That was brilliant. He shook himself out of his robes and placed it on the now grass-covered ground and invited her to sit. She settled beside him on the ground and leaned her head on his shoulder, taking his hand with a smile and threading her fingers with his. She watched a match between Slytherin and Ravenclaw start on the Quidditch pitch and she couldn't help but chuckle as she saw that an illusory Draco was playing Seeker for Slytherin as Cho Chang played for Ravenclaw. She hoped he destroyed Cho. Draco squeezed her hand and breathed deeply to regain control of his body. He watched the game with her and felt just a little sliver of irritation that the imaginary Draco probably was a better Seeker than the real one. He would have to work on that. Hermione watched as Draco and Cho both went into a dive, feeling a bit odd as the real Draco was right there beside her as she watched his double. Oh. The imaginary Draco swooped out of the dive, gold glinting in his hand as Cho actually plowed into the ground. Yes, she turned bright red at her outburst. Go Slytherin. Chuckling, Draco pulled her close and pressed a key to the top of her head. Oh Merlin, I love you. Her eyes went wide, he'd never said that before, and then they took on a suspicious sheen. She'd been half afraid he didn't return her feelings. After all, he was a pureblood and she was just a muggle-born bossy know-it-all. She wrapped her arms around him tight. I love you too, Draco. Draco let out a breath of relief. Despite everything, there had still been a sliver of fear inside him, fear that Hermione would reject him, that she didn't feel the same way. He wrapped his arms around her and held her like she was the most precious thing in the world. As long as he had Hermione in his life, Draco felt that he could do anything. She smiled and snuggled close, happiness swirling through her. Their world might be at war, a funeral might be needing to be planned, and dark wizards might be out for their blood, but right at this particular moment, everything was perfect. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.